The largest stock index, the S&P 500, dropped 4.2% today, while the Nasdaq fell 4.4%. It follows yesterday's disastrous crash, which saw the worst day in U.S. markets since the pandemic. Tesla, of course, owned by Elon Musk, was down almost 4% in early trading, whilst Apple was down more than 3%. Let's get the views of economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, thank you so much for joining me. First off, the FTSE 100.
Yeah, good evening.
Evening. Let's start with the FTSE 100. It suffered its biggest daily drop in more than 5 years, since 2020. Are we surprised that this is happening?
I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest. FTSE down about 4.3%. Now the DAX in Germany down about 4.2%. So a similar fall. The French benchmark down about 3.7%. But I am a little bit surprised to see the FTSE falling as much as these European markets, simply because the UK got off a little bit more lightly on tariffs than Europe did. Tariffs of 10% onto UK goods going into the US. The EU hit at a much higher rate. Also, the UK sends proportionately more services to the US. These are, we're not quite sure, but it doesn't appear that services will be hit with tariffs in the way goods will. So if you compare the UK to its European partners, competitors, depends on what day of the week it is for that one. But if you compare the UK economy to the others in Europe, it's not going to, on the surface, suffer as much as, say, Germany or France or Italy, which also exports a lot of goods to the US, shouldn't get hit that badly. On the flip side, though, for the UK, there was a massive fall in bond yields today. That means the prices of bonds went up. When there's a demand for bonds, yields go down. Now, bond yields, gilt yields, are what the government pays to borrow. The UK government is borrowing quite a bit, historically high amounts. The price of borrowing just got a lot cheaper in the UK because of market events today. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. I think the UK government will be quietly relieved to see this fall in gilt yields.
Let's move on to Trump. He's urging the Fed Chair Jerome Powell to cut interest rates. He says the economic effects will include, but Jerome Powell has come out and basically said in a statement today that the economic effects of the tariffs will include higher inflation and slower growth for the United States. What exactly do you make of Jerome Powell's analysis?
I mean, the Fed really is in a bit of a pickle here. And Powell just finished his press conference. As an aside, the man is such a good communicator. He made it very clear that he doesn't know what's going to happen. He expressed a degree of, I guess, relief that we now know what the policy is, right? Trump has been teasing us all for so many months. There'll be tariffs, announcing tariffs, delaying those tariffs. We now have a sense of what policy will look like. What we don't have a sense of yet is where these tariffs will fall most heavily. As you said, Powell mentioned there will be an increase in inflation. There has to be. The cost of goods will increase, but it will also, most likely, will have an effect on consumption when people spend less, particularly in the U.S., which is a consumer-led economy. 2/3 of GDP is consumer spending. If consumers spend less because things are more expensive, that has an automatic slowdown in the economy. Powell did say that he feels like the Fed is positioned very well at the moment. They have the luxury of being able to wait for a little bit before deciding what kind of fine-tuning policy may be needed. But people I talk to in the markets are extremely worried about Powell's staying power. About an hour ago, as you mentioned, Trump exhorted Powell to cut rates using capital letters. He's always sort of implied that Powell doesn't know what he's doing. And there's a real, it doesn't look like Trump can fire Powell, but he's also done a lot of things that we didn't think were legal either, and is carrying those out as policy. And this is the biggest worry about amongst investors in the U.S. and further afield, that Powell will either be removed or neutered in some way. That will send a very, very confusing message to investors, particularly at a time where inflation expectations, and this is something that the Fed watches very carefully. The feeling is if people expect higher inflation, they're going to ask for pay rises, making inflation a self-fulfilling prophecy. Inflation expectations are at the highest they've been in 3 decades. So people are very worried about whether Powell's effectiveness may be cut because of political bickering.
Yes, absolutely. That is a very good point. And when we go to China, China has hit back with additional tariffs of 34%. Trump has come out and said, China, basically, it's panicking. But do you think we can expect further retaliations from other countries? And now, has China's retaliation sparked a trade war?
I don't know when, kind of a trade skirmish becomes a trade war. My feeling is if it's not now, it's maybe tomorrow or the next day. If we're not in a trade war now, we're pretty darn close. And I do think that China acting first may give other countries cover to begin announcing their retaliatory tariffs. The European Union has made it very clear that they are preparing some retaliation. I thought we'd see something. I thought we would have already seen something from the EU. I suspect we'll see something next week. The UK is playing it a little more coyly. I think the UK feels that somehow Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, can charm Donald Trump in some sort of way. But I do think China was the first to break, and we will see other retaliation coming to the fore. But this 34% that China announced, this is 34% on top of tariffs that were already existing. So that puts the effective tariff rate of U.S. Exports to China at close to 50% on average. And some of these exports come from constituents that have tended to be pro-Trump, like farmers. China's very dependent on U.S. soybeans. These are going to be 50% more expensive next week.
Laurie, we seem to have lost you there due to the connection. Economist Laurie Laird, thank you so much for joining me, and apologies for those technical problems, but thank you once again for your insights. China said it will impose an additional 34% tariff on U.S. goods from the 10th of April. It's in response to President Trump's announcement of additional levies to China of 20%, now totaling 54%. The United States trade deficit with China reached over $295 billion last year. Responding on Truth Social, Trump told his followers China played it wrong. They panicked, the one thing they cannot afford to do. We can now get live reaction from our correspondent Patrick Falk in Singapore. Patrick, a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So China was handed the highest rate during Trump's tariff announcement and was subjected to tariffs in his first term. Was China's hardline response that we've seen basically inevitable?
Well, I think China's made it pretty clear all along that it intended to hit back with strong countermeasures. This has been consistent with reactionary moves that it's made previously to Donald Trump's previous 2 rounds of tariffs imposed since he came to office once again. So this was perhaps inevitable. It was certainly expected. But one of the things that's perhaps interesting about it is the timing of all of this. Remember, Trump's tariffs were due to kick in just a matter of days. So policymakers in Beijing were forced, you might say, to act quickly. At the same time, experts that we've spoken to certainly feel that the 34% tariffs imposed on China this time round was higher than was expected. We were keeping an eye out yesterday to see if there'd be an announcement from the Commerce Ministry, but that wasn't forthcoming. You do wonder whether or not policymakers had to go back to the drawing board overnight before issuing any sort of response. And now we've seen that. The big concern really is now that this is going to deepen differences between Washington and Beijing. And there were some very strong words from the Commerce Ministry today saying that these moves by the Trump administration were inconsistent with World Trade Organization rules and that it undermined the legitimate rights and interests of China, and also that it was an example of the U.S. bullying other countries.
Patrick, President Trump has told investors that his policies will never change, despite China, of course, asking them to reconsider. What will this mean for consumers in both America and China?
Well, look, I don't think Beijing ever thought that any of its words would have any impact or that it would make President Trump change his mind. And a lot of people in China feel that there's very little room for negotiating with Washington at this point. But experts do certainly agree that this is going to hit consumers in the U.S. and that they are ultimately going to be paying more for goods shipped from China to America. The same doesn't necessarily apply the other way round, because the reality is that China buys a lot less from the U.S. than the other way round. That said, exports had been one rare bright spot for the Chinese economy in recent times. And so this is going to hurt. A lot of experts will tell you, this is at the same time going to impact consumer demand because it's going to impact the economy. That is something that China is trying very hard to address. And there is this sense of frustration in Beijing that Washington's moves are very much designed to undermine China's economic recovery right now.
Yes, absolutely, because China has definitely been struggling economically. Beijing has placed export controls on 7 rare earth minerals needed for consumer electronics. How will this affect the US?
Yeah, look, this is interesting in particular because a lot of people would say that the other moves are very much sort of tit for tat. These are much more targeted. America imports nearly all of its rare earth minerals. China produces 90% of them. And this isn't going to just affect electronics. It's also going to affect defense industries in the US as well as EVs. So there is going to be a significant impact in that sense. And it's going to be difficult to see how exactly the US is going to replace that, but it is an example of China weaponizing an area where it really dominates, where it dominates in producing rare earth minerals. Some would say the flip side of that, though, is that might see the U.S. and perhaps other countries, because remember, this doesn't just apply to the U.S. This ban has been placed on all countries. It may galvanize other countries to find alternative supply chains to address the matter.
It's actually been a holiday in China today, so the markets have been closed. We're having a look at the drop in global stocks today. Obviously, in the UK, the FTSE is significantly lower. S&P 500 also, if we look at the US stocks. What are we expecting to happen when the markets reopen on Monday?
Well, look, it's very difficult to say, but I think the consensus is there is going to be a lot more volatility ahead with downside pressure. I think another thing that's going to be interesting in particular is looking at how it's going to impact markets in Southeast Asia. As we know, the tariffs that were imposed on countries like Vietnam and Cambodia were unexpected. They were a lot higher than had been anticipated as well. So these markets are going to be hit particularly hard. Also, there's a big concern about how this is going to impact supply chains, and it's something that Singapore is very much concerned about. Export-oriented economies are concerned about how this is going to slow down global growth and slow down exports, and that's going to affect supply chains in a big way.
Patrick Falk in Singapore, thank you so much for your insights. Hope to have you on again soon. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The US Senate has confirmed TV host Dr. Mehmet Oz will run Medicare and Medicaid services, the agency that oversees Americans' healthcare. Dr. Oz trained as a surgeon before pursuing a media career in the early 2000s. Trump has previously said there is no physician more capable to make America healthy again. The comedian Russell Brand has been charged with rape and 2 counts of sexual assault between 1999 and 2005. The Metropolitan Police say he's also been charged with 1 count of oral rape and 1 count of indecent assault. The allegations relate to 4 women. He's due to appear at Westminster's Magistrates Court on Friday, the 2nd of May. The UK could lose 2 of its assault ships in an attempt to cut costs. The 2 vessels, HMS Bulwark and HMS Albion, may be sold off to Brazil. It comes even as British Prime Minister Keir Starmer promises to boost defence spending. And tributes have poured in for Manoj Kumar, the veteran Indian actor and director who has died at the age of 87. The award-winning actor was known for his patriotic movies, especially in the 1960s and 1970s. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi called him an icon of Indian cinema. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will probably visit the White House in a few weeks. That's according to a report by the American website Axios. US President Donald Trump seemed to confirm the visit on board Air Force One last night. Here's what he had to say.
I spoke to him today, as a matter of fact, and I think he's going to be coming to our country sometime in the not-too-distant future, maybe next week. And we'll speak about Israel, and we'll speak about what's going on. That's another thing we'd like to get solved, and I think we will get it solved. But I think he very well may be coming next month. Benjamin Netanyahu.
We can now join our correspondent Trent Murray, who is in Tel Aviv. Trent, thanks so much for joining me. So if this visit does go ahead, they will have lots to discuss, including tariffs and the Gaza ceasefire.
Yeah, that's right. The president there aboard Air Force One saying it could be as soon as next week. Now, the Prime Minister's office here in Israel has said they don't have anything further to add to that commentary. As you rightly say, Axios is saying it could take a little while longer than next week. But this is a pretty big coup in many ways for Prime Minister Netanyahu to be heading back to the States so soon. He was there in early February. In fact, the first foreign leader to visit President Trump after his return to the White House. And as you rightly say, there is plenty for them to undoubtedly discuss. It, of course, comes at a time where we're seeing Israel stepping up its military manoeuvres in Gaza, and we also are seeing an increased force posture from the United States itself, both with its bombing campaign in Yemen. They are bringing in additional military resources here as well, including ships. And we are also tracking some reporting today out of South Korea, where Yonhap, the state news agency there, is reporting that the Americans are preparing to take air defence systems from the Korean Peninsula and place them into the Middle East. So we are seeing, as I say, the Americans and the Israelis together both increasing their force posture and their military manoeuvres. Why are they doing that? I mean, there is some thoughts in this region. Diplomats are concerned that potentially this is preparing for some sort of showdown with Iran when it comes to their nuclear program. We also know, of course, that some of those Biden-era weapons restrictions that were in place on Israel are now being lifted. Just today, we are hearing 20,000 assault rifles, which former President Biden had been holding up, are now being sent to Israel. The old administration was concerned those rifles could be used by Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank. Seemingly, that is not a concern that President Trump's administration has, because we are being told those assault weapons have been signed off in the past 24 hours.
Trent, Israel forces have announced they're expanding ground operations in northern Gaza. What are they aiming to do?
Yeah, that's right. Fresh statements today from the IDF that military operation is expanding around Gaza City in the north. Now, this is on top of what we saw earlier in the week where they expanded their operations in the south around Rafah. Now, what they are saying is that the purpose is to expand the security zone that the IDF can operate in, and that they are working to, and I'm quoting here, destroy and clear the area of terrorist and terrorist infrastructure. Prime Minister Netanyahu himself has said that the army is now working to try and divide Gaza up and to seize territory in order to try and force Hamas to hand over the remaining hostages. Some initial estimates suggest that the IDF is now fully in control of about 17% of the total area of the Gaza Strip. It would appear, based on what we've seen both today and earlier this week, they are now looking to expand that land oversight that they're trying to gain.
Hamas has said it's ready to release all hostages this week in exchange for a permanent ceasefire. What has the response been from Israel on this?
Yeah, this is a proposal that I would expect the Israelis will likely reject. That is certainly the suggestion that we are already hearing out of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem from government officials. A red line for the Israelis is Hamas remaining in any sort of capacity of governing or being in power in Gaza moving forward. What Hamas is putting forward, though, is effectively phase 2 of that Trump administration negotiated ceasefire deal. That deal was supposed to see the remaining hostages returned in exchange for the IDF completely withdrawing. But Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he signed that original ceasefire, all of the signals suggest he doesn't have any sort of desire to go down that path right now. He wants to maintain IDF boots on the ground in order to try and prevent Hamas rearming. But of course, the other side of that argument is that there are many Israeli families here still incredibly concerned about their remaining hostages. We are expecting yet more protests this weekend here in Tel Aviv calling for the return of the hostages back to Israel.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, always great to have you on. Thank you for joining me. Let's take another look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Myanmar's junta leader has met with the Prime Minister of India and Thailand at a summit in Bangkok. The meeting comes a week after a 7.7 magnitude earthquake devastated parts of Myanmar, killing over 3,000 people. Until now, Min Aung Hlaing has been shunned by most world leaders after leading a coup that overthrew the elected government back in 2021. Now, at least 7 people have died after tornadoes and severe thunderstorms have hit southern states of America. Deaths were recorded in western Tennessee, Missouri and Indiana. The National Weather Service have described the severe weather as once-in-a-generation storms. Denmark's Prime Minister has said it will not give up Greenland to the US. During an official visit to the Arctic island, she responded to repeated threats from Donald Trump, telling him you can't annex other countries. Her 3-day trip follows last week's controversial visit by a US delegation, including Vice President J.D. Vance. Kensington Palace has announced the Prince of Wales Earthshot Prize will be held in Brazil in November. The Global Environmental Award, founded by Prince William, gives £1 million to 5 winners who offer solutions to some of the world's biggest climate problems. The Earthshot Prize is a 10-year project, past ceremonies held in London, Boston, Singapore and also in Cape Town. Now, South Korea's Constitutional Court has upheld a decision by the country's legislator to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol. It ends months of uncertainty and legal wrangling following Yoon's failed martial law order several months ago. But tensions do remain high in Seoul following this verdict. Frank Smith reports.
South Korea's constitutional court upheld the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol and removed him from office. Acting Chief Justice Moon Hyung-bae spoke for 20 minutes outlining the ways in which President Yoon had violated the Constitution. When he imposed martial law with his decree on December 3rd, he didn't get the approval of the cabinet, holding just a 5-minute cabinet meeting before leaving abruptly to issue his public decree. Then he sent in the military to arrest lawmakers, when in fact, by the Constitution, he should inform the National Assembly of a martial law decree. So the Constitutional Court, again, found that he egregiously violated the Constitution and unanimously voted to remove him from office. Since that decree, there have been widespread demonstrations in South Korea almost daily up until this morning, up until following the decision issued from the Constitutional Court. 60% of South Koreans wanted to see President Yoon removed. Still, he enjoyed 30% of support. Certainly, conservatives in South Korea are disappointed, but the People Power Party, President Yoon's party, has said that they accept the decision from the Constitutional Court, which now triggers a snap presidential election in South Korea. The favored candidate for that presidential election here is Lee Jae-myung, the leader of the Democratic Party, who previously lost the election in 2022 to Yoon Suk-yeol. That presidential election will take place sometime within the next 60 days, with June 3rd earmarked as the day a new president will be voted for here in South Korea.
Frank Smith there in Seoul. Thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at the top business news. The risk of a US and global recession this year has risen to 60% from 40% following Donald Trump's sweeping reciprocal tariffs. That's according to the Wall Street brokerage JP Morgan. On Wednesday, Trump imposed a 10% baseline tax on all imports to the US and higher duties on dozens of other countries. Now, the US economy added far more jobs than actually expected in March, but the recent tariffs could shake the labour market in the months ahead. The average hourly earnings were up 0.3%. That's up 3.8% year on year, while unemployment rose to 4.2%, and that was up from 4.1%. Turning to all the sports news now, an Alpine driver, Jack Doohan, has suffered a high-speed crash during a practice at the Japanese Grand Prix. It was caused from his failure to shut the DRS overtaking aid. It meant his car had less grip as he entered the 160-mile-per-hour corner. Doohan walked away uninjured, but his car was destroyed. And Tottenham Hotspur's manager has hit out at the time-consuming VAR process that saw Pap Sarr's goal cancelled in their 1-0 defeat at Chelsea on Thursday. And Postecoglou also said football was heading towards being refereed by artificial intelligence. Spurs, who are 14th in the Premier League, do host Southampton on Sunday. And the countdown is on for TikTok, who has hours to go to find a non-Chinese owner. The social media platform, used by more than 170 million Americans, could be shut down in the United States if it does not find an alternative to its current owner, ByteDance. Fears over security prompted a previous ban. However, President Donald Trump has stressed his administration were close to finding a buyer. It's believed Amazon has made a last-minute bid. I'm now joined by a distinguished professor and of Communication and Media at Missouri State University, Dr. Brian L. Ott. Thank you, Professor. I really appreciate you joining me this evening. So is the TikTok deal within reach? And why is Donald Trump so keen to strike an agreement?
So President Trump is aggressively trying to close this deal to divest ownership of TikTok from the Chinese company ByteDance. And he's pursuing it not for principles, and he's not pursuing it for national security reasons either. He is mostly interested in the self-image that it would promote. Donald Trump is always trying to represent himself as a strong man and a tough negotiator. And he wants to be able to close this deal, particularly at a moment in the U.S. where we're facing economic crisis created by his new tariffs.
It's interesting because he wasn't keen on TikTok and then he kind of changed his mind about it, didn't he, when he saw how much he was getting the younger voter involved in TikTok. So lots of people have been talking about that. But you mentioned national security there. TikTok is facing a ban due to national security concerns over the platform's links to China. What risks do users face? And is Trump actually concerned about national security in this sense?
I actually don't think President Trump is concerned about national security. You can't have it both ways. You can't say on the one hand that this platform is a danger or a risk to national security, and then have a 75-day period where you extend an opportunity for someone else to come in as a buyer. And just yesterday, President Trump suggested that if he's not able to close this deal, he'll just extend the deadline again. Well, you can't suggest on the one hand that it's a national security threat. On the other hand, suggest that there's no deadline by which this has to be met. So my sense of what's really going on here is that this is a tremendously successful company, social media company that represented competition for U.S.-based social media companies. And this is really an attempt to eliminate competition for them.
If no deal is reached, will TikTok be banned in the US? And what will this mean for millions of influencers who make a living off this platform and users? You said Trump could extend the fact that TikTok could carry on, but inevitably there has to be a solution.
Right. So to be clear, TikTok is already banned. So the law was passed in 2024, and the law is in effect. So TikTok is already banned in the U.S. But what Donald Trump has done is he has deferred enforcement of that ban. Right. So it's actually the app is already illegal, but no one is being punished for use of the app. I think he will continue to extend the grace period where there's no kind of punishment until he's actually able to close some kind of deal. What people have suggested from behind the scenes is that we are in fact getting closer and closer to a deal, although it is far likely to be less tough on ByteDance and the Chinese government than what was originally proposed.
So what would the deal as currently proposed do, and what will it look like?
So effectively, what the negotiations are attempting to do is to create a new third-party entity that's based in the United States. And that third-party entity would take over, if not ownership, at least control of the algorithm. The algorithm is what allows TikTok to track user behavior and then to push new content based on that behavior. And at least the negotiations that I'm hearing, the negotiations that have been leaked so far to the media, suggest that what the US-based company would do is actually try to find ways to monetize those algorithms more than they're already monetized by promoting advertising, which is really the aim of all social media platforms.
So, Professor, one question that I want to end with. I'm not on TikTok. I'm trying to learn about it, but my much younger nephew is. What makes TikTok so popular compared to other social media platforms that we use?
primarily because it traffics in short form video. So we very much live in a digital world of a visual culture. And so people are constantly looking for ways to communicate using short form video, and they can very easily on their own mobile devices create content that is brief, easy to put together, and easy to post because it doesn't take up much memory space on TikTok. And that's why the app is so popular.
Distinguished Professor of Communication and Media at Missouri State University, Dr. Brian L. Ott. Professor Dr. Brian L. Ott, apologies. Thank you so much for joining me. A reminder of our top stories. The US stock market slumps for a second day as Wall Street turns red. China hits back at Trump's levies with an eye-watering 35% tariff. Netanyahu is expected at the White House in a few weeks for his second meeting with the US president. And the deadline looms. TikTok must be sold to a non-Chinese buyer by tomorrow or face a US ban. And that's all from us on W News. Thanks for joining us. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next, followed by Hadley Gamble's special interview with Sir Robin Niblett, the former director of Chatham House. And of course, don't miss Tom Burges Watson with GNT. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What is it about Crimea that's got two countries fighting for years? I mean, it's just a diamond-shaped piece of land sticking out into the Black Sea, kind of easy to miss on the map, but this little peninsula has sparked wars, shaped empires, and now sits at the center of one of the most dangerous conflicts of our time. Russia and Ukraine both claim it, though Ukraine is the internationally recognized sovereign over Crimea. Regardless, neither side is backing down. So what makes Crimea so important? Why has it become one of the most contested pieces of land in the world? Let's take a closer look. To get why Crimea matters, you've got to look at where it is. It sits right in the middle of the Black Sea, and that's huge. We're talking about a key waterway to trade, military access, and geopolitical influence. For Russia, control over Crimea means power, real power. It gives them direct access to the Mediterranean and beyond, something they fought for centuries. And then there's Sevastopol, a major port city on the southern tip of Crimea. It's home to Russia's Black Sea Fleet, and here's the kicker. It's a warm water port. That means it stays ice-free all year. For a country like Russia, where so many northern ports freeze over in the winter, that's a very big deal. But it's not just about ships and strategy. Did you know Crimea has also been a vacation hotspot? Back in the days of the Russian Empire, even the last Tsar, Nicholas II, used to spend his summers there. Later, during the Soviet times, the city of Yalta became a go-to resort, the kind of place where people dreamed of visiting. But beneath the sunshine and beaches, Crimea's past is heavy. The history of this place is filled with power struggles and painful memories. In the 1700s, the Russian Empire first annexed Crimea from the indigenous people of the peninsula. Then came one of the darkest chapters. In 1944, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin accused the people of the peninsula of working with Nazi Germany. His response? Deport nearly 200,000 of them to Central Asia. Nearly half didn't survive the journey. That trauma still shapes identity and politics in Crimea today. Fast forward to 1954, another turning point. Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev transfers Crimea from Russia to Ukraine. That might sound like a huge deal, but at the time, both were still part of the Soviet Union. It was more like rearranging furniture within the same house. But when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, everything changed. Ukraine became independent, and with it, Crimea officially became Ukrainian territory. That set the stage for what we're seeing today. Then came 2014, the big shift. After mass protests in Ukraine ousted the country's pro-Russian president Viktor Yanukovych, the Kremlin saw a chance. Russian troops, wearing unmarked uniforms, suddenly appeared in Crimea and took control. A referendum followed. Russia claimed the people of Crimea voted to join the Russian Federation, but Ukraine and most of the world called it illegal. They said the vote happened under military occupation. So how could it possibly be fair? Still, for Russian President Vladimir Putin, this was a massive win. His popularity soared, and the phrase Krimnash, or Crimea is ours, became a national rallying cry. But not everyone was cheering. The US and its allies hit Russia with sanctions, and relations between Russia and the West fell off a cliff, arguably the worst they've been since the Cold War. Fast forward again, 2022. Russia invades Ukraine on a full scale, and Crimea isn't just in the background anymore. It becomes a launch pad. Russian forces use it to attack southern Ukraine and move in fast. But Ukraine isn't just defending, it's hitting back. Over the past few years, Ukrainian forces have targeted key sites in Crimea, airfields, ammo depots, and even the Kerch Bridge, a giant symbol of Russia's control. At 19 kilometers long, the Kerch Bridge is the longest in Europe. Russia built it after annexing Crimea, not just for logistics, but as a literal concrete claim to the land. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he's made it crystal clear. Ukraine will not stop until Crimea is back. So what now? Can Ukraine actually retake it? Will Russia give it up? Or is Crimea going to stay a geopolitical powder keg for years to come? What we do know is this: Crimea isn't just a piece of land. It's a symbol, a strategic stronghold, and a flashpoint in a war that's still far from over.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
By now, Israel and Hamas should have moved to phase 2 of their ceasefire deal. Instead, Palestinians are burying their dead. But did Israel ever want peace in Gaza? And far from the front lines on American university campuses, is there another battle brewing over the right to free speech and the right to protest? It's all up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. When an Israeli airstrike shattered the fragile Gaza ceasefire, it also blew up the notion for some that the Netanyahu government was ever interested in a lasting peace, especially with threats like this from the defence minister.
Take the advice of the U.S. president. Return the hostages and get rid of Hamas, and we will open new opportunities, including leaving to other places in the world for whoever wants it. The alternative is complete destruction and devastation.
That makes it sound as if there hasn't been utter destruction and devastation up until this point. So if the situation is set to get even worse, when does the international community step in to hold either or both sides accountable? Or has this conflict signalled the end of the rules-based order? It's perhaps no surprise then that the return to fighting in Gaza has seen the return to protesting in the US. President Donald Trump has promised to crack down on pro-Palestinian protests, blurring the lines between free speech and hate speech.
To the weaponization of Judaism, to be used as some sort of excuse to crack down on civil liberties, and in particular on our Palestinian and Arab brothers and sisters. This is intolerable to me.
So important to say that America's a, constitutional liberal democracy where we're allowed to speak and not be retaliated against for what we believe in.
So I don't want anti-Semitism to be weaponized to promote these draconian rules. For speaking.
Today on Counterpoints, our panel will debate if Israel ever wanted a lasting peace, whether this conflict has signalled the end of the rules-based order, and if there is any justification for US campus clampdowns. Stay with us on Counterpoints. We are at a crucial moment in the Israel-Hamas conflict. To discuss all the recent developments, I'm joined by the Palestinian Kuwaiti journalist and analyst Ahmed Eldon and Alan Dershowitz, the Emeritus Professor of Law at the Harvard University and author of The Case for Israel. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. It took such a long time to reach this ceasefire, and now it feels like we are further away from it than ever before. Both sides have accused each other of stalling tactics and not negotiating in good faith. So let me ask you, who do you think is responsible for the breakdown of the current ceasefire? Professor Dershowitz, let's start with you.
Well, we have to go back a little to 2005 when the Prime Minister of Israel ended the occupation of Gaza and tried to set up a two-state solution, beginning with Gaza, giving the Gazans complete independence. They could have become Singapore on the Mediterranean. They could have had a completely independent state. Instead, there was a coup. Hamas took over, sent thousands of rockets into Israel, and then on October 7th started a genocidal war in which they killed 1,200 innocent people, many of them peace advocates, and captured and kidnapped 250 of them. If there is to be an end to this conflict, it has to come from first a return of the hostages. They are being unlawfully held under international law. They're being brutally treated. And if they are returned, there will be a ceasefire. So the failure to return and the idea that giving one American back with 4 or 5 dead bodies somehow is enough to justify ending Israel's self-defense tactics simply is never going to do it. So it's all in Hamas's responsibility, and it's in Hamas's court. And if they were to today to announce on the show or anywhere else that they are going to return a significant number of hostages, there would be a ceasefire. And then maybe we could move toward a permanent ceasefire and ultimately toward a two-state solution.
Ahmed?
Well, I think the facts are what we should look at first. I mean, over 900 violations of the ceasefire means that there was actually never a ceasefire. It was just a tactical timeout to reload for Israel. I mean, the only difference between the last few weeks and today is the intensity being accelerated with which Israel is systematically murdering a population that is 50% or more children. Look, facts are important, and I hope, despite knowing me and Alan are going to disagree, we can stick to the facts. And some of the facts are that, Alan, you spend decades branding yourself as a civil libertarian, a champion of free speech. But when it comes to Palestine, you don't defend liberty or freedom. You defend occupation, apartheid, and genocide. And, you do it with the same tired playbook that the Israeli government does. You misrepresent international law. You dismiss Palestinian suffering as propaganda, and you gaslight the world into believing that Israel, the nuclear armed occupier, is the victim here. I mean, let's be clear about the facts. Israel is not defending itself. It is enforcing a system of ethnic domination and ethnic cleansing. And it's not my opinion. This is a fact under international law. Consider this. It's Friday today. In just a few days since Tuesday, Israel has killed at least 600 Palestinians and injured more than 900. It's massacred more than 200 children, according to UNICEF. 40% of the 600 plus Palestinians that Israel's killed in just the last 72 hours are reported to be under 14. In hospitals, there's no anesthesia. 7 children have had their legs amputated while fully awake. I mean,
let me ask you this, though, Ahmet, before I turn this back over to Professor Dershowitz. I want to ask, you say that this was just a stalling tactic so Israel could regather itself and rearm, but there has been an argument that Hamas has used this for the exact same purposes and that they have been rearming, and there are reports that they've recruited about 1,000 new fighters during this ceasefire. So couldn't you argue also that they haven't been adhering to really upholding the ceasefire themselves?
If you think that that's an argument that they're not upholding the ceasefire, then maybe we're not clear on what the ceasefire is. Of course, they're recruiting new people. I would imagine any people who are being, bombarded with massive airstrikes, starvation, complete siege would recruit people to resist and try to survive. And quite frankly, I understand why you're positing the question as such. But let's be clear about one thing. Western media has parroted the myth of a fragile truce, while Israel has been bombarding hospitals, refugee camps, and even designated safe zones. So when, it's maddening to me. I mean, when a ceasefire was agreed upon to end the suffering, it was supposed to be a 3-phase deal that promised a halt to the bloodshed, hostage exchanges, and negotiations for peace. Netanyahu chose power over human life. He chose power over the hostages, as he has, which is why more than 200 of the top businessmen in Israel are challenging him and his complete kind of dismissal and disregard in a so-called democracy of the High Court's decision when he got rid of the Shin Bet intelligence leader. Look, Netanyahu has been stalling. The Israeli ministers have said, including those in his coalition, that there cannot be a ceasefire, that the ceasefire must be violated. I've told you that they violated it 900 times. They've been carpet bombing. I mean, this was never...
All right, well, let's turn it over to the professor now. All right, Professor, what do you think? 900 violations, was this just a tactical timeout for Israel to regroup, and were they always going to relaunch this attack?
The last thing Israel needed was timeout. It was winning every aspect of the war. It was winning the war against the Houthis, winning the war against Hezbollah, winning the war against Hamas. If it had just continued, it could have wiped out Hamas, and then we can have a two-state solution. I want to focus on children. This is the big lie. Remember that Hamas recruits children to become combatants at the age of 13.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a lie that children have been caught up in the recent bombings.
No, there's a question. Children are combatants, children with rifles, children with rockets.
I'm sorry, Alan, are you trying to justify the murder of hundreds of children by suggesting that Hamas actually recruits them into being fighters? So the toddlers who are 2 years old are fighters?
I'm not talking toddlers. Let me finish your interruption.
Let's talk about the toddlers in the thousands that have been killed by Israel, because you're doing the very same thing that I announced at the top of the program that you would do, which is...
All right. Let's let Professor Dershowitz finish his comment, and then we'll come back to you, Ahmed.
Sure. I'm not talking about the 2-year-olds or the 5-year-olds or the 10-year-olds or even the 12-year-olds. I'm talking about the 19-year-olds who were counted as children, the 18-year-olds who were counted as children, the mass murderers who were counted as children. Remember, among the people who crossed the border and raped and beheaded and burnt alive Israelis were 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds.
I'm sorry, Melinda, but if you're going to allow him to propagate and peddle disinformation that's been debunked, then that's on you.
Sorry. I'm not going to continue this if you continue to interrupt. So when you kill a 15-year-old...
If you're going to say things that are factually incorrect, isn't it my job as your opponent to challenge you on your lies and propaganda?
You'll have to dispute it. When you kill a 15-year-old who was in the process of raping a woman or in the process of killing somebody, that's a good thing. The fact that he was 15 is the fault of Hamas, not the fault of Israel. And what about the 2- and 3-year-olds? They're being used as human shields. Hamas fighters are fighting in areas where they know there are 2-year-olds. Look at Sinwar. He is now surrounding himself with children and babies and hostages because he's a coward. He's afraid to come out and fight. And so all the deaths that are being caused, and they're being misreported, obviously. The ratio of civilian to combatant deaths is lower than in any war in modern history. The ratio is approximately 1-to-1 if you don't count combatants, women who are combatants. They can be women and combatants at the same time, 17-year-olds who are combatants. The ratio is approximately 1-to-1. The average ratio fighting wars like this is 7-to-1. That is 7 civilians killed for every combatant. That was true when Afghanistan, that was true in Iraq, that was true with NATO, that was true with Britain, that was true with the United States. Israel has the absolute best ratio of killing the fewest number of civilians. But again, none of this would have happened had we not had October 7th. Are you willing now to tell me and say that October 7th began the war, October 7th was a terrorist attack, October 7th was a violation of international law, and if not for October 7th, there would be peace between Israel and Hamas? Are you prepared to say that?
All right, Ahmed, respond to that before we move on.
Let's, first of all, stop pretending that Alan is doing anything other than making up lies and can't back them up with facts. Second of all, you're talking to me, let me finish. You're talking to me about October 7th. It's March 21st. You're talking to me about October 7th because you don't want to talk about every single day since October 7th and before October 7th. So as I said, let's stop pretending that this is a war. It's an enforcement of an occupation, a military onslaught against a people with no army, no air force, and no means of escape. So to Melinda's earlier question, I would just like to point out, you're saying Hamas is this assertion that Hamas is somehow rearming. There's no food, water, or medicine being allowed into the Gaza Strip. Israel controls all the borders. If we're going to have a discussion, Alan, as a professor, I would hope, although I know better, than to expect you to argue the facts. Israel, like yourself, continues to claim that this is all being done in self-defense, that tens of thousands of children are being murdered in self-defense, as if a nuclear-armed state backed by the most powerful military in the world needs to defend itself against starving, displaced civilians and children that you're claiming are human shields. Alan, I know you're going to say Israel is targeting Hamas, but tell me, did Hamas hide inside the 450 Palestinian that Israel slaughtered in just a few hours, a few days ago? You want to talk about October 7th, but you don't want to talk about that because you cannot justify the 179 children and 89 women erased on the 17th night of the holy month of Ramadan.
Don't be sexist. Women are terrorists. They have guns. They have rockets. 19-year-olds are terrorists. So stop using children, stop using women, and start using the actual term.
This argument is so tired. Okay, Israel.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this discussion now onto who mediated this ceasefire or how we got here with the backing of the United States and whether or not they are an impartial mediator. Before we get into that discussion, I want you both to take a listen to Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary who spoke to reporters recently outside the White House. Have a listen to her comments here before we come back to the discussion.
Well, the president made it very clear to Hamas that if they did not release all of the hostages, there would be all hell to pay. And unfortunately, Hamas chose to play games in the media with lives. This situation, let's not forget, is completely the fault of Hamas when they launched that brutal attack on Israel on October 7th. And the president has made it very clear that he wants all of those hostages to come home, and he fully supports Israel and the IDF and the actions that they've taken in recent days.
Professor Dershowitz, is it counterintuitive for America to be pushing for a deal, to say it wants peace, while it is arming one side and purporting for the total destruction of the other?
Not at all. Israel is a democracy that is fighting self-defense. America is on its side. America is not neutral. America completely supports Israel and completely opposes Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist group. It's illegal in the United States. Providing material support for Hamas is a crime. You know, that's like saying a country should be neutral in the Second World War toward Hitler. No, Hamas is the Nazis. Hamas is Hitler. Sinwar is Hitler. These are people, look at the Hamas charter. The Hamas charter is the same as the Nazi charter. They want to kill every single Jew who lives anywhere in the Middle East. Look,
but not every person in Gaza is Hamas. Not everyone supports Hamas.
Say it again?
Not everyone in Gaza is Hamas. There are people who are being caught up in this who aren't part of Hamas.
Of course, and there are people in Israel who aren't supporters of Netanyahu. In a war, people get killed on both sides. Hamas started the war. There's no doubt about that. I have not heard Ahmad admit yet that on October 7th, Hamas started the war. By starting the war, they exposed their civilians just the way when the Nazis started the war in 1939, they knew there'd be tens of millions of German civilians killed. That's what happens in war. If you don't want civilians to be killed, you don't do two things. You don't start a war and you don't put your civilians as human shields. If you use your civilians as human shields, and by the way, Sinwar said that in his dying declaration, just before he died, he praised the martyrs who were human shields. We have tape recordings of Hamas leaders praising human shields. We are all martyrs. Sinwar said he wants civilians to be killed. Every time Israel kills a civilian, that helps Hamas. So let's put the responsibility where it is, squarely with Hamas.
Ahmed, what do you think? Ahmed, do you think that there could have been a ceasefire without the United States?
I think the United States is as complicit and guilty of... Are you going to just speak over me? Are you going to just not let me speak? Is that what's happening? Thank you. I think the U.S. is guilty of ethnic cleansing and genocide as Israel is, because they've been backing Israel, not just since October 7th, but for decades. And they've been backing a systematic campaign to ethnically cleanse the native population. Now, Alan is saying the same thing over and over because he can't say anything else, because he can't argue the facts. But he does like to talk about free speech. And you did ask about the U.S. and its role. Alan, can I just speak? Are you afraid of my truth?
I do, though, Ahmed, want you to answer the question I posed to you.
I will answer the question. I will answer. Which was the question about the U.S. and whether there is that?
Tell me
really
whether do you think the U.S. could this ceasefire have been reached without the U.S., even though perhaps they're not a neutral negotiator?
They're certainly not a neutral negotiator. I think all three of us and like my 5-year-old niece could agree on that. But Alan, you know, I don't think that they could have, to answer your question, because the U.S. is integral to this entire genocide. And Alan, like I was saying, you know, let's talk about what's happening in America and why perhaps the U.S. is unable to be a fair broker for peace. I mean, how do you explain a nation so eager to gut its own freedoms, as we've seen them do in the recent, weeks, on behalf of a foreign state whose leaders have not only an international arrest warrant out for their war crimes, including starvation by the ICC, but how do we explain Columbia University, my alma mater, where I also was an adjunct professor for several years, turning students over to ICE to deport them without charge, without charging them with a crime? I mean, Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian, can I finish? Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian doctoral student, arrested in broad daylight in front of his 8-month pregnant wife by unnamed agents wearing Avengers shirts. I mean, it's insane to me that we're sitting here having a debate about America perhaps not being a fair broker. I mean, Jewish students protesting genocide, Alan, are being expelled for protesting against genocide and ethnic cleansing, which, as you know, millions of Jews were the victims of during the Holocaust. Grant Minor, the Jewish Columbia student and president of the Student Workers of Columbia United Auto Workers, was expelled by the university for protesting. Meanwhile, those who speak out are being silenced, like a French researcher just a few days ago being
We are going to come to free speech really shortly. I want to move this on. You were mentioning mentioning free speech there, Ahmet. We are going to come to that really shortly. But I want to move our discussion on to accountability. Because under international law, warring parties are expected to adhere to rules of distinction to minimise civilian casualties, as you've both been discussing already, but also proportionality. However, the ceasefire-ending strike from Israel a few days ago killed more than 500 Palestinians. Yes, Hamas says that they were targeting terrorists, but as we have been discussing, almost half of those were children. Now, the ICC has issued arrest warrants for both Israeli and Hamas leaders, but often those warrants are never acted on. So, Ahmed, I want to ask you, if we look at this more broadly, has this conflict forever upended this notion that the West is adhering to the international rules-based order?
Yes, I do think that it has. And it's evident in how Alan and other apologists are perfecting the art of reframing facts and doing it in order to disregard the rule of law, which we're all supposed to abide by. I mean, when a hospital is bombed, it's called a strike on Hamas infrastructure. When tens of thousands of Palestinians are buried in rubble, it's dismissed as collateral damage. Israel tells civilians to evacuate safe zones only to bomb them next. I mean, this is a systematic campaign that is manufacturing consent for genocide. And, you know, we're also seeing the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, Israel's collective punishment of the Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, making it seem as if this is a conflict, right? This is two equal sides fighting that are rearming, that are, you know, rather than an occupying force
never always equal. They don't
the
have to be equal for it to be a conflict. International wars are never always equal, unfortunately.
Enough, but why is this, I hear you, but why is this not ever the situation when we talk about Russia in the media? I mean, Israel's genocide against Palestinians...
I would argue that there is a discussion about that in some parts of the media.
I would argue that it's not the same discussion and not to the same extent. I mean, collective punishment, when Russia does it, it's a war crime. The media says it, undeniably. All European governments say it. When Israel does it, with more intensity, in more violation, for decades, not only is it funded and defended, I mean, the International Court of Justice explicitly warned against what Israel is doing, and Israel's doing it anyway. No consequences, no sanctions, no arms embargo. That doesn't happen when Russia annexes or attacks, you know, innocent civilians in Ukraine, right?
Okay, I think Professor Dershowitz wants to intervene. What do you think? This plays right into your field of expertise. International law here. How can Israel stand in front of the world and say that they are not breaching any international rules of engagement?
They are not. They're completely in compliance. They are a compliant country. In the history of warfare, they always use the concept of proportionality, but they are being attacked. Remember, they are being attacked asymmetrically by a group that admits it doesn't accept the rules of law. Recently, Hamas has targeted Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. They haven't even tried to excuse it. They are trying to kill as many civilians as possible. The goal of Hamas has always been to kill civilians. They make no effort at distinction or at proportionality. As many civilians as they can kill, they kill. They also want Palestinian civilians to die. That's part of their philosophy. The more Palestinian civilians are dead, and the more you can call them children and women, the more somebody like Ahmad could get on television and try to blame it all on Israel. Israel doesn't benefit when it kills a civilian.
Professor, I want to ask you, though, you say that they are upstanding international citizens, but there were very credible reports that suggest that Israel loosened their rules of engagement at the start of the Gaza war to allow attacks despite heightened risks of civilian targets. So how can you excuse that?
That's exactly right. Countries change their rules of engagement all the time. proportionality requires context. And when you're fighting an enemy that uses children and uses human shields, of course you have to change your rules, but the rules are still consistent with proportionality. There is no country in the world...
Oh, I'm sorry, you have to change the rules to somehow justify and enable you to kill children and find a way to justify it. Of course, that's, as a professor of international law, you're saying that this happens all the time. Forget the treaties that we've signed, forget Israel's own constitution. And I mean, it's laughable, sadly, if it wasn't so obscene to hear you say this, Professor.
You're not going to let me finish.
We'll let the professor finish.
Israel has gone to more effort. Israel has risked more of its soldiers than any country in the history of modern warfare to reduce the number of civilian deaths on the other side, and for a very obvious selfish reason. Every time a civilian dies, every time a child dies, every time a woman dies, Israel is hurt. And every time that happens, Hamas is helped. That's why Hamas wants civilians to die. They want Jewish civilians to die. They want Muslim civilians to die. They want Christian civilians to die. That's part of their policy. That's part of their game plan. Israel has exactly the opposite goal. It wants to reduce the number of civilians. It gains nothing from killing civilians. And
so
if Hamas
can I ask a quick question, if you don't mind? Can I ask you a quick question?
Let me finish. If Hamas would stop using human shields, they would return the hostages.
You're just repeating yourself. How can we let you finish?
All right. Let me turn it over to you, though, Ahmet, because I want to ask, do you accept, though, that if we're talking about proportionality here, Hamas has to bear some responsibility for the current devastation and the current situation in Gaza?
Sure, but that's not what Alan is saying.
But that's what I'm asking you. So tell me what you think about that.
I said, sure, I do think they have some responsibility, but I'm saying that, and I just want to clarify for your viewers, that Alan said Israel has no responsibility, right? And I just think that says a lot in of itself. Alan, I don't know if you're going to answer this, but after I finish my points, I'd love to know, why then are Israeli leaders saying there's no such thing as a civilian if Israel is trying very hard? I mean, it's kind of conflicting, right? For so many Israeli leaders to come out and say that everybody in Gaza is a target. There's no such thing as... You're interrupting me.
Why? Of course there's civilians. Everybody knows there's civilians. It's a lie.
So then why are the Israeli leaders saying this? Kind of, what is this language? It doesn't prove genocide. You don't think that this proves genocidal intent, and that's the reason that the ICJ, that's the reason that the ICJ found that Israel is plausibly committing genocide? Alan, you are one of the architects of this framing, as we've witnessed on this program. You twist language the same way Israel twists facts, because without propaganda, this kind of brutality could never be justified. Even if, as Melinda asked me, Hamas has a burden to pay or some responsibility. And Alan, I know that somewhere in that hollow body of yours, you know that what I'm saying is true, because you love to talk about international law when it serves you. So tell me, when does international law allow starving an entire population? When does it allow bombing hospitals? Does international law say if the Hamas boogeyman...
All right, okay, I want to turn it over. I want the professor to be able to answer your question there, Ahmet. I want the professor to be able to answer that. So, Professor, under international law, do you think that Israel has upheld its part of the bargain, letting in humanitarian aid? It's been criticised across the board for that. How can they justify it?
And criticism is wrong. Israel has allowed more humanitarian aid than the United States ever allowed into Germany, than any country has ever allowed.
But we're not talking about the World War II. A lot has happened in the world since World War II.
Who has heard of an enemy providing oil and gas so that the enemy can use it for its rockets? Of course, Israel has to make sure that the material that's going to the Gaza is not being used by Hamas as weapons. And Israel has opened up the corridors. It only closed the corridors after Hamas refused to release the hostages that it did pursuant to a deal. Let me talk about the International Criminal Court. It is a fake court. It is a UN court. Its members are picked by their countries. They have to do the binding of their... The Chinese judge will be executed if he doesn't follow the Chinese government. The International Criminal Justice is not a real court. It's a fake court. Nobody should listen to it. International law is important as long as it's administered fairly. But when you have courts condemning Israel more than all the other countries of the world combined, including in the Sudan.
Perhaps that's because Israel's committing systemic violations that violate the international law in a way that no other country has.
There's a new concept. It's called Palestinianism. I have a book about it. And it believes that the only group in the world that deserves support are Palestinians, and the only group in the world that deserves condemnation is Israel. And what's happened is Palestinianism is destroying human rights and turning human rights into only Palestinian rights, ignoring the rights of the people in Darfur who are actually starving, the people in other parts of the world who are actually starving. The Palestinians have caused their own problems. They could have had a state.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, they caused their own problems.
Respond to that before we move on. Respond to that for us, Ahmed.
Honestly, it just sounds like I'm speaking to like a child. I don't know. He's still speaking. I hear him in the background yelling like a crazy person. And honestly, I hate to make it like I'm attacking you personally, but I'm quite appalled at your level of not being informed on basic international law. Melinda, as you know, assassinating and targeting journalists and their families is a war crime.
Are you in favor of a two-state solution?
Are you still speaking? Are you not going to let me speak? I don't want to talk. We're not talking about the two-state solution. We're talking about you actively finding very bizarre ways to justify genocide. Look, Melinda, we hear about Israel's right to defend itself. And for your audience, it's important for me. Are you going to keep interrupting me?
We're going to come back to you in a moment, Professor. Let's let Ahmed finish, and then we're going to come back to you because we're going to move on really shortly. Ahmed, wrap this up for us.
I'll wrap it up for you. We hear it over and over. Israel has the right to defend itself. Alan just said it. But let's be clear. Israel is not invoking self-defense against another sovereign state. It is invoking self-defense against the very people it occupies. Now, I know Alan very conveniently wants to blame everything on Hamas and the Palestinians themselves and Palestinianism. He sounds like a child. What you call self-defense amounts to the bombing of neighborhoods, the destruction of entire communities, and the systematic starvation of more than 2 million people. And under international law, an occupier, as you know, Alan, has no right to claim self-defense against the people it occupies. So why then are the audience asking, can I just finish? Why then is the burden of proof always, as Alan is putting it, on the oppressed? Never the oppressor. When Hamas fires rockets, Israel and its allies call it terrorism. But when Israel flattens entire neighborhoods or sends pagers to Lebanon, which the former CIA director admitted very openly is a mass terror attack, it's called collateral damage. I mean, Alan, you've spent your career twisting legal arguments to justify Israel's brutality, and I get that. But tell me, if a foreign army invaded your home, demolished your neighborhoods, and executed your family, would you agree that such actions were self-defense?
Okay, let's let Professor Dershowitz respond before we move on. Right of reply to you, Professor.
Hamas invaded a peaceful area, a peaceful music festival, and murdered and raped everybody. Yes, I think that is aggression and attempted genocide. And
Melinda,
yes,
you're aware he didn't
just let the professor finish. Thanks, Ahmed.
Well, he didn't answer my question.
Israel is fighting a nation. The nation Israel is fighting is called Iran. Iran has armed Hamas. Iran has armed the Houthis. Iran has armed Hezbollah. And Israel is fighting against a four-pronged attack to destroy its very existence. Remember, Hamas's charter demands that Israel not exist. I have favored a two-state solution since 1967. I continue to favor a two-state solution. I would like Ahmad to answer my question directly. Do you support a two-state solution in which there is a Palestinian state living in peace next to a Jewish state called the nation-state of Israel? Do you support that? Answer.
Alan, I'm not a monkey that you can make answer when you're not engaging me. No. Why would I answer him if he didn't answer me? He started talking about Hamas. And by the way, my name is Ahmed.
Okay. Let's not descend into that discussion. Unless you're going to answer Professor's comment, I'm going to move on.
Okay, I'll answer the question. I support truth and facts, and I support Palestinians living in freedom and liberation from the river to the sea, just like Jewish citizens of this state, whatever you want to interpret that as. But I do want to say, you know, we haven't talked about, Alan, the fact that you built your entire, I'm sorry?
Israel.
I'm sorry?
You believe there should not be a country called Israel because you say...
No, that's what you're saying. I said what I said. I know what you're trying to do because you're the kind of guy... Look, Alan, let's be honest.
Okay, I'm going to move this on because
Melinda,
we still
why
have...
is he allowed to say that and then I can't defend myself?
Okay, okay, but make it snappy.
Okay, you defend individuals like Jeffrey Epstein, justify the targeting of killing civilians and children, and you're arguing that torture is sometimes necessary. Now you stand before us and you defend the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. At what point, Alan, do you stop asking questions of me that don't make sense, and do you start asking yourself and admitting that your legal arguments are nothing more than a cover for genocide?
Okay, all right, I'm going to move it on. Gentlemen, you were discussing a little bit earlier, Ahmed, about student protests about Columbia University. So the debate around free speech has heated up again in the US following the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, a demonstration leader at New York's Columbia University. He was arrested and campus protesters have been accused of anti-Semitism, but they argue that they're rallying against the Israeli government's actions and not against all Jewish people. So, Professor Dershowitz, let me ask you first. Are these clampdowns on protesters justified in any way if they're protesting and we talk about the amendment of free speech?
I'm completely in favor of protests. I'm completely in favor of free speech. I defended Palestinians in the Harvard campus and their right to put up a Palestinian flag. I defend Khalil's right to write a letter from prison in which he expresses his free speech. That letter has gotten more attention than all of his previous statements together. What they don't support is people getting into the country fraudulently. And there's every reason to believe that Khalil, when he made his visa application, denied that he supports terrorism or terrorist groups. If he, in fact, was supporting Hamas and was supporting October 7th, then he committed fraud in getting his visa and his green card. That doesn't mean he doesn't have free speech rights. He can speak from outside the country. He can do Zooms. Nobody is suppressing anybody's right of free speech. I want as much free speech as possible, but people should not be allowed to come into the country. Being admitted to the United States is not a right. It's a privilege if they are using it to prevent other people's free speech. Remember, Khalil's group prevented Jewish students from going to class. They disrupted a professor who was trying to teach about the Middle East. They occupied buildings. They attacked janitors. Those are not protected free speech. So I'm completely in favor of protecting the free speech both of Jewish students and of protesters who don't believe that Jewish students should have free speech. But I don't believe in the right to occupy buildings. I don't believe in the right to take over classrooms. I don't believe in the right to intimidate or harass Jewish students. And that's what Khalil is accused of doing. And so there'll be a trial. There'll be a hearing. We'll find out whether he got his...
Actually correct. That's not what he was...
All right, Ahmed, what's your take? Is this free speech or is this a crackdown?
Say it again.
I think it's again, it says a lot. It says a lot that, you know, Alan can't even admit that America is undergoing a very deliberate and overt attack on free speech and the Constitution. A French researcher was detained upon arrival in the U.S. His phone and laptop were confiscated, his private messages scrutinized by federal agents, and his only crime was criticizing Trump's cuts to scientific research. You know, I know that's not about Mahmoud Khalil and the demonization that you were trying to draw up there, but DHS agents have actually labeled his words as hatred of Trump. That could be described as terrorism. So, you know, he was deported the next day. But Alan, as you know, Alan, let me finish. Alan, as you know, not everyone, Alan, let me finish. Not everyone gets treated like this. For example, as a former professor at Columbia myself, Shai Davide, an Israeli professor who has 2 years. Can I just finish? has spent 2 years harassing colleagues, spewing all kinds of propaganda, calling for the death of Arabs, and protesting so aggressively that even Colombia suspended him. But has he been deported? Has he been arrested? Has he been branded a national security threat? Why is this? Well, Melinda, it's very simple. Because in today's America, free speech in America only applies when your words serve power. And that's a hypocrisy that Alan is defending when it's convenient, and we ignore it when it exposes Israel's oppression, occupation, and collective punishment.
I want to ask you actually then, Professor, let me turn that to you. There is a difference between the Jewish people as a community and the Israeli government. So is it a tactic to conflate the two for political reasons?
No, it's not. When you single out only the one nation state of the Jewish people, Israel, for unique condemnation, when you ignore Sudan, when you ignore what's going on in the rest of the world, when you only protest the nation state of the Jewish people and apply a double standard to it, that's anti-Semitism. There are Jewish anti-Semites, just like there are Arab anti-Muslims. That's true of every single culture. But the idea that you apply a double standard to the one nation state in the world, that is the Jewish state, obviously is a form of anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism has become a euphemism for anti-Semitism. And when a member of Congress says it's the Benjamins, baby, that's the only reason that there's support for Israel, that's anti-Semitism.
So do you think that there's no way people can criticize the actions of the Israeli government without being anti-Semitic?
All the time.
Let me ask you again, Professor, do you think there's any way that people can criticize the actions of Benjamin Netanyahu's government and criticize the actions of what the government is doing and not be anti-Semitic?
Absolutely. As the vast majority of Israelis who read Haaretz and who read the Jewish Daily Forward are critical of the Israeli government. If you're Jewish, you can be critical of the Israeli government. If you're an Arab or a Muslim and you're critical of Hamas, be executed.
So why then are Jewish students being expelled and
off a roof if you're a member of Hamas? So let's understand the double standard that we're hearing. It's okay for Hamas to do all the things it does: anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-women, anti-Semitic, anti-everything. That's okay because somehow they're oppressed. But what Israel does is subject to super criticism. I just want a single standard of criticism. And I'm perfectly happy to criticize the Netanyahu government as I have. I don't think the head of Shin Bet should have been fired, but that's not your business. That's not my business. Israel's a democracy, unlike Hamas. Unlike any Arab state in the world, Israel is a democracy, and people have free speech rights to criticize it, whether you're Jewish or not. And I will continue to criticize the Israeli government, to criticize Hamas, and I will apply a single standard of criticism, no matter what the ethnic background is.
Ahmed?
I mean, to suggest that Israel is a democracy, again, just ignores the basic facts. It's a supremacist state where Jews enjoy a completely different legal system, and I don't want to get bogged down in talking.
Let's not.
I'm sorry?
Let's not get bogged down in that. That's a conversation for another day.
Let's not. Yeah. But what I will say is, if you don't want to believe me, I mean, you say, that your question was very well framed, and I think it highlights something very troubling. We've heard from Israeli genocide scholar, of course, who have criticized the Israeli government for waging this genocide. His name is Riz Khan. He says how, the weaponization of the struggle against anti-Semitism, the real struggle, actually puts Jewish people at risk. And so, this conflation, as you said, of a people and a state, it's really troubling. And, we're here saying we're willing to criticize the Israeli government. Alan, you keep saying this war is about Hamas and hostages, and that Israel is fighting to bring them home. But I want to ask you, Netanyahu accepted the ceasefire deal, and why would he then not prioritize the hostages' release, as the families have been demanding just a few days ago, marching to the border with Gaza? He hasn't, because if he has, he wouldn't be carpet bombing Gaza. He escalated the bombing, risking even the lives of his own citizens, and his war cabinet, as you must know, I hope, is fracturing. His approval ratings are plummeting, and his only recourse is endless bloodshed. I mean, Netanyahu's actions by rejecting the ceasefire deal and stalling the hostage negotiations, as well as intensifying the military assault, are clearly not designed to secure safety for any people, let alone Jewish people, but to preserve
Okay, let Professor Dershowitz respond.
I'm saying the United States government has formally announced that the end of the ceasefire was completely the fault of Hamas, that Hamas rejected the offers put forward by the United States government to release a certain number of hostages, and then the ceasefire would continue. And so the ceasefire ending is part of the effort to get the hostages back. The only way to get the hostages back is by putting pressure. In fact, it's working. Hamas announced just today that maybe it would consider, as the result of the bombing, as the result of the military attack, maybe it would consider releasing the hostages. If Hamas released all the hostages today, there'd be an end of this war. That's it. So it's all under the control of Hamas. Release the hostages.
So let me ask this, though. A senior Hamas official, Dr. Bassem Naim, yesterday said that the negotiators were on a verge of a breakthrough on that final negotiation before Prime Minister Netanyahu launched these strikes which broke the ceasefire. So was there ever negotiation in good faith?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying.
I'll repeat my question to you. Just yesterday, Dr. Bassem Naim, a senior Hamas official, said that negotiators were on the verge of a breakthrough in the negotiations before Prime Minister Netanyahu launched the ceasefire ending strikes earlier in the week. So were there negotiations in good faith?
Well, first of all, the United States government has said it's all Hamas's fault, and it's very simple. Let Hamas release the hostages, and we'll see it.
Over and over. Wow.
There will be a ceasefire if Hamas releases the hostages. The only reason for the continuing fighting is to rescue the hostages, these people who are illegally being detained in violation of all international law. You hear Ahmad always piddling about Israel maybe violating this, maybe violating that. But
what are the families of the hostages doing? Are they piddling as well?
Every aspect of international law from the very beginning. So does he have any standing as a Hamas speaker, a Hamas representative, somebody who's opposed to the two-state solution? Does he have any standing even to criticize Israel?
Speaker? Is that what I am, Melinda? So he's allowed to say these things about me, right? I'm a Hamas speaker.
Okay, all right. Let's give Ahmed a right of reply there. He obviously has the right to defend himself.
I'm not interested in defending myself because I don't take anything he says to heart because it's all lies. What I'm interested in is defending the right of the Palestinian people to live in justice and dignity. And you would think that that wouldn't be so triggering to Alan or anyone who actually wants peace. Alan, I'm going to say this directly to you, although I know you're going to interrupt me. No matter how much legal jargon and threats and trying to associate me with Hamas and worse than Hamas you throw around, you are failing at sanitizing this. And the fact that you are here still trying to justify this and blame Hamas entirely, not just for the ceasefire falling through, but for their own ethnic cleansing, is why your own credibility is collapsing. For decades, Israel, like yourself, has been weaponizing language, and the world is waking up. Palestinians are no longer just statistics. They are teachers, doctors, children, human beings being exterminated in front of our eyes, and no amount of propaganda or interruptions can cover that up anymore. This isn't about Hamas. Hamas has only been around for 20 odd years. If it were, as you say about the hostages, Netanyahu would have taken the deal. But his power depends on war, which is why the same day he was supposed to go testify in his corruption. Can I finish without you interrupting me? I'm almost done.
Just finish that statement, Ahmed. Professor, we're going to come to you straight after this to wrap it up. Ahmed, finish off very briefly. We're running out of time.
I just wonder how many more journalists like myself and you need to be killed by the Israeli government before people like Alan and others can actually admit that Israel is flagrantly committing war crimes and is not being held accountable precisely because of what we've agreed on this conversation, which is the U.S. is backing those war crimes.
Okay, Professor, right of reply to you before we end, and we are almost out of time.
Israel wants to live in peace and is perfectly happy to live in peace alongside Palestinians who live in peace. If Israel weren't the subject of what happened on October 7th, there would have been no war in Gaza. If Israel hadn't been attacked when it was first created in 1948, the Palestinians would have a wonderful, very large state. 100% of the fault for the Middle East crisis lies with the Palestinian leadership, with the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem who refused to accept Israel, with Hamas, which refuses to accept Israel. If Hamas will simply return the hostages, lay down their arms, there will be peace. If Israel were to lay down its arms, there would be genocide. It's as simple as that. This is a one-sided issue. Israel wants peace. It wants to live alone. It wants to live in peace. The Palestinians want to see the end of Israel. Zionism is about building a state, Israel. Palestinianism and Hamas is about destroying the state. And that's why my distinguished opponent took...
Gentlemen, we could go on this ad infinitum, but I'm going to have to wrap it up there. I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you both. This has been a very lively discussion. I appreciate your time. Palestinian Kuwaiti journalist and analyst Ahmed Eldin and Professor Alan Dershowitz, the Emeritus Professor of Law at Harvard University. Thank you both for your time. And thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on any discussions like this one, and follow us on X and TikTok for all the latest content. This is Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. News of President Trump's new tariffs are still dominating the front pages and opinion articles of most newspapers today. And the anticipated effects of these tariffs are still resonating globally, causing a lot of concern and raising many questions. Let's start by looking at Le Monde. This is where Pascal Richet wrote about how President Trump overlooks key lessons from history, focusing instead on outdated ideas from the Gilded Age. The article highlights a surprising historical twist. President Trump often praises former U.S. President William McKinley as a tariff king. and uses him to justify his aggressive trade policies. However, the article reveals that McKinley eventually abandoned his protectionist stance later in life, favoring freer trade instead. Richer warns that Trump's tariffs, much like McKinley's early policies, create an illusion of economic security, but risk harming consumers and global trade. The article concludes by suggesting that Trump's approach ignores the complexities of today's interconnected economy and could lead to long-term damage rather than prosperity. The New York Times, on the other hand, published an article by David Brooks. The article was about how to destroy what makes America great. The article delivers a sharp critique of President Trump's sweeping tariff policies. The article argues that these tariffs harm the economy by raising costs for consumers and businesses, while also damaging America's reputation as a global leader in innovation and free trade. It warns that the protectionist measures could isolate the US, making it harder for American companies to compete internationally. The writer emphasizes that tariffs undermine what has historically made America strong: its openness to ideas, talent, and collaboration from around the world. By prioritizing short-term gains over long-term growth, the policies risk eroding the country's economic foundation. The piece calls for a return to policies that embrace global partnerships and foster economic stability. Meanwhile, in The Guardian, Natalie Tochi had an interesting take on the effects of Trump's tariffs on Europe. She wrote that the US trade war could be an opportunity for the EU. She says that while the tariffs target European goods, they also create political challenges for the far-right leaders in Europe, many of whom have supported Trump in the past. Some, like Italy's Matteo Salvini, try to spin the tariffs as an opportunity, while others appear uneasy, caught between defending Trump and representing their own countries. On the positive side, the author explains that trade war has strengthened European unity. Public support for the EU is at a 42-year high, and leaders are working together to prepare a response. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has outlined plans to negotiate with the US, and retaliation could include tariffs on the US services or even restricting American companies' access to the EU market if tensions escalate further. However, the article warns that Trump's administration could exploit divisions within Europe. This strategy could undermine EU unity and disrupt recent cooperation between the EU and the UK on trade and security. The piece concludes that Europe must stay united and prepare for a more strategic approach from Washington. Moving on to the Financial Times, which published an article exploring how certain industries could benefit from President Trump's new tariffs. It highlights software and 3D printing as examples of intangibles that thrive when physical goods face higher costs due to tariffs. The piece explains that while traditional manufacturing struggles under the weight of increased imported taxes, digital solutions and innovative technologies gain an edge. These industries are less affected by trade barriers and can adapt quickly to changing economic conditions. The article suggests that in a tariff-heavy world, businesses focused on intangibles may become key players in driving growth and innovation. To the Times now, where Emma Duncan wrote an opinion article warning that America can no longer be trusted, so it's time for hard decisions, she says. The article argues that Britain faces a tough choice between aligning with the US or Europe in trade and defence. While Prime Minister Keir Starmer's diplomacy helped Britain avoid the harshest US tariffs, deeper issues loom. If the US demands clash with European rules, negotiating trade deals with both sides may prove impossible. Defence decisions also highlight the divide. The article criticizes the US under Trump for being unreliable and unpredictable, favouring autocrats over democracies. While Europe is slower economically and weaker militarily, it is seen as a more stable and aligned partner for Britain. The piece concludes that Britain should rebuild its relationship with Europe rather than depend on an unpredictable America. Away from tariffs, the Washington Post published an article by Philip Bump titled "Democracy and Democrats Aren't Dead Yet." As you can see in the article, he talks about surprising wins for Democrats in recent elections in Wisconsin and Florida. The article explains how Elon Musk's involvement in Republican campaigns backfired. His controversial comments and actions turned off moderate voters, helping Democrats secure key victories. The article sees these results as proof that the Democratic Party is still strong despite the challenges. It also suggests voters are rejecting extreme politics in favor of more practical leadership. The piece ends on a hopeful note, showing that grassroots efforts and voter participation can still make a big difference. Moving on to the Wall Street Journal, which published an interesting article by Kimberly Strassel calling on lawmakers to follow Elon Musk's lead in cutting government waste. Strassel titled the piece, as you can see, "Time for Congress to Musk Up," while stressing that Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, has saved billions by slashing unnecessary spending. But the piece warns that these efforts will be temporary unless Congress takes action. The article emphasizes that real change requires Congress to embrace Musk's work ethic and commit to responsible budgeting. It argues that returning to pre-pandemic spending levels could save hundreds of billions annually while minimizing negative impacts. The author urges lawmakers to stop relying on slogans and start taking accountability for their fiscal decisions, turning Musk's temporary cuts into lasting reforms. And finally, to the Washington Times. As you can see, the newspaper published an article, or an opinion article, by Daniel Hoffman titled "Putin's Long Con: What Trump Must Learn from Reagan." The article reviews US presidents' repeated attempts to negotiate with Russian leaders, often marked by optimism and naivety. From Clinton to Biden, each administration hoped for productive relations with Vladimir Putin, only to face aggression like invasions of Ukraine and cyber attacks. The piece highlights Putin's disinformation tactics and KGB roots, portraying him as a leader driven by interests that oppose Western values. Hoffman contrasts this history with Reagan's peace through strength strategy during the Cold War, which combined military power and diplomacy to counter Soviet expansion. The article urges President Trump to adopt a similar approach, relying on intelligence rather than trusting Putin's public statements. It warns that Putin's negotiations aim to secure a bad deal for the US, weaken NATO, and position Russia as an equal power on the global stage. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Sir Robin Nisbet, thank you so much for joining me on Al Arabiya.
Thanks, Hadley.
I want to get an idea from you of how you see the world today.
The world today. I think it's a world that is coping with an unexpectedly rapid transition that probably should have been happening more gradually, and in a way has been happening gradually for the last 15 to 20 years at least, which is United States stepping back from being what I suppose in international relations terms is called a hegemon, a country that feels it benefits from the system, so is willing to contribute into it.
Willing to pay. Willing
to pay, because in the end it believes what it gets back is more than what it pays in, to a position where certainly, obviously Donald Trump is the ultimate cipher for this change. He believes that the world is taking from America, and therefore he wants to rewrite the rules of that engagement. Now, President Joe Biden wasn't exactly doing the kind of leadership that had been seen from previous American presidents. It had stepped back from global leadership in international economics and international trade. Its engagement in Europe, while institutionally helpful, enlargement of NATO, being very cautious about how to confront Russia or not. It seemed to be more interested in just wanting to keep the Ukraine conflict under control, so it could make that adjustment to write the new rules of engagement with China. So you've got an America that's been trying to adjust its position, but doing it gradually, trying to keep institutions and alliances together, and at least the dance around international rules as being a dance that was still being danced.
Yeah.
To Trump, who's like, no, this is all rubbish. We're starting again, and we're determining how we started. We're going to write the new rules. And the rules are really about what we need, and the rest of the world will have to muck in however it can. So this is a brutal change. But let me finish with this point here. Brutal for those who are relying on the United States. For countries that did not rely on the United States, who felt that the US, in a way, was even taking advantage of them, and that all these great rules-based orders that it talked about didn't apply to them as far as they could tell. A lot of countries across what is called the Global South. If you look at opinion polls, they're fine with it. Like, yeah, let's see what Trump brings us. Maybe it'll be better. We weren't exactly enjoying the past either.
Yeah. In your mind, is Keir Starmer the leader that the UK needs today?
Yes. Simple answer, yes. I think he is a good foil to the emotional, what's the right word to use, the emotional approach that Donald Trump seems to take, but one that just fires off whatever he thinks off the top of his head. If for Keir Starmer to engage in a back and forth like Justin Trudeau has done in Canada, even Macron, who I think has tried to play Trump right and is playing him right to a certain extent, but can't resist, wanting to fly the flag for France occasionally in contradistinction to Donald Trump. Keir Starmer is trying to keep the relationship with America as steady as possible, knowing that it's a position of transition. And for the transition, we're going to need the United States contributing whatever it can. What he's done right, I think, is both not rile up Trump, but at the same time not step back from what he believes are Britain's interests. So, for example, while Donald Trump is taking Zelensky to the woodshed, to use that term, in the February 28th Oval Office meeting, Starmer doesn't criticize Trump. They just step out and say, we're with you. And why don't you meet with the king? The following day, practically, 2 days later.
Yeah.
Nothing about Trump. Just sort of demonstrating continuity on the UK side and amongst America's allies, while not engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Trump administration, which you're not going to win.
Yeah. It's been interesting to see King Charles pushed out as sort of this neutral but entirely British animal. In your mind, how useful is it to have the monarchy around when you need it?
You know, it's funny you should ask that, because I actually said to somebody the other day, it is a form. I mean, Britain's benefited from stability in its politics because the politics don't define the country. I mean, Donald Trump is trying to define what America is, or he believes it is. And he kind of represents, let's call it 50%. I mean, that's not a real number, but if you look at how the elections have gone, at least, he seems to represent roughly half of what Americans are willing to believe in or believe that he represents. But that then means if that's the head of state, America is either Trumpism or Bidenism or Harrisism.
Yes, or something else.
Which means half the population feel betrayed, left out.
He's got a 47% approval rating.
And, you know, it's holding pretty steady. I think it drifted up, if I saw it rightly, to maybe 52% in December, maybe early January. It's now drifted down to 46, but it's still a pretty good number.
Yeah.
So what King Charles does, or the monarchy, it's not really the person. It's this sense that Britain exists beyond its politics. And in a moment of maximum international turbulence, to be able to deploy the king to try to communicate continuity, not communicate, not get involved in hand-to-hand combat, as I was saying a minute ago with the Trump administration, but being there to symbolize Britain's long-term relationship with the United States, which the state visit would have the king playing that role, but at the same time representing Britain's commitment to the kind of values and institutions it believes matter for European security, and then have a meet with Zelensky. So it's not even Charles who's meeting, it's that continuity of what British interests are beyond the politics of the day.
British interest, the Chagos Islands. Is President Trump right when he pushes back on what the Starmer government have done so far?
Well, my understanding is that issue, at least the last time I looked, was cleared for potential forward movement. I thought I saw following Starmer's visit. It was one of the issues on the agenda, and at least publicly, what the Trump administration seems to be saying is, yeah, we've talked about it. Maybe we can live with this, rather than using it as something to beat him over the head. So I think what you've got, understandably, I don't think this is a Trump position per se, this is a position of those responsible for taking care of America's long-term security, is that a 99-year lease on the Chagos Islands, even if it's renewable, number one, isn't guaranteed sovereignty over that in the long term. Secondly, what rights will the Mauritian government have to be able to do deals, for example, with China, on the other islands around Diego Garcia, which obviously is the island where Britain has built the base. I don't know all the details of how that's going to be played out, but I would imagine that the Trump administration is going to want clarification that that long-term security for the zone around, what is their jewel in the crown in the Indian Ocean, that's going to be protected. So it sounds to me like the concept of giving sovereignty back in this very, very long-term then lease structure could be accepted, but they're going to want reassurances that the Mauritian government doesn't then have rights to do things around them that would compromise the credibility of that base.
Tell me this, for the UK specifically, we discussed some of these changes that the Trump administration has really thrust upon the world in terms of their own interdependencies. Some of these changes were necessary and needed. How is the UK placed today when it comes to defence?
The UK is a weird animal because it is one of the few full-spectrum defence-capable countries in Europe, including to the nuclear realm. Very strong special operations forces, a small, too small an army, 70,000 struggling to recruit new, a navy that has now 2 aircraft carriers, but doesn't have the capabilities to protect them when it goes, on long-distance carrier strike group missions, which is planning to undertake again this summer 2025 to the Indo-Pacific, having done the last one in 2021, but not having a sufficient number, a dozen or so, to cover the world, major ships, with interest in Diego Garcia, Falklands, Europe, now the Russians threatening the Northern Passage. And,
you don't have the tonnage.
The list, we just don't have the capacity to be, everywhere. We're making commitments to Japan. Yeah, we'll be there. A new security relationship with Japan being set up. So Britain doesn't have the naval capability. It doesn't have the physical armed forces to be able to deploy in meaningful ways to Europe. But it has a very powerful air force. The ships it has, like an aircraft carrier, are state-of-the-art. The armed forces it has, in particular the special operations, the Marines, and the regiments that are there, are highly trained, very good at their job. You have the nuclear capability, and then importantly, what you have in the UK is some of the best globally cyber capacity, cyber defence and offence, as was announced through the kind of cyber force, the new national cyber force that was announced about 3 or 4 years ago, where Britain made clear it has offensive capabilities that it's willing to use. So you've got this sort of pocket Britain, mini-me capability across the whole spectrum. Now, you could say that means that it's always going to be stretched, and it's lovely to say we can do everything, but then if you can only do a little bit of everything, is that enough? Interestingly, given the world we're in today, what Britain can be, and I think this is where Keir Starmer's trying to take it, is a core player around which other European forces engage. Mm-hmm. And that can also be interoperable with American forces when American forces are willing to engage as well. So, as an example, when the Carrier Strike Group travelled in 2021 to the Indo-Pacific, first time, new carrier, Queen Elizabeth, out it goes. They had American planes, in many cases, on the deck. What's wrong with that? Showing interoperability between America and Britain in a deployment. They had a Dutch frigate contributing as well to protection because we didn't have enough ships to do it. But again, it brought the Dutch in, a European ally, reaching out all the way to the Indo-Pacific. So
and you see this as the future.
Well, somebody described to me as actually maybe what the UK becomes is a focal point around which more interoperable and commonly deployed European capabilities, sometimes with the US, maybe sometimes with Japan, can be organised. And maybe that's the future. There is no European power that's going to have the capability to do what the US does. Even the US is struggling to do what the US does. Yeah. So I think rather than looking at Britain's capabilities as being too small, they're too small for Great Britain to rule the waves, but Britain hasn't been able to do that for decades. Yeah. And so actually its aspects of its weakness are a strength in the sense that they attract others. As long as you recognise it and don't, speak rubbish about us ruling the waves and, being a great independent power. We're not. We're a power that is a power with others, not a power by itself.
Does economic reintegration then follow?
I think closer economic relationship with Europe follows, with the European Union specifically. But I just don't see how politically, and in the end, even economically, the United Kingdom could rejoin the European Union as a full member. I mean, not as far forward as I can see. I think it's more likely that the European Union starts to develop a more concentric circle approach to countries like Norway, Turkey, Ukraine, saying to them, we want to have closer economic relationships with you, and those countries saying, we want closer economic relationships with you. But each one has its peculiarities that makes it difficult for the EU to want them in, and I include the UK on that, by the way. Just again as an example, would it have been possible for the European Union to do a 2-year loan programme worth 750 billion euros to help the post-COVID recovery phase that was then steered to deal with the post-Russian invasion, full-scale invasion of Ukraine, response to the energy crisis? EU governments agreed to borrow on the market 750 billion and pay it back over 2 years or more. And the UK, outside the EU, is going, great, what a good plan. Inside the EU, the UK might have been trying to block it.
Yeah.
So the weird thing is that the European Union, in a way, with now not having the UK inside, is moving forward doing things it couldn't have done before.
Yes.
But the more it does, the more difficult it would ever be for the UK to engage. And yet, ironically, the UK is now more supportive of what the European Union is doing because it's not inside it and having its sovereignty challenged. So I think we're in a weird situation where, you know, the UK, as Churchill once said, it loves a strong Europe as long as it's not having to compromise on British sovereignty. So what we want, I think, and it'll take a long time to get there, it won't happen even because of the crisis in Ukraine, is a UK that starts to develop a deeper and deeper type of trade agreement with the European Union. And it'll be done in fits and starts, and the EU will try to get something for fisheries in return for us getting something on veterinary standards so we can export our food products more easily. And, you know, we'll have to trade off something maybe on funding into big European research programs in return for us having a close relationship maybe in the energy market. You know, the European Union wants us in, but they're always trying to get something back in return. And you can see why. I mean, you know, we send 45% of our exports still to the European Union. You know, the US is maybe 20%. But they send, I think the last number, you know, we're the second largest trade market, but still as a total percentage of exports, we're probably not more than 15% of their exports in our direction. So 45% of ours go to them, whatever, 15, 20% of theirs go to us. You know, you can see who's got the whip hand.
So the United Kingdom is trying to build up their defenses. In your mind, what does this mean for Ukraine? Who's going to be securing the security guarantees?
As long as President Trump is in the White House, Europeans, I think, are going to have to decide whether they're willing to, I'll say support rather than guarantee, support the security of Ukraine. Guarantee it would imply going all the way, if there were an invasion double the size of the one there is now by Russia, into Ukraine.
And this is at a time where not just the United Kingdom is struggling with recruitment, Germany as well.
Absolutely. And Germany's in the beginning of a process of starting to make
wants to
itself
die.
capable.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
Well, no one wants to die. I think the bottom line is at what point are European leaders willing to deploy professional armies to the defense of Europe without knowing that America's got their back. Look, we've been deploying in Europe professional militaries until very recently to Afghanistan, to Iraq, had hundreds of soldiers die in Afghanistan, collectively thousands, not as many as America. But those were professional militaries deployed because the government believed there was, I won't call it an existential, but a major threat from those countries being lawless and terrorist groups being rooted there and then threatening the lives of British citizens on British streets. And so we deployed professional military forces, not conscripts, to go and fight there. And they died thousands of miles from the British shores. Are we saying that a British government wouldn't be willing to deploy professional military forces to support, in some shape or form, reassure Ukraine, if we have said, which we have, that Russia's full-scale annexation of Ukraine would be a fundamental threat to the long-term security of Britain and all European countries? Really? We'd send troops to Afghanistan and not to Ukraine? You know, I think Britain at least, and a few other, whatever part of the coalition of willing is willing to put some boots on the ground, may end up having to do that in the next year or two without the guarantee of America having their back fully, maybe providing some intel, maybe providing some soft support on refueling aircraft or something like that. But my reading of Donald Trump is he believes, and those around him believe, that giving any European force that is maybe sent to Ukraine to help maintain a ceasefire or peace or whatever, what that's going to be, and we don't know yet, but if America were to provide the backstop that Keir Starmer is asking for, then in a way we decide whether America gets involved in a war with Russia, which neither Biden nor Trump wants to do, or wanted to do in Biden's case, or wants to do in Trump's case. And so they are resisting. They're saying, look, you go and defend them. We might diplomatically back you on that and tell the Russians they're going to have to accept it. But don't ask us to cover you, because then that potentially draws us into a war with Russia that we, Trump administration, have said we're just not interested in being part of over Ukraine.
Yes.
And as you know, there's enough ambiguity about whether the Trump administration would protect NATO full stop, never mind Ukraine.
Do you anticipate Vladimir Putin to be still the greatest threat to Europe and to the United Kingdom? I mean, given what we've seen over the last 3 years.
I was about to say yes straight away, but I'm just trying to think about that.
Yeah. We thought he might deploy nukes. He hasn't done it.
Yeah.
He's been reluctant to move more.
I think fundamentally Vladimir Putin wants to rewrite the security order of Europe to one in which Russia feels it is able to extend its sense of security beyond its border into its near abroad, its neighborhood. Not just Belarus, but Georgia, is on the brink. Ukraine, it very much sees as part of Russia's near abroad.
Romania.
And then, the question is, while countries like Norway and Finland, Norway already in NATO, Finland having just joined NATO, Sweden, the Baltics even, which are vulnerable, if you look at where they are physically and how narrow they are and how quickly they could be physically taken if one had needed to. But I think he feels that part of Europe, they could maybe sort of threaten, but it's a pretty fierce force it might face on the other side. But Central Eastern Europe, the Balkans, Bosnia, Romania, Bulgaria, this is a place where Russia's traditionally had a lot of influence. The democratic governments are weak. If you lose Ukraine, how safe is Romania? How safe is Moldova, which was part of the, like Ukraine, the former Soviet Union, as was Georgia? I fear that if Ukraine were to fall, the Balkan area, Southeast Europe, becomes very vulnerable. And then, Europe as a whole and the European Union and even NATO, you've got NATO members there that might become the enemy within. Let's to use that term correctly, unlike J.D. Vance's effort to use that term. You would have an enemy within that is anti-democratic. That's the enemy within for Europe. J.D. Vance, talking about the enemy within being democratic parties, reminds me of the fact that he's obviously supported an election that was lost by Donald Trump as having been one that he won. That's what I call an enemy within, when you start challenging democratic processes.
But in terms of those far-right elements, whether they be in France or in Germany or elsewhere, they are technically, though, a part of the democratic process, whether we like them or not.
So I draw a very clear line between parties that could be described as far-right or illiberal, to use the term that the Hungarian government uses. I had this debate with the Hungarian foreign minister once. He said, what's wrong with illiberal governance? If the people want to vote for being opposed to gay marriage, opposed to open immigration, that believe that Christianity is the core religion of Europe, and that don't want immigration from certain parts of the world, or believe in the sanctity of the family. I mean, take all of those elements. Why shouldn't those governments be elected? And I said to him, that's fine. I mean, if a majority of people want to be what some people call far right under those elements, or far left, where they want to have highly protectionist and protected industries and give more power to unions, if that's what people want to vote for, I'm fine. My problem is that nationalist populist parties tend to believe that the other party are the enemy of the state. And when they take power, if illiberalism means that you start undermining the institutions, the democratic institutions of the state, checks and balances,
but don't the liberals believe that about the far right? Do you know what I mean? Don't the liberals believe that about the far right, that they're enemy of the state?
No. But
so if the far right believes, you see what I'm saying?
If I can simply say that, but the liberals have not tried to close down, you might call them far right parties. They haven't tried to, if not imprison them, run, interesting tax programs against them, as we've seen happen in Turkey, where, you know, it's a democracy, but you try to run against the government and you suddenly find, you know, you're supporting terrorists, or you're
in jail.
Or, well, you're in jail because you did a tax, there was something wrong with your tax form. I mean, the kind of, the problem with the Liberals is that they're not nasty enough. You know, they don't do that stuff to the opposition. They don't imprison them. They don't run scam tax issues against them. They don't try to supplant the judiciary with political appointees. But we have seen that take place in Hungary. We have, you know, when you see the new Austrian far-right party wanting to take control of the intelligence services as one of their requirements for being in government, and yet the last leaders of that particular party were caught on camera trying to sell public favours in return for Russian influence operations inside Austria. I'm sorry, the whataboutism, I don't take it. Oh, you do that to us, we do it to you. No. Those parties are not far right or far left. They are ultimately anti-democratic because they believe that they should rule permanently.
How do you feel
that's the illiberalism I do not accept.
How do you feel about German rearmament in the context of history, given the fact that the second most popular party now in Germany is far right? Is it concerning? Because I get different answers depending on who I'm speaking to and the age of the person that I'm speaking to, frankly.
Right. I think that for Germany, given its economic power, its position in Europe politically, its role within the European Union, and in a Europe that may not be able to rely on America to protect it, for Germany not to step up and develop an effective military force, for us to fear that for one of two reasons, either because of history, and what Germany has done before when it's been armed and heavily armed, or because we feel its domestic politics, in my mind is almost to create a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think we have to trust ourselves as Europeans, trust the systems we've put in place of checks and balances, which is why I get very head up about democratic governments that undermine checks and balances. Checks and balances are the essence of democratic government. Elections are not. Elections can be manipulated, as we've seen all over the world. The essence of democracy is the protection of the individual, including minorities, by checks and balances that prevent excessive power or absolute power being in the arm of the executive. And you've seen Donald Trump doing everything through executive orders at a level that's never been seen before. That is borderline authoritarian, because you're saying, I don't believe in the checks and balances of the courts or of the Congress or of the media or of civil society. That is illiberalism of the sort that I'm saying. Now, I think Germany at the moment has some of the most powerful checks and balances of any European country. It's a federal state. The central government does not have absolute power. You've got a strong Bundesrat, a strong Bundestag. You've got a strong civil society. You've got a federal system where it's very difficult for central government to dominate it.
So you think that's enough?
Well, I think maybe one last point on this. When Hitler took power democratically, as somebody reminded me the other day, asking a similar question to yours, democratically, I reminded them that this was a Germany that was seething with the resentment of what they felt was their unfair treatment by America and the rest of Europe at the end of World War I, which they sort of didn't lose. I mean, they were losing, but they did not fully lose it in the way that they lost it at the end of World War II.
Yes.
And so then they had reparations imposed on them such that it really led to this sense of resentment.
Yes.
And we know resentment breeds a form of nationalism that can be very toxic. Look at Russia, which feels it didn't lose. We didn't lose the Cold War, you know. We were just a state that somehow was taken advantage of. And there's echoes, I'm afraid, of Germany in the 1930s in Russia today.
Yes.
But in Germany still carries the experience of the end of the Second World War, where they were helped to recover, brought into NATO, brought into the European Union, treated as a core member, one of the most powerful members of the new system. I don't believe that Germany is going to go back to the old Germany.
Yeah.
The Germany, let's call it, of the 1930s.
Talk to me a little bit about reform. Where are they today?
You know, it's fascinating because the weird thing about reform is Farage, well, where they are today is looking very strong. and they're vying for the position of the opposition, the loyal opposition to the government.
Yeah, and that is in spite of the internal
Despite the internal ructions, and likely to happen for a while, because it's a very young party and it just doesn't have any of the infrastructure. It's still really a one-man creation.
Yeah. You still see them as a credible threat.
Itself. But the fact of the matter is that they represent... Look, Trump was a one-man man.
Yeah.
No infrastructure, just a capacity to message.
Yes.
And then convincing some people with money to back him. And he decimated the Republican Party. This is not the Republican Party. This is a new party that's called the Republican Party. Now, will the old Republican Party somehow re-emerge alien-like from the inside of the new, like he emerged alien-like from inside the old Republican Party? I don't know. But it is, reform is that, but the problem is British politics don't operate the same way as American politics. Money is harder to acquire and spend. And I think you'll see some change to the law soon that would prevent someone like Elon Musk come in and fund it from Tesla profits. Hopefully there won't be, well, I say hopefully.
There may not be that much to work with
at the end of this. But there are some very wealthy Brits who are willing to put money behind reform, as the Candy brothers and so on, or sorry, one of the Candys has done this so far, one of the Candys. Any case, the point I make about reform is they are, Britain and America have a political contiguity. We have for a long time. Brexit, Trump, we're somewhere between Europe and America. We always have been psychologically and in terms of our politics even. So reform is riding the same wave of popular frustration that got Donald Trump into the White House.
Yes.
And the question is, can Farage turn that popular frustration into an actual political party? When you have a first-past-the-post system, which is very different to the American system, if he gets reform into the second position, then actually the first-past-the-post system could really favour reform, and they could decimate the Conservatives. But first past the post system, I mean, you just need to, get a majority of the votes, a plurality of the vote. 32% of the others get 30 and 28. You get the seat in Parliament. It doesn't matter that you're only 32 and maybe 60% of other people voted for other parties. So reform came second to Labour in 89 seats. Second to Labour, not the Conservatives, not Lib Dems. So they are very close to that kind of breakthrough moment. Trump could become an albatross to that. People are watching the chaos here. There has always been in the populist right of the United Kingdom an anti-Americanism.
Yes.
It's not a pro-Americanism. There's a very small seam in the Conservative Party that are kind of hyper-conservatives. The Liz Truss and Duncan Smith wing used to love, strong conservatives of the George W. Bush mold. But Trump? Even that is a step too far. So I just think the fact that Britain, this is a very long answer, I mean, the thing that Britain has 4.5 more years at least before you'd have to have the next election, we will find out in that time whether it's time that Farage can use to sort of establish reform, or whether reform actually starts to go up and fall off again.
Yeah.
And I can't predict that. I think it's impossible to predict. But I'd say in 2 years' time, we'll know whether reform is taking over the Conservatives or the opposition. And I think that will then probably strengthen Labour. And it might doom the Conservatives because they may end up with a split party. Because, again, as I said, we have a first-past-the-post system where at least a third party has existed for a long time, maybe a fourth. In America, you've only got two.
Yes.
Yeah? You could end up with reform, the Conservatives duking it out over seats, and we'd end up with much more unstable and coalition-y type government over here.
How concerning is the economic picture in Germany today?
It's very concerning, because they've been slow to wake up. I mean, they had a model that was working so well in
with
democracies
cheap Russian
when
gas.
things work. Yeah, cheap Russian gas, open Chinese markets, and a dominant position in the European Union on the back of those two. That trifecta of sort of perfection for them, and a sort of undervalued currency, which allowed through the single currency, Germany's been able to dominate the European market, not just, being a great exporter outside. Germany's biggest export markets are in the EU.
Yes.
But all of that is now being threatened by the fact that they've been sitting on that cosy cushion for way too long. And then maybe that's inevitable. In democratic government, if things are going well, let's just keep it going well. Why take a tough decision? Let's just get re-elected, as Angela Merkel was done. 3, at least 3. Was it 4? 3, definitely 3 occasions. So Germany faces a big challenge. Now, look, Germany's been through this before. 2000 to 2005-06. Very difficult time. It was the sick man of Europe, high unemployment, low growth, sclerotic economy, and they turned it around. So I wouldn't underestimate Germany's capacity for discipline but it is facing a tsunami of Chinese imports that are eating away at what is their key competitiveness. I suppose the difference this time, as I think about your question, is the scale of the Chinese competition. In a way, Germany was competing against itself before and against competitors that couldn't overwhelm it. But it looks to me like China could overwhelm Germany. So what I think we're going to see is Germany backing what I see Europe doing in response to the China, Russia, America threat, which is go back to the Fortress Europe approach. That's how the European Union was built. Was a kind of fortress to protect itself against an overly strong America in the 60s, late 50s, early 60s, because the single market, the reduction of all tariffs happened in the 60s after the Kennedy round. The single market, 92, was built against protection against the Japanese threat. And I think we're going to see a much more interventionist and protectionist Europe trying to give itself space to recover. Emerging against the latest China-America threat. Yeah. So Germany will have to back that kind of internal protectionism. Having been the great champion for open markets, Germany, I think, will now come in behind the French, who are always much more willing to use the EU as protectionism. And then Britain has to make sure it doesn't get left on the outside of a more fortressy Europe. It has to somehow fight its way in to make sure it doesn't get cut on the outside of it.
I mean, there's when we talk about the energy dynamic, obviously, big questions surrounding whether or not we'll see Germany return to nuclear power. Is it inevitable?
I don't know if it's inevitable, but, Merz is being radical, for example, in getting rid of the constitutional debt brake, which was passed with an old parliament.
Yes.
I mean, that's a pretty brutal move to make. Use the parliament that has lost power in the last elections, use the lame duck period to pass a fundamental change, a constitutional change. It's still going to get through the Bundesrat, the upper house, so we'll see if it does that, but I think probably likely to. So given the fact that some of these nuclear, I don't know deeply enough how many of these can be switched back on again. If they can, they might. But I think we've got to just step back for a second. Germany and Europe, I think, are all in on moving power generation to green. Given the electoral drubbing that they've had from populist parties, in particular the Greens have had, in the European parliamentary election and others, what they're trying to do is take away some of the pain where the consumer sees it most directly.
Yes.
So in Germany, get rid of the heat pump requirement, probably loosen up some of the rules about whether you can have hybrid cars, keep internal combustion engine going a bit longer, keep employment in that space. They've changed some of the farming, green farm to fork strategies being eased up. So what they're trying to do is take away pain where the voter feels it head on, but try to keep the energy transition going. Why? Because right now, the way we avoid the pain of too much green is gas. Gas, when you had Biden supplying it, is one thing. When you have Trump supplying your gas, you start to think, wow, we were dependent on Russia, and that was a bad idea.
Yes.
Now we're dependent on America. Is that such a good idea? And if not, then we're then dependent on the Gulf, where who knows, something could go crazy in the Straits of Hormuz.
Do you think really people equate Donald Trump with Vladimir Putin today?
People in Europe certainly do. Absolutely. In fact, I'm afraid they equate him with worse parts of British history. Well, they equate, Putin with Hitler, and the parallels are similar if you take out the final solution and the Jewish question, as the Nazis called it.
I mean, that's gone beyond rhetoric. That's the case, that people see the same.
I think the view of Putin as Hitlerian is firmly established. The fact that people in Europe and some people in America, many people in America, believe that Trump is fascistic Israel. And when you look at Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, using that term.
Yeah.
And others as well in America using that term. I mean, I would say it's Mussolini-esque. I don't think it's, he's got more parallels with Mussolini than, I mean, Hitler is a very specific historical parallel, which I wouldn't use. But if I knew my Italian history a bit more, I might investigate whether there are parallels on the Mussolini side. Yeah, so that's big.
When we think about Ukraine and those security guarantees, given the challenges that Germany is facing, where does that leave the leadership there? Because we, had formerly talked about Germany being the leader of Europe.
Yeah.
Is it going to be France? Where is UK?
You mean in terms of the leadership of Europe or the leadership of Europe to help Ukraine?
To help Ukraine.
The leadership to help Ukraine is heavily British because our public opinion is so supportive of them, so it helps the democratic space. And Britain has a kind of team with it, which is that Nordic team, some of which are EU members and some are not. It's the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is this sort of ad hoc military group made up of EU and NATO members and Britain, which is, was a kind of extra form of reassurance and giving Britain a bit more influence, but now it's taken on a rather important meaning. But it could be Britain and France, because Macron definitely is willing to be there. The question is Macron strong enough?
Yes.
Now, he does have 2, maybe 3 more years at least on his presidency. If he can hold Parliament where it is at the moment, and if the current government of Bayrou can hold together, then maybe France can play a constructive role alongside Britain, and the President has a lot of influence there, but there isn't the same public opinion support, but it's pretty good. The big question, of course, is Germany. What does Merz's Germany do? I think Merz's Germany will swing behind Ukraine, but probably not as far as putting troops, getting too involved militarily. And you know what? I'd say that's just fine. More useful for Germany to be backing up what Britain and France and others put into Ukraine in Europe proper, to sort of be at the heart of an EU or NATO, stronger presence in that. You don't need Germany also on the front line with Russia, which is just going to set off kind of memories in Russia that could make Russia more unpredictable, but also would then feed the internal resistance that we're doing too much, which is not so much pro-Russianness as, we mustn't go back to the past, which does feed AfD. So I think, Merz has got a very interesting line to have to follow, where he leans forward enough to be a core member of the group that's making Europe stronger again without America, to be able to support Ukraine, but that doesn't go so far as to then undercut his own popular mandate.
Yes.
And I think the solution to that is to be big in NATO and big in EU defence, kind of on one layer back.
Yeah.
And that's just fine. If America starts pulling back, we're going to need that layer.
Much has been made of sort of Europe turning to China after years of being on board with the United States. In your mind, how quickly could that happen? Is that going to happen?
I think Europe, broadly, European governments, including Britain, are going to set aside some of what was the growing scepticism about China, well-rooted, human rights, unfair economic competition, its position in various UN institutions, obviously the cyber espionage and so on. I think logically what European governments want to do, and we've seen Keir Starmer and the British government, amongst others, already lean forward in that direction, is to say it's hard enough taking on Russia and China simultaneously, because at least we had the cheap Russian energy, now we're losing that. Can we also take on China? But to take on China, Russia and America, which is about to, we think, impose new swingeing tariffs on us, all of them simultaneously? No, I think that's going to force a sort of new realism on European governments to say, hey, look, if you want to do America first, that's your prerogative. But then you can't criticize us for having to do Europe first. And in Europe first, we may need to do a bit more with China. Now, two very important things come in on this. Number one, Ukraine. The reason Europe's relationship has become so negative with China in the last 2 years has been China's perceived support of Russia. Not selling it outright weapons, but definitely selling it dual-use technologies, supporting its narrative that this is a defensive war, and basically stepping in and investing in all the areas where the European companies had to pull out. And there's the bigger narrative, you know, we, as Xi Jinping said to Vladimir Putin, we're building a new world, you know, you and I together. And that's Xi Jinping.
Yes.
Leaning in, saying, we and Russia. Well, if you're a European, you go, what do you mean, we and Russia? I was in Beijing again in July this year and getting criticized by a Chinese audience, you know, why is... Europe should be, you know, why are you picking on America's side? You know, Europe should be in the middle. You shouldn't be America's lackey. And I didn't use that term, but I'll use that term. And I said, sorry, are you missing something? We are at war in Europe, and you are supporting the country that Europe is at war with. And you expect us to have a balanced relationship? Now, I was saying this during Biden's time. Yeah. And of course, we're saying naturally we're leaning to America because America is part of resisting what Putin is doing. Now, where is America? We don't know on this. It's at least it's trying to drive a peace. If peace is achieved under whatever terms, then the fact is then China will no longer be supporting a country that's at war with Europe. So actually our ability to do more with China will expand.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. And I think, but the problem is, remember our Fortress Europe mentality, what I was describing a minute ago. So the terms under which we operate with China, I think, will be very different.
Yeah.
We will invest less over there. We will force them to invest more in us. You want to sell to Europe? Come and invest in Europe. And by the way, if you want to carry on selling into Europe, we've got to be able to sell more to you. So I think it'll become a much more transactional kind of relationship. But China, if it's losing access to the US market and is overselling, all we know already, to the ASEAN and other markets, it's probably going to need the European market. So I think we'll be in a pretty strong position to at least negotiate.
Where do you see Europe's influence in the next few years?
Globally, kind of in general.
If we're speaking now about a world of spheres of influence, which we are.
Exactly.
It's tough to
project.
It's
very. I think the problem is Europe is caught between two stools. Europe should be having a strong voice in the Middle East. It's much closer to us than it is to America. We've signed up to this Arab peace plan, for Gaza, but you know, Netanyahu's decided, forget that. You know, I'm going back for round two with Hamas, and so far at least, Trump is backing him. Where are we in Africa? I mean, Africa is our backyard. You think of the vertical, where all those critical minerals, we should be helping African countries develop those capabilities and do value added there, so employment is created in Africa and people don't come north. Now, we are doing stuff, to be fair. European governments are investing more in sub-Saharan Africa, including on energy, and there's some very interesting stuff going on. But, boy, are we behind the curve compared to China. And even America is starting to invest more. And I think Trump might want to get in there too. Minerals, real estate, deals, you know, that's his stuff. So I think what I'm torn in my answer to you is that in the list of priorities that Europe has right now, somewhere jostling for the top are two: survival of Ukraine, and we've got to rebuild Europe. And to do that, we need to protect ourselves. So, you know, your mind goes very protective. And your question is Ukraine inside that bound of protection, which I would argue it should be. But either way, it's like a double problem. You know, we've got to protect ourselves from America and we've got to protect Ukraine. In the end, I think those two things will come together, because if Ukraine falls, European integration collapses, I think. I won't say the European Union will collapse, that's too hyperbolic. But how do you do deals in the European Union if some European members feel that others don't care about their security?
Yes.
And if you're in Poland or the Baltic states or Finland or Sweden and Netherlands, you will believe that other parts of Europe abandoned them
Yeah.
Because they are now less secure because Ukraine's been taken over. So I have to believe, and I'm willing to stick my neck out on this, that because everyone wants to keep the European Union together, because otherwise they can't protect themselves from a transactional America, a threatening Russia, and a very mercantilist China, that in the end they'll hang together with Ukraine rather than hang separately. The phrase I used in a Foreign Affairs article earlier this year, before things went crazy. And so I remain, I think Europe is going to have to find a way to fix itself first, then it might be able to play a role more internationally. But it can't be playing the role internationally until it feels it's on solid ground or more solid ground at home. At the moment, the home ground is tilting in all directions.
And how long do you think that retraction lasts?
At least a term of people's government, so at least 4 or 5 years.
The narrative in D.C. seems to be that he will not push the tariffs question
as far as
and for as long.
I mean, my feeling is that on tariffs, if Trump goes full bore on tariffs in the coming months, which he has not done so far, he seems to be using them in the transactional sense that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was saying, and some of his other advisors, Howard Lutnick, but certainly the Steve Moran, this guy that is being nominated to lead the Council of Economic Advisors, where you use them as a stick as leverage, because if according to the World Bank, America's consumer market is equivalent to 43% of all global consumption. You're Trump, you're saying, you want to come and eat my pie, the American consumer is your pie, you've got to pay a price to come in here. You don't get it free and then keep the jobs over there and come and eat at my table. I mean, it's a very basic way of thinking about it. So I think we're going to be in some type of trade war, probably for most of his term. The problem is Trump's got two brains. The biggest discipline will in the end be America on America. Because if he keeps scaling up the tariffs, I think it's undoubtedly the fact that the price of goods for his voters will go up, and interest rates will probably stay relatively high. And the one thing you know about Trump, he believes two things fundamentally, I think. Two things. One, tariffs are the answer to everything, and he really wants to do it and change the whole shape of the American economy back to the 1870s, where tariffs were the main source of income, and believes you should because we've got the big pie and others want to eat it. But the other half of his brain is, I've got to be loyal to people who are loyal to me. And there's two communities loyal to him. The big money people, who will also help him. And if they start to say, this is really failing and the bond markets are going back to front, and, at some point he might listen to them. And secondly, if he feels his voters, who are those people who turned up for him now twice, 3 times, are loyal to him and they start to suffer, then that, I think when those two come, which one wins?
Yes.
I think loyalty to his base and loyalty to his family and making money and to his buddies will win out over his belief that tariffs are good.
Robin, I'm going to have to leave it there. But thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Great for the opportunity.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The world responds to Trump's long-awaited tariffs. Canadians fight back. Mark Carney announces a 25% tax on imported US vehicles. And at least 6 people are dead and over 200,000 without power after tornadoes rage across the US. Now to our top story, and the whole world is talking about President Trump's favorite word, tariffs. Yes, after months of threats, Trump finally unveiled his plan to make America wealthy again, with all eyes on his tariff table. Let's take a look.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. China, first row. China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes.
Let's discuss that moment and all of today's news stories with Al Arabiya website editor Joanne Surya and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri Pickett. Welcome to you both. Thank you so much for joining me. So there we are, Donald Trump last night in the Rose Garden. We saw him with this table. Quite a moment in history. How do you both feel about what we just saw?
Ladies first.
Sure. It's a bit confusing, I think, like everyone has been saying. It's all new. We're still trying to figure out what's going to happen, where this is headed. We've seen all different types of reactions from all over the world, and it's just a matter of waiting at this point.
You know, yesterday, just after it happened, I would have thought there were 3 words that best explained what was happening. One was countermeasures, another was chaos, and the third probably would have been regrettable. Those were the ones that I saw the most. Now, almost 24 hours later, I think it's 2 other words, trade, war, and I would add another one, which is recession. I think those are trade wars. I think we're going to be in the midst of that, and I think that there's a real chance now that there could be a recession coming at some point in 2025.
And I feel like a lot of people think there's a lot more questions than there are answers at this crossroads after this announcement. But Joanne, Trump's approval rating has fallen to 43%, the lowest since his return to office. Could these tariffs actually be the undoing of his presidency? He says he's going to make America wealthy again and great again. But what do you think about the repercussions?
So just to be clear, that poll was before these tariffs were announced. So I think that just depends, honestly, at this point. If these tariffs do actually do what Trump is saying the goal is, that could be a win for Trump and for his administration. But if people are going to wait it out, like they're being told, just wait it out. It's bad at first, then it'll get better. But then they end up paying a lot more when they go to the grocery store or at the pump or anything like that. I think his approval rating will be even hit worse.
And you've got family in the US. You know, what have they been saying to you? You over here. What's the kind of feeling amongst everyone?
I think anxiety is the word to use there. Everyone's anxious. Nobody knows where this is headed. Especially, I'm talking from a consumer point of view. If I'm talking about my family, so they're, basic American consumers, and anytime things become more expensive, that affects people, affects families, affects individuals, even some family friends that are in business. They said that they voted for Trump because of business and in hopes that it would improve their businesses, and it's actually having a negative impact on them so far.
And Michael, I just wanted to have a talk about the stock markets. I mean, if we talk about the US market, it opened significantly lower this morning. We saw the tech-heavy NASDAQ that was down over 5%. Listen, the European market's also lower, but not to the extent. Do you think we could see Trump attempting to U-turn, to claw back support? Do you think he's got a bit of buyer's remorse, maybe?
I don't think so. I think he is, I heard someone explain quite basically that Trump likes tariffs. He believes in them. And J.D. Vance has been out speaking along the similar lines. He is very much in favor, trying to get the American public to understand that there is going to be some short-term pain, but for long-term gain. I don't think Trump is going to be wanting to claw anything back. I think he wants this. He may want to use it as a bit of a foreign policy tool, which tariffs traditionally are not used as. But I think he's wanting to have these conversations with countries. But I also think that he doesn't want the tariffs to go anywhere. He believes in them and he wants them.
Well, actually, earlier on, I spoke to former Trump chair Rob Artlett, who believed President Trump knows exactly what he's doing. Take a listen.
He just wants an even playing field. When there is a country, as an example, that's got a 200% tariff on their rice that's coming into America, that's not really fair. So at the end of the day, President Trump is only placing these tariffs on countries that are not being fair to the American citizens as it relates to their exports that are coming into this country. This actually could be part of his tremendous legacy because that's exactly what he believes, and I believe President Trump. Again, he is a very successful businessman, and he's bringing his business experience to the White House.
So there we are. That was Rob Artlett. And he basically said to me, listen, this is going to be Trump's legacy, which I thought was really interesting. But today, Trump himself came out and he said on his social media platform in capital letters, the operation is over, the patient has lived, and it's healing. And the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said, trust in President Trump. So really, Joanne, is this Republican Party watertight, and no matter what happens, they're going to be supporting this?
I think so, yes. So that's something known about the Republican Party, is that they stick together, they stand behind each other no matter what, and we've seen that with Trump and his administration, and also with Trump, he seems to surround himself with people who are loyal to him, and we've seen that especially with this administration compared to his last term. So yes, I would say yes to that question.
I would actually counter that. I think that when you're talking about India, when you're talking about China, Japan, South Korea, some of the countries in Asia that were hit hard, I would agree that the Republicans will be, they'll stand in line and they'll be loyal and faithful to the president. But I wonder when things hit Canada and Mexico, when it hits closer to home, when there is a more direct impact on American consumers, I wonder if maybe some of that faithfulness will start to be a little less strong.
And that's something that I have kind of been asking a lot of people, especially Republicans we've been speaking to on the show, like Rob Artlett and Angie Wong. I've spoken to them about the midterm elections, and I did say to them, are people willing to endure the pain, but only for how long? So would the midterms be a real significant turning point if this really starts to bite people when they go to the supermarket?
And I think we saw something similar to that with the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. I'm not sure if that was backlash against Musk or if that was because of some of what President Trump is doing. I do think that 18 months from now, if things go south, like some people think that they could, I think it could be I don't think the Republicans would fare very well. And I think that would concern a lot of people.
We're only on day 74. just to let you know, not even 100 days of Trump yet. But staying with tariffs now, and Canada's response to them, Prime Minister Mark Carney told reporters Canada will act with purpose and with force after Trump slapped a brand new 25% tariff on foreign-made cars. Take a look.
And the U.S. has signaled that there will be additional tariffs in so-called strategic sectors, pharmaceuticals, lumber, and semiconductors. So we're in a situation where there is going to be an impact on the U.S. economy, which will build with time. In our judgment, it will be negative on the U.S. economy. That will have an impact on us. But the series of measures will directly affect millions of Canadians. We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers, and we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. In a crisis, it's important to come together, and it's essential to act with purpose and with force, and that's what we will do.
And we're lucky enough to have an American and a Canadian in the studio today. So, of course, Michael, as a resident of Canada, what do you make of 25% tariff for your countrymen? And were you expecting more?
So, yesterday I was expecting more, and I thought it would be a lot worse. But you have to remember that today Canada will find out more, hopefully there'll be more clarity on the auto tariffs. But you also have to remember that it wasn't too long ago that there were 25% tariffs that were imposed on steel and aluminum. Aluminum for some, aluminum for others. There also is the threat, but it looks like it's probably going to be some sort of tariffs on lumber and pharmaceuticals and on microprocessors. So while that one day Canada did better than expected, I think in the long run we might not fare as well.
Joanne, I just wanted to say, Trump seemed to have a real issue with Canada under Justin Trudeau. Do you think he's been a little bit nicer to Carney?
Well, he hasn't called him Governor of Canada yet, so that's, I think, a good sign. Another thing is that they did have a phone call recently, and they both seemed to have a positive outcome from that conversation. They said it was constructive, it was productive, and so they haven't been, Trump, I guess I would say, he hasn't been really attacking him as much as he was on Trudeau. And soon, I think we'll just have to wait and see how this relationship plays out, really, with time. And then also they're going to meet in person after the elections in Canada, after the Canada elections. So I think we'll see more once that meeting happens and how they are in person together.
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael, Mark Carney, he's got a great CV. We know that. He was, of course, the governor of the Bank of England, where I had the opportunity to meet him. And he was also the governor of the Bank of Canada. So he's a guy with loads of skin in the game. Do you think President Trump is going to respect him more and maybe be kinder to Canada?
I think he'll respect him more because of the CV, as you said, but also, you know, traditionally Trump has not thought the highest of career politicians. And although Justin Trudeau had been a teacher before he entered politics, I think because he came from a family, his father, of course, had been prime minister, I think that right away that would be something that Trump would not feel a kinship with. And I think with Mark Carney, he sees somebody who's a little bit older. He's going to be 60. And I think he sees somebody who has an established track record and, as you said, an impressive CV. And I think that there is maybe that thinking that he has to be a little bit more conciliatory, at least in the beginning, to see in which direction the relationship's going to go.
So I just wanted to speak to you a little bit. You touched on the election there, Joanne, but for you, do you think Mark Carney's got a good shot at winning this, and how's he doing in the polls?
So the elections will be on the 28th of April, so you have about 3 weeks or so. If elections were held today, he would probably have a majority government, and there's no way that you would have said that a few months ago. I think that he is doing well because he has the advantage that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of Conservatives, and the leader of the NDP do not have, which is that Mark Carney can actually stand up in front of a group of reporters and say, this is what I talked to the president about. And Trump and tariffs are the only issue that are on the Canadian election scene this year. And when he can do that and the others can't, I think that gives him a huge advantage.
So there's been a big US-Canada feud going on, Joanne. We heard about Canadianos coming in. And can you tell me any more about this? What do you think about the two once really close allies now seemingly having this rift?
Well, there's always been a bit of, I wouldn't say competition, but there's always been a bit of sensitivity between Americans and Canadians, right? It's like, oh,
no, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, right. Am I right? Like, there's always like, oh, they're Canadian, oh, they're American. And like, maybe it's an American thing. I don't know. It goes back to maybe Americans being in their own bubble and thinking, you know, thinking differently about the rest of the world. But it's just one of those things. I think we'll hear more about those things just for like a little drama, just about the coffee, Americanos now being Canadianos, that kind of thing. It just goes with you know, just the drama that comes with all this.
Yeah, and the 51st state that he kept on touting, of course, Donald Trump, and also the governor's situation. That seems to have all died down now.
I haven't heard that recently.
But, yeah, I didn't realise there was any conflict between America and Canada, but there we are.
I think maybe it could be on the American side, but I'm sure any American would agree that there is a bit of a sensitivity there, just to say other Canadians, other Americans, that kind of thing.
And to all the viewers, we're all friends here.
Yes.
Indeed. Stay right there for now. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Hungary has announced its withdrawal from the International Criminal Court. It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is under an ICC arrest warrant, arrives in Budapest for a state visit. Hungary is a founding member of the ICC, which does consist of 125 member states. Thousands of people in Haiti have taken to the streets to protest against armed gangs. Violent groups have forced over 1 million from their homes, leading to mass hunger and a declining economy. The coalition, known as Viv and Sam, are also accused of extortion, mass rapes and killings. Senior Russia negotiator Kirill Dmitriev has met with the Trump administration in Washington, and the United States continues to push for a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire. Dmitriev is the highest-ranking Russian official to travel to the U.S. on state business since Russia expanded its invasion of Ukraine. And at least 30 people have died as a result of the Los Angeles wildfires, which raged through the region back in January. Authorities gave the update as the remains of another victim were discovered. The fires, which destroyed parts of California, burned for over 3 weeks and forced thousands to evacuate their homes. The death toll from the 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit Myanmar last Friday has now killed over 3,000 people. In a statement, the military-led government said hundreds more are still missing and nearly 5,000 have been injured. Search and rescue teams say they are scrambling to provide medical aid and shelter for the survivors. Let's hear from some of them.
There is zero possibility of finding survivors. It is the 5th or 6th day after the earthquake, and the weather is extremely hot. So it is not possible for people to stay alive in this situation. We have only recovered bodies so far.
It was an 8-story building, but 5 stories went down into the ground. Only 3 stories remain above ground. We found 3 dead bodies yesterday. Some bodies still remain under the rubble. We have been searching for 4 days since the first day of the earthquake. We searched during the day and overnight. We could smell bodies under the debris. The smell disappears briefly while digging, but returns later. We don't know what will happen in the coming days.
Joanne, horrendous scenes that we're seeing coming out of Myanmar, obviously nearly a week since that earthquake hit. Many countries have sent aid to support the efforts there, but it's complex because of the ongoing civil war in the country.
Yeah, so the civil war has really affected aid being able to deliver aid to different areas. One, access restrictions. So in conflict zones, there's issues with the roads. There's issues with bridges, any kind of transportation, so they can't get aid to the right areas. And then also there's been reports that and concerns that the aid is being distributed to places held by the military junta instead of everywhere that needs the aid. So there's also been those concerns where aid is not reaching those most in need.
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael, we're also hearing that there could be severe rains coming from Myanmar. And as we know, it's pretty cut off from the rest of the world. And there's concerns of cholera. And what do you think that the world can do right now? Is aid going to be able to get into the countries, and are people going to be able to join forces like the UN and the WHO?
Well, I think one of the surprises has actually been China in this situation. They have not only sent over a lot of personnel, where in the past U.S. Aid would have done that, but they've also donated $14 million for relief efforts, where the U.S. Aid has only donated $2 million. So you already see, with Trump being in power, as you said, only 74 days, you're seeing how things have changed in a situation like this, where in the past the U.S. was there before anybody else. U.S. rescuers are hung up right now at various border crossings because they're waiting for visas to be sorted out. So while we are optimistic that things will hopefully improve in the short term, I think things will change in the long term because of the way things have happened, have shifted in U.S. politics.
And also, Joanne, we've seen so many sad scenes, family members waiting for days because there's just no machinery to help these people right now. But incredibly, some survivors are still being pulled from the rubble.
Yeah, there's actually one survivor recently. He was pulled after being under the rubble for nearly 125 hours. He was alive. Obviously, he needed a lot of medical care, so he is in the hospital now being treated. But he's one of the stories of survival.
Yeah, and we're just looking at those pictures now. Pretty incredible. But of course, Bangkok, Michael, also felt the effects of this. And I think it was so many aftershocks that caused so much problem.
And that's usually the case. I lived in Japan for many years where you would have earthquakes almost on a weekly basis. And the big one is not, you being from California, you would know, the big one is not the big one. It's the aftershocks. Those are where people will sometimes go to help, and there will be buildings that will be almost falling, and then with the aftershocks, they will fall. So it's an ongoing situation that I think is incredibly dangerous for everybody that's involved, of course. But I do think that the aftershocks and that were felt in Thailand have proven to be not as bad as, of course, the big one. But in this particular case, they still have to continue to be really careful.
Yeah, very sad scenes. Thank you. Well, stay right there, Joanne and Michael. We'll be back with you in just a moment's time. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Oil prices fell by over 3% on Thursday as a reaction to President Trump's tariff announcement. Investors are concerned a global trade war will affect economic growth and limit fuel demand. Brent futures were down $2.66 to $72.29 a barrel, and that was earlier today. Similarly, U.S. crypto stocks fell in pre-market trading on Thursday. Investor confidence has been rattled due to increasing trade tensions, prompting a sell-off in the riskier assets. Crypto exchange Coinbase Global fell 4%, while major Bitcoin holder Strategy dropped 3%. Turning to all the sports news now, and Fenerbahce boss Jose Mourinho has been accused of physically attacking the manager Okan Burak after he appeared to grab his nose following their team's clash in the Turkish Cup. Mourinho approached Okan Burak from behind and appeared to pinch his nose. Borak then fell and covered his face with his hands. It took place when both managers were speaking with match officials after the very final whistle. And the British tennis player Emma Raducanu has pulled out of next week's Billie Jean King Cup qualifiers in the Netherlands to look after her body. The UK number 2 reached the Miami Open quarter-finals last week. The 22-year-old has competed in 7 tournaments so far this year, the most she's played in the first 3 months of a season. Severe storms causing tornadoes and floodings have hit areas of America's South and Midwest, leaving at least 2 people dead. It comes on the back of a recent spate of powerful storms across the country, but the National Weather Service warns there's now the threat of multi-day catastrophic and potentially historic rainfall event. Al Arabiya's news correspondent Sarah Firth has more on this developing story.
The terrifying moment capturing a tornado on the ground in Mississippi, heading towards Tennessee overnight. Residents in some of the towns along the storm path urged to take shelter immediately. At least 19 tornadoes struck Wednesday night as storms ripped through areas from Texas to Michigan, killing at least 2 people. Today, the National Weather Service warning of generational floods in the US South and Midwest. This was the aftermath of recent storm damage in Alabama. And in Mississippi, recent storms left a trail of damage, with homes destroyed and trees uprooted. Today, are Kansas, Missouri, Tennessee and Mississippi all on severe storm warnings. Some of these areas have already declared a state of emergency. Homes destroyed, cars submerged. These areas in America's South and Midwest, not unused to extreme weather, but with many still picking up the pieces of damage caused by recent storms, the warning now is stark, that the worst could still be yet to come. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News, Washington.
So, Joanne, you've actually lived in California. Luckily, you've never experienced a U.S. tornado. Is that correct?
Yes. So no tornadoes in California, but we grew up hearing about tornadoes, seeing what happens in other parts of the country on TV and on the news. But every area, I feel, in the U.S. has its own natural disasters. In California, we have the wildfires, for example, or earthquakes in some parts of California. And that is something that we just have to deal with because it depends on where we live.
Yeah, absolutely. But Michael, your house in Florida was affected by Hurricane Milton. What can you tell us about that experience?
So as a Canadian owning in America, some might think that I'm a traitor, but we bought it many years ago. It's 90 seconds away from the beach. It's in a small town called Treasure Island. And when Hurricane Milton hit last year, it was rendered uninhabitable. There was sand. It became an indoor swimming pool. There were pictures that neighbors had taken where the water came up to about 4 feet high. So now we're waiting for FEMA and for the insurance company to decide how much we'll get. But what's interesting for the tornado talk is that the moisture that affected this particular weather in what's called the tornado alley in the States also came from the Gulf. And tornadoes are so much more common than hurricanes, but the amount of destruction that they can produce, I think if you're looking at photographs from the aftermath, a hurricane, it might look like it's a little bit soggy, but you can see with tornadoes, roofs are just getting ripped off, and you can see, people's lives destroyed. It seems so much more dramatically than just about any other natural disaster.
Yeah, we're just having a look and we can see some pictures on the screen that you've sent us of your house. And it is really difficult, isn't it, to see that destruction? And where do you start repairing it, really?
For us, if I can speak personally for a moment, it was just a year before we had shipped all our household items, the stuff that we had gathered over 34 years of marriage and 2 grown children. We just shipped all that stuff from the UAE to Florida. And of course, a year later, the storm hit and it was all ruined. And it was a Category 5 storm, which meant that there was sewage backing up. So anything that was touched by any of the water had to be thrown away. So you had workmen who came in and threw out all your furniture, all your personal belongings. It didn't matter. So probably 80% of what we would have considered personal keepsakes were destroyed.
Yeah, of course. And we were speaking earlier, I was saying I've never been in anything, but I can remember the Dubai floods. I know it's nothing like that, but it was very traumatic and it was quite scary. And I remember the water almost coming up into my house.
I remember our car flooded in the parking garage under the building, and I think it was maybe 4 or 5 feet of water inside the building, inside the garage, and then also in the ground floor of the building. And we had to walk out as a family through water that was knee-high to get to the main road, to be able to catch a ride, to get out of the area. There's no way out other than walking through the water. That was traumatizing to have to go through that, and like with a little kid and all that. And it was something that I hope we never have to experience again. And I hope no one has to experience that at all.
Yeah, because I've never been through anything like that, and I was in this same situation. But I always think nature has a way of winning in lots of different aspects of life. And finally, we've reached this point in the show that Joanne and Michael have come up with a couple of very quirky stories of the day, and they're going to tell us about it. So, Michael, tell us about the escaped otter.
So actually, it was two American river otters escaped from a zoo in Wisconsin, in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And what was interesting is that whenever you have, I think, wildlife, and then they are given names, it elevates their story. So you had Ophelia and you had Louis. Now, Ophelia was captured about a week afterwards. Louis, however, is still on the run. And it is otter mating season. So the thinking is that perhaps Louis is going to be gone a little bit longer, and hopefully he'll have a safe return, just like Ophelia.
Maybe he's having a look for a different girlfriend for a little while if it's mating season. And Joanne, you got a really interesting story about some family ashes. Let's just watch it first. Oh, we were meant to see the clip, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
Technical difficulties.
We'll show the clip eventually. But tell us the story.
So this mom of a toddler, she left her child for, I think, seconds or less than 2 minutes. She goes upstairs to do something with the laundry. She comes back and she finds him in his grandfather's ashes. Spread, you can see it in the clip, spread all over the couch and on his face, meaning he was definitely eating it. So she was mortified. You can hear her voice in the video. I was trying to see if she was in the middle between like laughing and crying, because toddlers just do the craziest things, and sometimes you want to be so mad at them, but also you want to laugh because it's just hilarious. Good thing the boy's okay. She did get him checked out. Doctor said he'll be fine. They just told her to have him drink water, and I guess it'll just flush out of his system. But yeah. It went viral on TikTok, and people had a lot to say in the comments.
I was really distressed when I first watched it. I'm not going to lie. But I don't know, Michael, people do a lot of things with ashes. We were talking about this earlier. What kind of insights do you have into this?
So the first one that came to my mind was many years ago, Keith Richards announcing that he had snorted some of his father's ashes. Mm-hmm. And I think that others can make jewelry. They can use it as actually almost like henna, where they have tattoos. The ashes are used they're tattooed into the person. So if you want that loved one to stay with you forever, there are ways to make sure that it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just talking about strange things we ate as children, and I remember eating all the dog biscuits. I got to confess, because it used to drive my mum wild. And you've got a little boy. What strange things has he been eating?
I mean, sand at the beach, that was one of the first things, but I think that's just normal. He wants to try the texture. Today, he drove me crazy because he dropped his snacks on the floor in the parking garage where, everyone walks and all the cars. Yeah. And he had a tantrum because I wouldn't let him eat it off the floor.
2-second rule.
Yeah, no, no, not in the parking garage.
And your children, when they were young, anything?
So my kids are 28 now. They live in North America. I think that when they were younger, I think the craziest thing would probably be pineapple on pizza.
Oh, well, I love pineapple on pizza. It's honestly one of my favourite things. I don't think that's crazy.
But you ate dog biscuits.
No, but the dog, can I tell you something? Dog biscuits were better than the pineapple on pizza. But I don't think that's too crazy, actually. I'm with the pineapple on the pizza.
Not for me.
Well, thank you so much for those quirky stories. They were absolutely brilliant. And we do hope that the otter Louis is returned very soon. Thank you very much. Here's a reminder of our top stories. The world responds to Trump's long-awaited tariffs. Canadians fight back. Mark Carney announces a 25% tax on imported US vehicles. And at least 6 people are dead and over 200,000 without power after tornadoes rage across the US. And that's all from us on W News Extra. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, followed by a special interview with Hadley Gamble. Good night, and I just want to say thank you very much to my guests who joined me on the show.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now, the leader of France's National Rally Party, Marine Le Pen, has hit back after being convicted of embezzlement. Well, that's a conviction which bars her from running for president in 2027. Well, Le Pen says there is, quote, no way she's going to leave politics, and she's vowing to fight that ban. Well, in her first interview since the sentence was handed down, a visibly angry Le Pen told the French broadcaster TF1 that she wouldn't allow herself to be eliminated.
I am a fighter. I won't let myself be eliminated like this. I will pursue every possible avenue of recourse. There may be a small path, it may be narrow, but it exists. In fact, I will clearly request an appeal decision to allow me to consider running in the presidential election. I will always stand by the millions of French people who believe in me.
Marine Le Pen speaking there on French television. Well, let's get more. We can speak to Fabrice Leggeri, who is an MEP for France's National Rally Party, who joined us from Strasbourg. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. What's Marine Le Pen going to do now?
Well, thank you for the invitation. Now, after this verdict, the options for Marine Le Pen are first to appeal. But there is a narrow path. Because the problem is that this decision made by the judge yesterday is not really, cannot be appealed, and that's a problem with the rule of law, because she cannot appeal effectively the decision to ban her on the presidential election, to prevent her from running for the presidential election. So the damage that can be inflicted by judges is a political interference. And this is also what we want to denounce, that this decision made by the court is in fact politically driven, because the judge was not neutral, and the judge said explicitly that she wanted to prevent Marine Le Pen from being a candidate and to run for the presidential election.
So you're saying the judge wasn't neutral. Just to help our audience understand, what was it about the judge and the proceedings that you think were biased against Mrs. Le Pen?
We are not talking about corruption. We are not talking about bribery. We are talking about a disagreement between the administrative service of the European Parliament on the one hand and our political party about what parliamentary assistants are allowed to do, what kind of task, whether they can support the members of the European Parliament also when they are acting in the national context as politicians. So the disagreement dated back to 15 or 20 years ago, and there are other political parties in France that are affected by this disagreement between the European Parliament and obviously French parties. So, for example, the current Prime Minister of France was subject to a similar court decision or similar, in fact, court procedure. And there is an appeal launched by the prosecutor against our current Prime Minister, Mr. Bayrou, in France. So this is also to show that this problem is not related to the personal behavior of Marine Le Pen or other colleagues. It's not corruption, it's not bribery, it's disagreement in administrative matters. And so it's disproportionate to ban Marine Le Pen and to, in fact, prevent her from being a candidate for the presidential election because of such a disagreement. So what we say is that it's a political decision, because also the prosecutor 3 months ago said that she doesn't have much against our political party. At some point she said, I don't have so much in the file, but I don't want to give up. So obviously this is a kind of judicial harassment driven by political intentions. And this is something that, unfortunately, we see in many European countries right now, that the candidates that want to express the people's voice are prevented from being candidates.
Yes, but some people who observe what's happening on the French political scene would say, look, Marine Le Pen is not an isolated case. There are people from plenty of other political parties, people like Nicolas Sarkozy, Jacques Chirac, both former presidents, François Fillon, Jérôme Cahuzac, Christine Lagarde, Alain Juppé. I mean, it's a very long list of convicted French politicians, by no means all of them, in fact, none of them, apart from Le Pen, from the National Rally Party. So some might say there's no problem with the French judiciary, there's a problem with French politics here.
No, there is the cases you have just listed are completely different. It's not involving the European Parliament. But the problem that we have with the French judiciary is that it is not neutral. And is even more assertive in saying so that they express political views. They are also unions of judges that express political opinions. And this is a concern because normally in France, for example, civil servants, police officers, for example, they have to refrain from expressing political opinions while they are on duty. And the problem is that French people, in general, don't trust French judiciary anymore. It's also very worrying that the French judiciary is very, let's say, doesn't decide tough measures against criminals, against drugs traffickers. So if we compare the decision against Marine Le Pen to court decisions about drugs traffickers, for example, it's extremely harsh against Marine Le Pen. So that's the situation. And the problem is the French judiciary.
She's not going to face time in prison, though, is she? This is a suspended sentence, and she's very unlikely to see the inside of a prison cell. At least that's what we've been told. What are your thoughts?
Well, our thoughts are that Marine Le Pen will appeal and use the judicial means to appeal. The only thing that is really the concern right now is the ineligibility, because even if Marine Le Pen appeals, the decision about the ineligibility has to be enacted right now, and there is no possibility to appeal right now the enactment of this ineligibility. So it means that if Marine Le Pen appeals, and this is her decision to appeal, she will depend on the way the judges and the court will manage time. So it's up to it's the discretion of the judges to decide when they will plan the appeal. And the presidential election is in spring 2027. So if the judges decide that they want to process the appeal after the presidential elections or very late, then this will in practice prevent Marine Le Pen from any possibility of effective appeal, which is against the rule of law, which is against the essence of the European Convention on Human Rights. So that shows that the rule of law is a threat in France and in several European countries now. There are more and more judges who say that they can decide who will be the candidates for presidential elections.
Is Marine Le Pen likely to comply with that order to wear an electronic bracelet?
Well, the decision that was published yesterday says so, that 2 years with this electronic bracelet. But of course, this is the part of the sentence that she can appeal as well. So let's see what will be the result. So this is something that she can appeal. Yeah, and okay. If she appeals, then there is no immediate enactment of that decision. She will not be obliged to wear this, to use the electronic bracelet right now. So if there is an appeal against that part of the decision, it is put on hold until judges have decided at the level of an appeal. But the only thing that cannot be appealed effectively right now is this ineligibility. So it's the political part.
Okay, well, let's talk about the person who's waiting in the wings, really, of the National Rally in France. Jordan Bardella, still only 29 years old, but he did well in last year's parliamentary elections. He says that rallies are going to be held this weekend. Do you think those rallies will remain peaceful?
Yes, of course. We want these rallies to be peaceful. We have a great support in France. For example, during the European elections, we got between 32 and 33% of the votes. So we are political party number one in France. And of course, our message to our voters and supporters is that we should comply with the democratic rules and the rule of law, and that should be peaceful. But of course, we have to express that we are dismayed by the political decision that has just been made by the judges.
Okay, and Jordan Bardella is, however, saying that all of this could end up boosting the fortunes of the National Rally. How can the party turn this around and spin this to its advantage?
I think we have to realize that there are more than 11 million of French voters who can feel today that they are despised and simply ignored by the French judiciary. Most of our voters have the feeling that the establishment, that the system wants to keep us out of politics. and that we want to, that the system wants to let's say, shut down our political party and to, in fact, prevent us from speaking out. And that's something that is not healthy in the democratic system. There are also other French politicians who said that they are concerned by this court decision. The Prime Minister said that he is disturbed by this decision, that Marine Le Pen would be prevented from running for the presidential elections. Other politicians in the right-wing political parties said in France that it is not healthy for democracy when the leading candidate of the opposition is kept out of the system and prevented by a judge from running for the elections. And this is the problem is that this is disproportionate. So if we compare what are the facts and what is the sanction, this is against French democracy.
Just turning back to what Jordan Bardella said and saying how this could be used to the advantage of the National Rally. I mean, let's face it, the Le Pen brand, not just Marine but also her father before her, is regarded as being a toxic brand in some places, although it has been rehabilitated as a brand. But she's run for president 3 times. She's never won. I mean, isn't it time perhaps for the party to turn the page on Le Pen and give an opportunity to the next generation?
Well, for example, former President François Mitterrand, a long time ago, had to run several times. I think he won the 4th time. So he was elected in 1981. And if I remember correctly, he started being a candidate in 1965. So you see that in the French system, it's common that a candidate doesn't win for the first time. So that candidates have to run several times for the presidential elections.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, the National Rally, as you said, is the largest party, at least in terms of its parliamentary presence right now. They can make life very difficult, can't they, for the current government under Prime Minister François Bayrou. What might they do?
Well, in fact, there is a lack of stability right now because of the decision that was made by President Macron in June, July last year, when President Macron dissolved the National Assembly. In fact, he organized elections, but between the first and the second round, there was a kind of alliance between Macron's political party and the left, the socialist and the far left, and some part of right-wing political parties, and they agreed to withdraw mutually their candidates in order to avoid that Rassemblement National could win in many constituencies. So the result is that this alliance was not a political alliance to run and to rule the country. It was simply to win the elections and to keep the Rassemblement National out. But now we see the result. There is a lack of stability. There is no real majority. And of course, the Rassemblement National has a say and is very strong and powerful. So to a certain extent, this was what the French people wanted, that we have a strong voice. And we will use, of course, our strong voice. And when we don't agree with the government, we will say it and we will vote. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Fabrice Leggeri, MEP for France's National Rally Party. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
The US President Donald Trump has sent shockwaves through the global markets by signing a far-reaching reciprocal tariff policy at the White House yesterday. Moreover, President Trump has expanded his trade war beyond traditional adversaries, targeting even close allies like the United Kingdom, imposing a 10% tariff on imports, and that includes from Northern Ireland. Well, the new tariffs impact nearly every US trading partner, 20% on the European Union and a 10% baseline tax on all imports from all other countries. Well, President Trump stated that the tariffs are designed to boost domestic manufacturing, and he claimed that the US has been, quote, looted, pillaged, raped and plundered by other nations. Well, the US President Trump unveiled a chart yesterday outlining these new tariffs.
European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%.
Well, Germany, which is Europe's largest economy, faces significant impact from these US tariffs, notably because the US is its top export destination. Well, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has criticized the tariffs as, quote, fundamentally wrong, and Berlin is warning that the EU may retaliate by targeting American tech giants.
This is an attack on a trade order that has created prosperity all over the globe, a trade order that is essentially the result of American efforts. We are ready for talks with the American government, but it is necessary that the European Union reacts with unity and that it also makes clear what the case is with its reaction.
Meanwhile, in the UK, British steel producers are concerned about profits and jobs after President Donald Trump announced those tariffs, which include aluminium and steel imports. Well, one steel producer says it's now facing rising uncertainty over customer orders and warned that some product lines could become loss-making due to the tariffs.
There is already some indication of uncertainty of the external customers in particular as to whether they will place orders or whether they will reduce their orders to us. And equally, our ability to pass on the full cost of those tariffs is very uncertain, which, if we cannot pass on the cost, makes our products less profitable. In fact, some product lines would be loss-making.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to James Rickards, economist and author of Money GPT. That's AI and the threat to the global economy. James joins us from New Hampshire in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've heard from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt in response to what's been happening on Wall Street. To anyone on Wall Street this morning, she says, I would say trust in President Trump. Do you trust in President Trump?
Well, I do trust in President Trump sort of personally, but also he's got exactly the right policies. It wouldn't matter who's president if you're basically pursuing the policies that the White House is doing. You're absolutely on the right track. So, yeah, I have a lot of confidence in what they're doing. As far as Wall Street's concerned, you know, it goes up and down. We shouldn't confuse the welfare of the American people with the stock market. Now, it is true a lot of people have money in what we call 401ks or IRAs. They're just basically tax-deferred savings accounts. They're probably over-allocated in stocks. That's an asset allocation problem. The stocks are what we call repricing. They're moving to a different level. Okay, they'll move on from here. I've always recommended people have some gold in their portfolios and some treasury notes. Those are both performing very well. So if you're 100% in stocks, it's a tough day. But if you've diversified among treasury notes, treasury bills, gold, alternative assets, in addition to stocks, you're doing fine.
Yeah, OK, gold's doing very nicely, as you say, hitting some record highs. But priced into some of that activity on Wall Street and other bourses around the world is concerns that a trade war is going to spark a recession. A recession will, as well as a recession, there'll be an increase in inflation. I mean, do you think those concerns are justified?
First one, yes. Second one, no. So let me explain. We'll probably have a recession. We may very well be in a recession already. This has nothing to do with tariffs. It has everything to do with a hangover from the Biden administration, extreme fiscal policy, which is non-sustainable. The Fed had to raise interest rates a little bit to fight off some of the inflation that was coming from Biden. So we're setting the right course. by trying to get the deficit under control, get spending under control. But the recession is probably already here. And again, nothing to do with tariffs. It really is, it's part of the business cycle and a continuation of the hangover from the Biden administration. Now, on your second point, Tom, about tariffs causing inflation, the answer is no. Well, actually, we're headed for disinflation, which means lower inflation, maybe even deflation, which is where prices come down. The conventional wisdom, and by the way, conventional wisdom is almost always wrong, but I'll recite it. Conventional wisdom is you put, 10% baseline tariffs, but some of these tariffs are 90%. In Vietnam, for example, it's 90%. By the way, there's a formula that they're using. They look at the tariffs you have, the tariffs you put on the U.S., but then they take a fraction, which is basically what is your trade surplus relative to your total trade, apply it, and then that's the adjusted tariff. So there's a little bit of math behind it. But people say, well, if you put 50% tariffs on China, I think they're actually higher than that, 90% tariffs on Vietnam, et cetera, and many others, isn't that going to raise prices in the U.S.? And the answer is no, and here's why. To an import transaction, you have three parties. You could have 10, but at least three. There's an exporter, which could be in, again, China, Malaysia, Vietnam, or Europe. There's an importer, which is a U.S. distributor or wholesaler. And then there's the consumer who actually buys the goods. Now, legally, the importer pays the tariffs. At the port of entry, the importer gets the goods. You got to write a check to the U.S. Treasury. That party pays the tariffs. But the question is, who bears the economic cost of it? Because you can move that cost up or down the supply chain. What happens in practice, and there's a lot of empirical evidence to back this up, the importer turns to the exporter and says, hey, you have to lower your prices. I just paid this tariff. I don't want to pay more. The consumers will not bear it. That's the point. If you just pass the price increase along to the consumers wouldn't buy it. And just to back that up, why, if the consumers could pay higher prices, why wouldn't you do it anyway? Who needs tariffs? If you can raise prices, if you're Walmart or Home Depot or any of our big retailers, Target, any of them, why wouldn't you just raise prices? Well, the answer is they can't, because the consumer can't bear it, and that kind of gets into the recession scenario. So the importer turns to the producer, the exporter, and says, lower your prices. And by the way, so the importer and the exporter, they might share it, they might split it, or they might push it all back on the exporter. It means lower profits and lower margins. But what it does not mean is inflation, because the consumer won't pay it. And by the way, I said there's evidence to back this up. There's a lot, but it's happened already. Yesterday, Walmart contacted their overseas suppliers and said, lower your prices because we got to pay these tariffs.
Okay, sounds like you need to talk to the German economy minister, Robert Habeck. He said that today's so-called Liberation Day is actually going to be Inflation Day, he said, for consumers in the United States. I mean, where do you think he's getting this idea from?
The German finance minister suffers, or economic minister suffers from studying conventional economics. They don't really understand what I just said. But, Peter Navarro and other people in the White House do understand this. So I wouldn't rely on what the German minister says. By the way, Germany has a serious problem, and here's what it is. It's not inflation in the U.S. That's just a talking point. They failed, Volkswagen in particular and Audi failed to put plants in the U.S. Now, Honda, Hyundai, Mercedes, and others, Daimler-Benz, all have manufacturing plants, or at least assembly plants in the United States. And what Trump has said is that you can sell whatever you want to Americans. That's fine. But you have to build it here. You have to build it here in America. Now, Volkswagen hasn't done that. They just built a huge Audi Q5 plant. That's their most popular SUV, one of the most popular models in Mexico. Well, the Mexican tariffs aren't as bad as tariffs on some other places, including the EU, but there's still tariffs in place there. They should have put that plant in South Carolina or Tennessee. So I sort of fault the Volkswagen Audi management for not being alert to what was happening.
Give us a little case study here, James, to help people who still don't 100% understand what all of this means. And I have to confess, it is confusing, and there are different schools of thought, for example, as we've been saying, on the issue of inflation. So let's talk about autos. You bring up German car manufacturers there in that last answer of yours. 25% levies slapped on imported cars from Germany into the United States. We've got companies like Volkswagen, you mentioned, Mercedes, BMW, all of them counting on the United States as a major export market. What concretely does this mean for those car manufacturers?
They're going to have lost sales and lost profits. By the way, I happen to know an Audi dealer, someone I've known for a very long time. He's a salesman, but he's been doing it for 30 years. He called me about a week ago. He said, Jim, you won't believe it. We're selling cars as fast as we can take the orders. They're lined up in the showroom. It's just unbelievable. And I said, yes, that's great. You're having a good month. By the way, that's going to come to a complete halt on Thursday. And it has.
A complete halt, so no one will buy a German car, basically, all the while that 25% tariffs in place.
Not unless you're rich. I mean, I was fortunate. I bought a new Audi sports sedan last year, so I kind of beat the tariffs. And that's what was going on, by the way. His people were lined up to buy cars last week, trying to beat the tariffs, and they may have now that the tariffs are in place. But Germany is committed economic suicide. They've deindustrialized. The German car that I bought last year, I beat the tariffs. I read the specifications very carefully. The engine was made in Hungary, which is okay. Hungarians are smart and they're productive. Why was the German manufacturer outsourcing engine production to Hungary? The answer is energy costs are too high in Germany. So, hey, Germany, if you want to boycott Russian energy, blow up the Nord Stream pipeline, put your plants in Mexico and ignore the tariffs, then you're going to suffer the consequences.
Ooh, you've put a lot of issues on the table there that I can't hit back at all of them. Why don't I ask you, Jim, to give us another case study, because this is really helpful to make sense of all of this. A Walmart, for example, retailer in the United States. You've got lots of big retailers like Walmart, Amazon, Target, and they rely on Asian suppliers. Now, if there are problems with supply chains, are they going to have to raise prices? I mean, you've sort of said they can't, but what alternative do they have if there are supply chain issues?
Push the pricing, push the tariffs back up the supply chain to the producer and tell the producer to lower their costs. And they will, because, by the way, there are geopolitical aspects to this that people don't really grasp. If you create those kinds of reduced revenues, reduced profit margins in Chinese manufacturers, who does that hurt? It hurts the Communist Party oligarchs. So this could actually kind of undermine the stability of the Communist Party of China. This is a big play that not many people comprehend the full scope of it. But the short answer is somebody's got to write a check to the Treasury. There is a tariff, no question about it. That's objective. But the question is who bears the cost of the tariff? It's not the consumer, it's the producer. The Chinese are going to have to lower the cost. Now, what can the Chinese do about that? Well, one thing they can do is devalue the currency, right? So if I put a 20% tariff on you, but you cheapen your currency by 20%, then all things equal, the cost to the U.S. consumer doesn't go up at all. It's not going up anyway, but that's one way to kind of maintain your market share. But now you're back to currency wars, which is my first book, Currency Wars, in 2011. I explain how this works. The independent of the whole tariff thing, Stephen Moran, who's the head of the Council of Economic Advisors in the White House, has published a few months ago, in November, a very detailed 26-page, single-spaced paper. It's kind of hard reading, but I recommend it. But he's basically sent a warning to foreign countries. Don't you dare cheapen your currencies, because we want a cheaper U.S. dollar. So you got a currency war inside the trade war.
That sounds pretty catastrophic as a combination for everyone. I mean, when the Chinese say there are no winners in a trade war, I mean, you could take that one step further and say presumably no winners either in a trade war plus a currency war, Jim.
Well, that's right. But there is one big winner, which is the United States of America. And by the way, I had the conversation we're having is very stimulating. I've had similar conversations with people around the world, and they say, Jim, don't you know, kind of to your point, Tom, this is going to hurt Germany. This is going to hurt China. This is going to hurt Brazil. And I say, yeah, that's their problem. In other words, Xi should say, let's make China great again. Or Lula should say, let's make Brazil great again. In other words, they've got to look out for themselves. The U.S. is looking out for itself, and the U.S. will be a big winner.
Okay, I mean, I just want to ask you lastly, because I'm told we're pretty much out of time. The EU is, of course, the world's largest single market. We've heard from the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen saying the EU holds a lot of cards. They're obviously mulling what they're going to do next, how they're going to retaliate, because it sounds like retaliate is going to be their strategy rather than negotiate, at least in the near term. Do you believe them when they say they hold on to cards? What are they?
I don't believe them. Ursula von der Leyen, she didn't want to negotiate in Ukraine. She wanted a war. Well, she got it. Now she's going to get a trade war and a currency war. They don't hold very many cards. They're going to have to basically, lower the prices. And again, Germany spent 14 years closing every nuclear power plant, all but 2, and closing every coal-fired plant over the fake climate change crisis. So, too bad for Germany. You shut down your energy supply, blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. What do you expect? But no, they don't hold very many cards.
Okay. Well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. I'd love to carry on the conversation, but I can't. So thank you very much indeed, James Rickards, economist and author. Thanks again for being with us on Al Arabiya News. Now, the leader of France's National Rally Party, Marine Le Pen, has hit back after being convicted of embezzlement. Well, that's a conviction which bars her from running for president in 2027. Well, Le Pen says there is, quote, no way she's going to leave politics, and she's vowing to fight that ban. Well, in her first interview since the sentence was handed down, a visibly angry Le Pen told the French broadcaster TF1 that she wouldn't allow herself to be eliminated.
I am a fighter. I won't let myself be eliminated like this. I will pursue every possible avenue of recourse. There may be a small path, it may be narrow, but it exists. In fact, I will clearly request an appeal decision to allow me to consider running in the presidential election. I will always stand by the millions of French people who believe in me.
Marine Le Pen speaking there on French television. Well, let's get more. We can speak to Fabrice Leggeri, who is an MEP for France's National Rally Party, who joins us from Strasbourg. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. What's Marine Le Pen going to do now?
Well, thank you for the invitation. Now, after this verdict, the options for Marine Le Pen are first to appeal. But there is a narrow path, because the problem is that this decision made by the judge yesterday is not really, cannot be appealed, and that's a problem with the rule of law, because she cannot appeal effectively the decision to ban her on the presidential election, to prevent her from running for the presidential election. So the damage that can be inflicted by judges is a political interference. And this is also what we want to denounce, that this decision made by the court is in fact politically driven, because the judge was not neutral, and the judge said explicitly that she wanted to prevent Marine Le Pen from being a candidate and to run for the presidential election.
So you're saying the judge wasn't neutral. Just to help our audience understand, what was it about the judge and the proceedings that you think were biased against Mrs. Le Pen?
We are not talking about corruption. We are not talking about bribery. We are talking about a disagreement between the administrative service of the European Parliament on the one hand and our political party about what parliamentary assistants are allowed to do, what kind of task, whether they can support the members of the European Parliament also when they are acting in the national context as politicians. So the disagreement dated back to 15 or 20 years ago, and there are other political parties in France that are affected by this disagreement between the European Parliament and obviously French parties. So, for example, the current Prime Minister of France was subject to a similar court decision or similar, in fact, court procedure. And there is an appeal launched by the prosecutor against our current Prime Minister, Mr. Bayrou, in France. So this is also to show that this problem is not related to the personal behavior of Marine Le Pen or other colleagues. It's not corruption, it's not bribery, it's disagreement in administrative matters. And so it's disproportionate to ban Marine Le Pen and to, in fact, prevent her from being a candidate for the presidential election because of such a disagreement. So what we say is that it's a political decision, because also the prosecutor 3 months ago said that she doesn't have much against our political party. At some point she said, I don't have so much in the file, but I don't want to give up. So obviously this is a kind of judicial harassment driven by political intentions. And this is something that, unfortunately, we see in many European countries right now, that the candidates that want to express the people's voice are prevented from being candidates.
Yes, but some people who observe what's happening on the French political scene would say, look, Marine Le Pen is not an isolated case. There are people from plenty of other political parties, people like Nicolas Sarkozy, Jacques Chirac, both former presidents, François Fillon, Jérôme Cahuzac, Christine Lagarde, Alain Juppé. I mean, it's a very long list of convicted French politicians, by no means all of them, in fact, none of them, apart from Le Pen, from the National Rally Party. So some might say there's no problem with the French judiciary, there's a problem with French politics here.
No, there is the cases you have just listed are completely different. It's not involving the European Parliament. But the problem that we have with the French judiciary is that it is not neutral and is even more assertive in saying so that they express political views. They are also unions of judges that express political opinions. And this is a concern, because normally in France, for example, civil servants, police officers, for example, they have to refrain from expressing political opinions while they are on duty. And the problem is that French people, in general, don't trust French judiciary anymore. It's also very worrying that the French judiciary is very, let's say, doesn't decide tough measures against criminals, against drugs traffickers. So if we compare the decision against Marine Le Pen to court decisions about drugs traffickers, for example, it's extremely harsh against Marine Le Pen. So that's the situation. And the problem is the French judiciary.
She's not going to face time in prison, though, is she? This is a suspended sentence, and she's very unlikely to see the inside of a prison cell. At least that's what we've been told. What are your thoughts?
Well, our thoughts are that Marine Le Pen will appeal and use the judicial means to appeal. The only thing that is really the concern right now is the ineligibility, because even if Marine Le Pen appeals, the decision about the ineligibility has to be enacted right now, and there is no possibility to appeal right now the enactment of this ineligibility. So it means that if Marine Le Pen appeals, and this is her decision to appeal, she will depend on the way the judges and the court will manage time. So it's up to it's the discretion of the judges to decide when they will plan the appeal. And the presidential election is in spring 2027. So if the judges decide that they want to process the appeal after the presidential elections or very late, then this will in practice prevent Marine Le Pen from any possibility of effective appeal, which is against the rule of law, which is against the essence of the European Convention on Human Rights. So that shows that the rule of law is a threat in France. And in several European countries now, there are more and more judges who say that they can decide who will be the candidates for presidential elections.
Is Marine Le Pen likely to comply with that order to wear an electronic bracelet?
Well, the decision that was published yesterday says so, that 2 years with this electronic bracelet. But of course, this is the part of the sentence that she can appeal as well. So let's see what will be the result. So this is something that she can appeal. Yeah, and if she appeals, then there is no immediate enactment of that decision. She will not be obliged to wear this, to use the electronic bracelet right now. So if there is an appeal against that part of the decision, it is put on hold until judges have decided at the level of an appeal. But the only thing that cannot be appealed effectively right now is this ineligibility. So it's the political part.
Okay, well, let's talk about the person who's waiting in the wings, really, of the national rally in France. Jordan Bardella, still only 29 years old, but he did well in last year's parliamentary elections. He says that rallies are going to be held this weekend. Do you think those rallies will remain peaceful?
Yes, of course. We want these rallies to be peaceful. We have a great support in France. For example, during the European elections, we got between 32 and 33% of the votes. So we are political party number one in France. And of course, our message to our voters and supporters is that we should comply with the democratic rules and the rule of law, and that should be peaceful. But of course, we have to express that we are dismayed by the political decision that has just been made by the judges.
Okay, and Jordan Bardella is, however, saying that all of this could end up boosting the fortunes of the national rally. How can the party turn this around and spin this to its advantage?
I think we have to realize that there are more than 11 million of French voters who can feel today that they are despised and simply ignored by the French judiciary. Most of our voters have the feeling that the establishment, that the system wants to keep us out of politics, and that we want to that the system wants to let's say shut down our political party and to in fact prevent us from speaking out, and that's something that is not healthy in the democratic system. There are also other French politicians who said that they are concerned by this court decision. The Prime Minister said that he is disturbed by this decision, that Marine Le Pen would be prevented from running for the presidential elections. Other politicians in the right-wing political parties said in France that it is not healthy for democracy when the leading candidate of the opposition is kept out of the system and prevented by a judge from running for the elections. And this is the problem is that this is disproportionate. So if we compare what are the facts and what is the sanction, this is against French democracy.
Just turning back to what Jordan Bardella said and saying how this could be used to the advantage of the national rally. I mean, let's face it, the Le Pen brand, not just Marine, but also her father before her, is regarded as being a toxic brand in some places, although it has been rehabilitated as a brand. But she's run for president 3 times. She's never won. I mean, isn't it time, perhaps, for the party to turn the page on Le Pen and give an opportunity to the next generation?
Well, for example, former President François Mitterrand, a long time ago, had to run several times. I think he won the fourth time. So he was elected in 1981. And if I remember correctly, he started being a candidate in 1965. So you see that in the French system, it's common that a candidate doesn't win for the first time. So that candidates have to run several times for the presidential elections.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, the National Rally, as you said, is the largest party, at least in terms of its parliamentary presence right now. They can make life very difficult, can't they, for the current government under Prime Minister François Bayrou. What might they do?
Well, in fact, there is a lack of stability right now because of the decision that was made by President Macron in June, July last year, when President Macron dissolved the National Assembly. In fact, he organized elections, but between the first and the second round, there was a kind of alliance between Macron's political party and the left, the socialist and the far left, and some part of right-wing political parties, and they agreed to withdraw mutually their candidates in order to avoid that Rassemblement National could win in many constituencies. So the result is that this alliance was not a political alliance to run and to rule the country. It was simply to win the elections and to keep the Rassemblement National out. But now we see the result. There is a lack of stability. There is no real majority. And of course, the Rassemblement National has a say and is very strong and powerful. So to a certain extent, this was what the French people wanted, that we have a strong voice. And we will use, of course, our strong voice. And when we don't agree with the government, we will say it and we will vote. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Fabrice Leggeri, MEP for France's National Rally Party. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
The US President Donald Trump has sent shockwaves through the global markets by signing a far-reaching reciprocal tariff policy at the White House yesterday. Moreover, President Trump has expanded his trade war beyond traditional adversaries, targeting even close allies like the United Kingdom, imposing a 10% tariff on imports, and that includes from Northern Ireland. Well, the new tariffs impact nearly every US trading partner, 20% on the European Union, and a 10% baseline tax on all imports from all other countries. Well, President Trump stated that the tariffs are designed to boost domestic manufacturing, and he claimed that the US has been, quote, looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by other nations. Well, the US President Trump unveiled a chart yesterday outlining these new tariffs.
European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%.
Well, Germany, which is Europe's largest economy, faces significant impact from these US tariffs, notably because the US is its top export destination. Well, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has criticized the tariffs as, quote, fundamentally wrong, and Berlin is warning that the EU may retaliate by targeting American tech giants.
This is an attack on a trade order that has created prosperity all over the globe, a trade order that is essentially the result of American efforts. We are ready for talks with the American government, but it is necessary that the European Union reacts with unity and that it also makes clear what the case is with its reaction.
Meanwhile, in the UK, British steel producers are concerned about profits and jobs after President Donald Trump announced those tariffs, which include aluminium and steel imports. Well, one steel producer says it's now facing rising uncertainty over customer orders and warned that some product lines could become loss-making due to the tariffs.
There is already some indication of uncertainty of the external customers in particular as to whether they will place orders or whether they will reduce their orders to us. And equally, our ability to pass on the full cost of those tariffs is very uncertain, which, if we cannot pass on the cost, makes our products less profitable. In fact, some product lines would be loss-making.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to James Rickards, economist and author of Money GPT. That's AI and the threat to the global economy. James joins us from New Hampshire in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've heard from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt in response to what's been happening on Wall Street. To anyone on Wall Street this morning, she says, I would say trust in President Trump. Do you trust in President Trump?
Well, I do trust in President Trump sort of personally, but also he's got exactly the right policies. It wouldn't matter who's president if you're basically pursuing the policies that the White House is doing. You're absolutely on the right track. So, yeah, I have a lot of confidence in what they're doing. As far as Wall Street's concerned, you know, it goes up and down. We shouldn't confuse the welfare of the American people with the stock market. Now, it is true a lot of people have money in what we call 401ks or IRAs. They're just basically tax-deferred savings accounts. They're probably over-allocated in stocks. That's an asset allocation problem. The stocks are what we call repricing. They're moving to a different level. Okay, they'll move on from here. I've always recommended people have some gold in their portfolios and some treasury notes. Those are both performing very well. So if you're 100% in stocks, it's a tough day. But if you've diversified among treasury notes, treasury bills, gold, alternative assets, in addition to stocks, you're doing fine.
Yeah, OK, gold's doing very nicely, as you say, hitting some record highs. But priced into some of that activity on Wall Street and other bourses around the world is concerns that a trade war is going to spark a recession. A recession will, as well as a recession, there'll be an increase in inflation. I mean, do you think those concerns are justified?
First one, yes. Second one, no. So let me explain. We'll probably have a recession. We may very well be in a recession already. This has nothing to do with tariffs. It has everything to do with a hangover from the Biden administration, extreme fiscal policy, which is non-sustainable. The Fed had to raise interest rates a little bit to fight off some of the inflation that was coming from Biden. So we're setting the right course by trying to get the deficit under control, get spending under control. But the recession is probably already here. And again, nothing to do with tariffs. It really is, it's part of the business cycle and a continuation of the hangover from the Biden administration. Now, on your second point, Tom, about tariffs causing inflation, the answer is no. Well, actually, we're headed for disinflation, which means lower inflation, maybe even deflation, which is where prices come down. The conventional wisdom, and by the way, conventional wisdom is almost always wrong, but I'll recite it. Conventional wisdom is you put, 10% baseline tariffs, but some of these tariffs are 90%. In Vietnam, for example, it's 90%. By the way, there's a formula that they're using. They look at the tariffs you have, the tariffs you put on the U.S., but then they take a fraction, which is basically what is your trade surplus relative to your total trade, apply it, and then that's the adjusted tariff. So there's a little bit of math behind it. But people say, well, if you put 50% tariffs on China, I think they're actually higher than that, 90% tariffs on Vietnam, et cetera, and many others, isn't that going to raise prices in the U.S.? And the answer is no, and here's why. To an import transaction, you have three parties. You could have 10, but at least three. There's an exporter, which could be in, again, China, Malaysia, Vietnam, or Europe. there's an importer, which is a U.S. distributor or wholesaler, and then there's the consumer who actually buys the goods. Now, legally, the importer pays the tariffs. At the port of entry, the importer gets the goods. You got to write a check to the U.S. Treasury. That party pays the tariffs. But the question is, who bears the economic cost of it? Because you can move that cost up or down the supply chain. What happens in practice, and there's a lot of empirical evidence to back this up, the importer turns to the exporter and says, hey, you have to lower your prices. I just paid this tariff. I don't want to pay more. The consumers will not bear it. That's the point. If you just pass the price increase along to the consumers wouldn't buy it. And just to back that up, why, if the consumers could pay higher prices, why wouldn't you do it anyway? As who needs tariffs? If you can raise prices, if you're Walmart or Home Depot or any of our big retailers, Target, any of them, why wouldn't you just raise prices? Well, the answer is they can't, because the consumer can't bear it, and that kind of gets into the recession scenario. So the importer turns to the producer, the exporter, and says, lower your prices. And by the way, so the importer and the exporter, they might share it, they might split it, or they might push it all back on the exporter. It means lower profits and lower margins. But what it does not mean is inflation, because the consumer won't pay it. And by the way, I said there's evidence to back this up. There's a lot, but it's happened already. Yesterday, Walmart contacted their overseas suppliers and said, lower your prices because we got to pay these tariffs.
Okay, sounds like you need to talk to the German economy minister, Robert Habeck. He said that today's so-called Liberation Day is actually going to be Inflation Day, he said, for consumers in the United States. I mean, where do you think he's getting this idea from?
The German finance minister suffers, or economic minister suffers from studying conventional economics. They don't really understand what I just said. But, Peter Navarro and other people in the White House do understand this. So I wouldn't rely on what the German minister says. By the way, Germany has a serious problem, and here's what it is. It's not inflation in the U.S. That's just a talking point. They failed, Volkswagen in particular and Audi failed to put plants in the U.S. Now, Honda, Hyundai, Mercedes, and others, Daimler-Benz, all have manufacturing plants, or at least assembly plants in the United States. And what Trump has said is that you can sell whatever you want to Americans. That's fine. But you have to build it here. You have to build it here in America. Now, Volkswagen hasn't done that. They just built a huge Audi Q5 plant. That's their most popular SUV, one of the most popular models in Mexico. Well, the Mexican tariffs aren't as bad as tariffs on some other places, including the EU, but there's still tariffs in place there. They should have put that plant in South Carolina or Tennessee. So I sort of fault the Volkswagen Audi management for not being alert to what was happening.
Give us a little case study here, James, to help people who still don't 100% understand what all of this means. And I have to confess, it is confusing, and there are different schools of thought, for example, as we've been saying, on the issue of inflation. So let's talk about autos. You bring up German car manufacturers there in that last answer of yours. 25% levies slapped on imported cars from Germany into the United States. We've got companies like Volkswagen, you mentioned, Mercedes, BMW, all of them counting on the United States as a major export market. What concretely does this mean for those car manufacturers?
They're going to have lost sales and lost profits. By the way, I happen to know an Audi dealer, someone I've known for a very long time. He's a salesman, but he's been doing it for 30 years. He called me about a week ago. He said, Jim, you won't believe it. We're selling cars as fast as we can take the orders. They're lined up in the showroom. It's just unbelievable. And I said, yes, that's great. You're having a good month. By the way, that's going to come to a complete halt on Thursday. And it has.
A complete halt, so no one will buy a German car, basically, all the while that 25% tariffs in place.
Not unless you're rich. I mean, I was fortunate. I bought a new Audi sports sedan last year, so I kind of beat the tariffs. And that's what was going on, by the way. His people were lined up to buy cars last week, trying to beat the tariffs, and they may have now that the tariffs are in place. But Germany is committed economic suicide. They've deindustrialized. The German car that I bought last year, I beat the tariffs. I read the specifications very carefully. The engine was made in Hungary, which is okay. Hungarians are smart and they're productive. Why was the German manufacturer outsourcing engine production to Hungary? The answer is energy costs are too high in Germany. So, hey, Germany, if you want to boycott Russian energy blow up the Nord Stream pipeline, put your plants in Mexico and ignore the tariffs, then you're going to suffer the consequences.
Ooh, you've put a lot of issues on the table there that I can't hit back at all of them. Why don't I ask you, Jim, to give us another case study, because this is really helpful to make sense of all of this. A Walmart, for example, retailer in the United States. You've got lots of big retailers like Walmart, Amazon, Target, and they rely on Asian suppliers. Now, if there are problems with supply chains, are they going to have to raise prices? I mean, you've sort of said they can't, but what alternative do they have if there are supply chain issues?
Push the tariffs back up the supply chain to the producer and tell the producer to lower their costs. And they will, because, by the way, there are geopolitical aspects of this that people don't really grasp. If you create those kinds of reduced revenues, reduced profit margins in Chinese manufacturers, who does that hurt? It hurts the Communist Party oligarchs. So this could actually kind of undermine the stability of the Communist Party of China. This is a big play that not many people comprehend the full scope of it. But the short answer is somebody's got to write a check to the Treasury. There is a tariff, no question about it. That's objective. But the question is who bears the cost of the tariff? It's not the consumer, it's the producer. The Chinese are going to have to lower the cost. Now, what can the Chinese do about that? Well, one thing they can do is devalue the currency. Right? So if I put a 20% tariff on you, but you cheapen your currency by 20%, then all things equal, the cost to the U.S. consumer doesn't go up at all. It's not going up anyway, but that's one way to kind of maintain your market share. But now you're back to currency wars, which is my first book, Currency Wars, in 2011. I explain how this works. The independent of the whole tariff thing, Stephen Moran, who's the head of the Council of Economic Advisors in the White House, has published a few months ago, in November, a very detailed 26-page, single-spaced paper. It's kind of hard reading, but I recommend it. But he's basically sent a warning to foreign countries, don't you dare cheapen your currencies, because we want a cheaper U.S. dollar. So you got a currency war inside the trade war.
That sounds pretty catastrophic as a combination for everyone. I mean, when the Chinese say there are no winners in a trade war, I mean, you could take that one step further and say presumably no winners either in a trade war plus a currency war, Jim.
Well, that's right. But there is one big winner, which is the United States of America. And by the way, I had the conversation we're having is very stimulating. I've had similar conversations with people around the world, and they say, Jim, don't you know, kind of to your point, Tom, this is going to hurt Germany. This is going to hurt China. This is going to hurt Brazil. And I say, yeah, that's their problem. In other words, Xi should say, let's make China great again. Or Lula should say, let's make Brazil great again. In other words, they've got to look out for themselves. The U.S. is looking out for itself, and the U.S. will be a big winner.
Okay, I mean, I just want to ask you lastly, because I'm told we're pretty much out of time. The EU is, of course, the world's largest single market. We've heard from the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen saying the EU holds a lot of cards. They're obviously mulling what they're going to do next, how they're going to retaliate, because it sounds like retaliate is going to be their strategy rather than negotiate, at least in the near term. Do you believe them when they say they hold a lot of cards? What are they?
I don't believe them. Ursula von der Leyen, she didn't want to negotiate in Ukraine. She wanted a war. Well, she got it. Now she's going to get a trade war and a currency war. They don't hold very many cards. They're going to have to basically, lower the prices. And again, Germany spent 14 years closing every nuclear power plant, all but two, and closing every coal-fired plant over the fake climate change crisis. So, too bad for Germany. Shut down your energy supply, blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. What do you expect? But no, they don't hold very many cards.
Okay. Well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. I'd love to carry on the conversation, but I can't. So thank you very much indeed, James Rickards, economist and author. Thanks again for being with us on Al Arabiya News. Well, some US lawmakers have criticized President Trump's new tariffs, whilst others within the Republican Party are saying, let's give him time to prove that these tariffs can boost American manufacturing. So will these tariffs benefit the US economy long term? And how are they going to affect US allies like the United Kingdom? Well, joining us to discuss all of that are Scotty Nell Hughes, Republican strategist, who joins us from Nashville, Tennessee. Always a pleasure seeing you, Scotty. And Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. A pleasure to have you back with us as well, Sir Gerald. Scotty, let me turn to you, first of all, since you're in the United States. What's your opinion? Are these tariffs the right way to go?
Well, from an American perspective, I think this is actually a global trade reset, and it's not going to create doom. I don't think it's even close. It's going to create discipline. And I think what we're seeing isn't a reckless trade war. It's actually, I think, a very strategic recalibration, which is targeting all of these structural imbalances that has actually hollowed out American industry over the last few decades. I mean, these tariffs are reciprocal. They are calculated based on actual trade deficits that the United States has right now. And it's not random. It's not punitive. It's mathematically fair. And that is all the United States is hoping to do, is to create a fair trade system with our countries and use this as a way to not only benefit American workers, but more importantly, other countries become self-reliant as well.
OK, so Gerald, let me turn to you, picking up on what Scotty just said there. And we've heard from President Trump. He says, for decades, our country's been looted, pillaged, raped and plundered by nations both near and far, friend and foe alike. Has he and Scotty saying these tariffs are mathematically fair? Have they got a point?
I do think to a certain extent there is a limited point. The truth is that other countries have subsidized, particularly manufacturing. And one thinks immediately, of course, of the People's Republic of China. And once they have dominated a market, of course, they're then in a very powerful position to determine the cost of the product. So I have some limited sympathy from that point of view and would agree with Scotty to that extent. I don't actually think that it is going to be in the long-term interests of the United States to impose these sweeping tariffs, a different range of tariffs for different countries across the world. I think it's a scattergun approach, whereas what I think the United States might have been more beneficially inclined to do would be to target particular countries where there is unfair trade, and fairness, I know, is what President Trump has been very keen to articulate, and Scotty has done the same thing. The mathematical calculation is there, but I don't think that it's in the interest because of the United States and the people of the United States, because it's going to push up the cost of imported goods, which will be relied upon for the time being, because it will take time for that manufacturing to be reestablished. But I have some sympathy because I believe that in the United Kingdom, we should be doing that ourselves. We should be reshoring, as the expression is, and rebuilding some of our manufacturing capability that we've lost. And we've allocated to the People's Republic of China and elsewhere. I try never to buy anything made in China, if I possibly can. But it's very difficult. Okay. So I think, and if I could just make one other point, Tom, and that is that, of course, the United Kingdom, we are no longer members of the European Union, have not been for the last 5 years or so. So we're no longer members of the European Union, and therefore we are not bound to agree a common line with our European friends. We can negotiate a separate trade deal. We can negotiate separately with the United States administration.
OK, so Gerald, we'll talk about Brexit and a European response a little later on in the debate if we have time. But let me turn back to Scotty and just ask you to pick up on what Sir Gerald said there and ask you why President Trump is so sure that these tariffs are going to herald the dawning of a golden age for the US economy.
Well, I have to agree with my colleague. He is correct. It is going to probably create some short-term pain, especially on those items that we do import. I mean, let's remember, this focus, the focus of these tariffs are on finished goods, not the raw materials and the components that we need to build here. You know, I think this is going to protect domestic production and supply chains. It's not going to disrupt them. But that doesn't mean that the American consumer, who is already hurting from the previous administration, is not going to feel some pain. And there's going to be some backlash to the Trump administration. But yesterday we saw something very historical in the United States. The auto workers unions, who have been traditionally far left, have always supported Democrat candidates, giving a standing ovation, wearing hats on the Rose Garden, applauding a Republican president. I mean, were actually cheering him on louder than the Republican senators who were sitting there probably a little bit worried about their own back pockets that have been padded for so long by foreign interest. We had to do something in America because of our large trade deficit with various countries. And I am not one that believes that we should be using economics to try to levy other power in other countries, whether it be from security standpoint or from a military standpoint. I think that we need to look at economics right now in the world that we're in and the devastating economies that most countries are living under. And the more, and I've always said, the more self-reliant the United States can be, as my colleague pointed out, the more motivation it is for other countries to do the same and the stronger they become as well.
Okay, so Gerald, let me turn back to you. I mean, presumably not quite such a cheery mood amongst automakers in the United Kingdom at the moment, unlike the ones that we saw in the Rose Garden yesterday. But what went through your mind as you watched President Trump unveiling those tariffs on that chart in the Rose Garden yesterday?
Well, to be perfectly honest, Tom, I didn't see it, but obviously I have been reading what has happened. What has intrigued me is the different the wide range of different rates of tariff being applied to different countries: 10% to the United Kingdom, 20% to the European Union, and I think some very large figure in respect of China. But as I say, I think it's a bit of a scattergun approach. I mean, from the point of view of the United Kingdom, our total trade with the United States is about £300 billion. That is, I suppose, about $400 billion. And of our exports to the United States, which is £182 billion last year, a huge amount of that, £124 billion, was services, for which, of course, no tariffs apply. So from our point of view in the United Kingdom, our exports of $58 billion, which would be made up of cars, automobiles, Scotch whiskey, and obviously very serious for those industries. But it's, I think, very much more limited. But there is a defense issue here. I mean, we make the back end and other parts of every single F-35 Joint Strike Fighter that is made in the world, and we export those to the United States. So sticking a tariff on manufactured goods in the United Kingdom, part of a project in which the United Kingdom is an equity partner with the United States, just seems to me to be, I'm afraid, alongside some of the rather ignorant remarks that have been made about the United Kingdom, particularly, but unfortunately, by the Vice President, who, of course, said rather infamously that these random European countries hadn't fought a war for 40 years.
You mean the United States, not the United Kingdom, huh?
The countries like the United Kingdom had not fought a war for 40 years, and we have come to the support of the United States so many times. We supported the declaration of Article 5 after 9/11. And I have to say, and this obviously is trespassing upon the other areas where I do have very strong views indeed, I think this is no way to treat an ally.
Okay, Scotty, no way to treat an ally. Some ignorant comments coming out of the Trump administration there, according to Sir Gerald. I mean, love to get your response to that and ask you, should the US be concerned about retaliatory measures by pretty much every country in the world, allies and foe?
Listen, I can understand the angst. In my own household yesterday, I was upset as I was looking to purchase a new Range Rover and realized that I probably should have done that last week. And now my husband's very excited as we're going to have to probably settle on a Chevrolet. So this is having a personal effect. But from a professional standpoint, I understand the angst and the insult that are probably who I believe is our number one ally. The United Kingdom, particularly England, has been to the United States. And I think most Americans are grateful for that. But what I think that I would want the world to understand about what's going on in the United States is that there is a lot of people knowing how many trillions of dollars of debt we are here in America. It's the reason why we elected Donald Trump, that are very frustrated at our politicians, at the past presidents who have created this imbalance that has put us in this economic instability and has put us at a loss every single year. And so Americans are looking to this president, this administration, to at least try to right that wrong that past presidents have done. Just as much as we're looking at Congress right now as to why they allowed such wasteful spending, the Doge is being able to point out over and over again. Americans are looking for accountability, not only of global globally, but also here at home of our own politicians and our misspending. So from that perspective, Trump had to do something. And I think what this is going to do, it's going to bring those to the table. I mean, think about it. Why would another country come to the table when they are winning in the negotiations, when they're getting the benefit of this trade issue? So how do you bring to the table? Well, you cut it off. And that's what Trump has had to do. And he's had to do it very dramatically because maybe some other countries like the UK are not going to be as gracious and come to the table. They're going to say, nope, this is the deal we have. You've got to stick with it. So I look at this as the bigger picture. And I do believe that in specific cases, specific instances, just like we've seen with Trump, that the United States and their delegation will be working with individual governments like the UK and will be able to make things that make sense for both sides of this issue.
OK, so what will the UK do, Sir Gerald? I mean, Brexit, as we were saying earlier on, has made this slightly less painful for the UK. But how do you anticipate the UK responding? Negotiation or retaliation?
Well, I'm a very severe critic of virtually every domestic policy of the current Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. But in this very extraordinary international situation which we find ourselves, unprecedented certainly in my political career, if not my lifetime, I think that the civility has gone, and I think that is much to be regretted. But I do think that Sir Keir Starmer has responded very sensibly, very quietly, calmly. As he said today, we are going to consider how we do respond. And I think that the retaliation, if it doesn't come from the United Kingdom, and I don't know what the government's going to do, they know yet, but they're going to look and see, well, what is it that how might we redress this in favor of British industry? But America is going to face retaliation from all around the world. We already heard from Ursula von der Leyen in the European Union that they are going to retaliate. So all we're going to engage in is a trade war. And I do agree with Scotty. She has said something very important, and that is the level of US debt. And that should concern not just the taxpayers and the people of the United States. That should concern everybody around the world, because the United States is the most powerful economy. If the United States cannot fund its debt, then we are all in very, very severe trouble. So I understand the need to cut the debt. I don't understand how this series of measures is going to deliver upon that very important objective.
OK, as you've been speaking, we've been getting reaction from different countries. We've heard from the French President, Emmanuel Macron, saying the response to these tariffs is going to be even more massive than it was before. So he's threatening something quite big. And Scotty, as we were just saying there with Sir Gerald, I mean, the UK may or may not choose to retaliate. But supposing the EU does retaliate in a fairly major way, what would the US do in that scenario? Because we've heard from the United States that if any country retaliates, there will be escalation. How will the US respond to that?
Well, I would like to separate countries like Saudi Arabia and the UK separate from the EU, especially from Donald Trump's perspective. And I find it absolutely laughable that the leaders of the EU still have not figured out, because every time they push back on Donald Trump, he just literally laughs in their face. And ultimately, they cave. They try to bully him. It's not going to work. They have no reason, no power behind them to try to bully him. While the U.S. values the EU, President Trump has very little respect for some of the biggest leaders that are usually the mouthpieces of the EU. So let's put the EU and separate them from our great trade partners that we've had in the UK as well as Saudi Arabia. But I have to ask a question to my colleague here, because I think that we've been getting along way too much during this interview. And maybe it's because of his civility. What is wrong with having fair trade? What is wrong with saying what you put on the United States, we're going to put on you, the exact same number? Why would that be detrimental? Why does that not look like something that would work for both sides?
Fine, Scotty, but that's not what's happening. What is happening is that the United States has issued this extraordinary scattergun approach, whereby everybody is in the crosshairs of the president, and there will be, whether you like it or not, it'll be a fact of life that people will retaliate. So there will be a trade war. That is what the stock markets around the world are judging, and I suspect that they're right. Margaret Thatcher, for whom I had the great pleasure and privilege of working, used to say, you can never buck the markets. And I think they've given their verdicts. And I just don't see it. Forgive me, Scotty, I do not see it being ultimately the interests of the people of the United States to deliver it in this way. The auto workers, who I quite understand have always been Democrats, and that, of course, is one of the disadvantages of being in Washington, that it's far too democratically orientated. But having said that, they'll be rejoicing today, but unless American industry is going to be competitive and able to rebuild it, same applies to us. I'm not suggesting there's something you've got to do that we haven't got to do. We've got to do it as well. The international situation, the threat from Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, and so on, means we have got to become much more self-sufficient, not just in agriculture and energy, but we've got to be much more self-sufficient in manufacturing. So it seems to me that it will be in the interest of the United States to look at particular targets. It's not going to happen because the president's made a decision, but I think it would have been more sensible to have targeted particular countries, particularly
go ahead,
where
Scotty.
they subsidize their own industry.
Well, but to my response to that, you know what, and I'm going to give this to a very simple analogy. As a parent, it feels like that we have been spoiling our teenager for so long. And then all of a sudden, when you come in and you put down the rules, you can see why they're going to throw the temper tantrum. The trade has been overwhelmingly because of bad policies negotiated by American presidents and their administrations. For a long time have been definitely, the scales have been overly tipped in the favor of the other country's favor. So I get it when we say, no, all we're expecting it to do is be fair, why they feel like something is going wrong with it. That being said, I do hope and I do wish that there will be a civil way of handling each country, each one differently.
So, Gerald.
Well, I certainly think that would be to your collective advantage. But I repeat, I cannot see how. I think step back one. You used the word fair. You've used the word fair a number of times, and for the global economy to work, of course, there do have to be imbalances have to be evened out, and there has to be fair competition. And if countries are going to subsidize particular industries to a great extent, then that is not fair. But I do struggle to see, if you take my country, where have we been unfair to the United States? You have yes, we have a favorable trade balance, but our trade balance is built substantially on services, including finance, where, of course, London provides so much, such an important base for so many United States interests. So where is the unfairness that we are inflicting upon the people of the United States, Scotty? Tell me.
Well, I wish that I had the specific numbers, but I guarantee, because the way that Trump spoke yesterday, all he did was take the number of what Great Britain or what the UK is giving to the United States, and he cut it in half, and that is what is he expecting. So it's whatever number that you had, we cut it in half, and you're still going to keep your tariff on us as it is, and we're going to expect half from where before we weren't expecting hardly anything. That's right there. If anything, we're still allowing the unregulated teenager to have some fun, but at least we've told him now that he's got a curfew. It might be midnight, but he's got a curfew. So that's why this temper tantrum's happening. I do agree that we have a great relationship. I do agree back and forth. But once again, Trump is trying to express fairness, and that's across with all of our allies. It's not just the UK. And so he's got to have the same policy across the board, and then by each individual case, go in and negotiate.
Okay, so Gerald, do you see anything good coming out of all of this?
Not really, but I don't have a crystal ball, Tom, so I can't be certain about it. There's no doubt if you try and sort of project this onto the issue with NATO, for decades, the people of Europe have enjoyed the protection of NATO, funded by 70% by the American taxpayer, and despite warnings from my former Prime Minister David Cameron, who's of whose government I was a member, despite his warnings, despite many, many warnings over the past, Europe has basically basked in the convenience of having the United States provide that umbrella. That's been shattered now. But the result of that is also going to affect the United States. If I may say, Scotty, as a former defense minister, I do resent the fact that we are unable to ship defense equipment, weapons, if you like, from the United Kingdom if they have a single American component in it. And your government then seeks to stop us through the International Training in Armaments Regulations, ITAR. And I'll give you a case in point. Recently, the Anglo-French missile company, MBDA, sought to deliver Storm Shadow cruise missiles to Ukraine. We were prevented from doing so because there were components made in the United States. The result of all this, Scotty, is we are going to build kit here which does not have American components in it at all. That will be to your disadvantage. It will be to our advantage, because what it will do is we will build in those areas where we are not preeminent. In many areas we are. We export engines and other parts to the United States, but we will become self-sufficient. That will damage the American economy. And I have to say, forgive me, Scotty, we have found a lot in common, but we can, over here, we feel we can no longer trust our closest ally. And of course, you may not feel the need to worry about that. We're a small country, but we are a nuclear power. We are one of only 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. And every time we've been asked to come to the support of the United States, apart from Vietnam, we have done so, and we have shed blood alongside the United States. You need to think, and the president needs to think very carefully indeed.
Okay, Scotty, I've got to let you respond to that, and then we're going to wrap up, I'm afraid, because we're out of time. Scotty.
I thank you for letting me respond, because it's not that I don't in any way, and the Americans don't value the UK's friendship and their loyalty in the past. But you pointed out the reason why you're upset is because there was not able to send arms to Ukraine, something that is extremely counterproductive to what Donald Trump has said of bringing peace to that region. You said yourself that your government is not the one of your fellow Margaret Thatcher or any of the past more conservative wings of the government. The UK government looks completely different. In fact, that's how you can reason. The reason why Donald Trump didn't win is because it works counterproductive to his seeking peace within Ukraine and Russia. And from his perspective, there's no amount of money that can be placed on the bloodshed that's happening in that region. So that right there is where the streams do cross. And I think where the UK, this current government is not the government of Margaret Thatcher that would look through diplomacy and peace rather than making money and spilling blood.
Okay, well, go ahead, Sir.
On that score, I have to tell you, I think Margaret Thatcher would be entirely in favour of what we have been trying to do, which is to expel the aggressor from a free state, Ukraine. And if I may say, I think that Putin cannot be trusted. I believe that.
And Zelensky can. The man that won't hold an election.
I think Ukraine's a whole other debate. We're going to have to leave it for the next one. I'd love to get you both back to talk about Ukraine. We've been talking about tariffs. Thank you both very much indeed. Scotty Nell Hughes, Republican strategist, thank you to you, and thank you to Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on this special edition of Global News Today. Thank you for watching. Be sure to join us again on Monday for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome back to the dressing room with Al Arabiya News. We got Jolien here. Listen, man, let's get into some football. This week's football, yeah. Bit of got your old team here. You played in enough of these derbies.
Merseyside derby.
The Merseyside derby, Liverpool v Everton.
Spicy.
Let's talk about you in those derbies, because it's a spicy derby, isn't it? I've always admired those type of derbies, you know, because it's one of them ones where you just look at it, you don't know how it feels until you're in it or you're in the
100%.
stadium.
Unless you're there, you don't really know.
No, you can't get that feel for it on the TV.
Well, I think the last derby at Goodison, because it was the last one at Goodison, I think that was probably the closest we've seen to any derby. I think like the ref let it go a bit. It was nice.
Tarkowski got the goal
last
that
minute.
was lovely.
But my first derby, we won 3-0 at Goodison. But that was the first time I'd been to a game at any derby and seen the fans sit together.
What?
Yeah, the fans were mixed. Like the derby back then, I don't know if it's still the case now, but like so obviously a husband and wife or children, like you got two kids, they could be they wasn't like and I was looking in the crowd, I'm seeing red, I'm like, what's going on here? But like it was calm. It wasn't like an aggressive thing. But I think over the time and then it changed a little bit. But I don't think that happens now. I don't
What's it like before the game? Because for me, obviously at Chelsea, the derbies played in, but for me, the biggest one I noticed when I went to Sunderland on loan, Sunderland and Newcastle, it was the atmosphere before the game. It was crazy.
I think the impact on the atmosphere is depending on how frequent the derby is. I did a Wolves West Brom one, FA Cup last year, just like TV working, and it hadn't happened for 10 years.
Really?
We had to stop because they're not in the same league or whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
So you'd think it was so aggressive. Like you had to stop for 7 minutes because there was crowd trouble. I'm thinking, what's going on here? It was so violent. But you forget when it's not happened.
Was that at Wolves?
No, it was at the Hawthorns. But when it hasn't happened, obviously, then it has a different emotion attached to it. So
that's like
it's mad.
That's crazy because, like, when you think about these derbies, like, look, I always look at the Old Firm, Firm derby, and I went up to obviously play up at Celtic. And I didn't get to play that in that derby.
I bet that's different.
No, because they were Rangers. Rangers were
relegated.
Rangers were relegated at the time.
Oh yeah,
so
that was wild.
I didn't get to see it.
I played in the Masters up there.
Yeah,
that was bad.
I done the Masters up there too.
So I can imagine what the Old Firm.
Actually, I done the Masters. I played for Celtic. I scored against Rangers. So I done my job.
Yeah,
I went to the heart of my career.
Yeah, but they still load you for that.
If I scored again, I'd be hiding.
I went to watch Kevin Muscat when he left Wolves. We went to his first Old Firm. Yeah, that's the most aggressive.
It's aggressive.
Oh my God, I didn't feel right in the crowd. Yeah, man, in the crowd, man, that weren't comfortable.
Man, there's so much needle in it.
Yeah, that was
crazy.
Spicy. It's a park so far away, and it was mad.
How do you think we're gonna go with this Liverpool v Everton game? Would you think, because it's one of them ones where you just don't know? Because
I think if it was
like called the last game,
I think the break come at a good time for Liverpool. Yeah, I think the week they had before.
Yeah.
So now it's a regroup and refocus.
Yeah.
I think Everton needed it for the sake of Liverpool. They needed it.
They'll have that feeling, Liverpool. Like,
I don't want to get their own back.
Do them now.
Yeah,
They didn't win the game. Remember, Everton didn't win the game. They drew it.
Yeah, but they just needed not to lose at Goodison, the last one. It's like the first one at the new stadium.
Yeah.
You don't need to win. Just don't lose. Just don't lose it, man. Yeah, you know what I mean.
When you say it like that,
for Evertonians, like for it not to be an Evertonian to score the last goal.
Yeah,
at Goodison. Yeah, that would have been sickening. So
oh, mate, you're right. You're right there. The next game up this week, Brighton v Villa.
Oh, good game.
That is
good footballing game.
They're going for top because the top
Brighton.
4. They're there and around it. And there's like two points different from 7th to.
I know. It's really tight.
And
at
then
the moment
even from
this year.
10th is only like 4 or 5 points.
And it's going to be top 5 this year.
Yeah,
Champions League.
Yeah, so, it's top 5 this year.
Well, I think it's highly likely due to all the teams doing well. But yeah, it's mad.
So obviously,
I don't know who wins that.
Don't know, man. Like, very, very good young manager, Brighton manager. Unbelievable that he's. You think he's going to last though? Like, I think being that young.
Yeah, I think he'll last. It's whether someone comes and gets him, like the previous 2 managers. Do you know what I mean? Like, whatever they're doing something well, and they're recruiting and recognising the transition. They're transitioning very well, seamlessly.
That's interesting. Like, I see it. I think
he's always. I was there near the end of my career, and Tony Bloom. They very much go on stats.
Oh yeah.
It's
like the Moneyball thing.
And they've done really well because we probably should have. Well, we were in the playoffs, but we didn't. We underperformed against Palace.
I was about to say you played Palace there.
Yeah,
Zaha. That's a derby.
I remember.
It was the home game. We threw it away. We should have beat them on the away game, but we threw it away. But they're very, very smart man. Recruited so well. Like
100%.
Well, and they're still doing well.
Well, they made 100 million out of Casado straight like that.
And no disrespect to the players, I think it's easier to do it when you're operating it in that realm. I don't think you can do that and win the league.
No.
Because now you got to pick and you compete with players that everyone can see.
Yeah, I get what
everyone can see all them, like
where they are.
You can get a gem.
And
it can work, but there's no one unknown.
Yeah,
in the top teams, is there?
No, everyone knows. Yeah,
we know you.
Yeah,
I've seen you
know
before.
What you're about.
Yeah, I've seen Mbappe. I know what he can do.
That's a totally different ball game. All right, Chelsea v Spurs.
Oh,
that's a big derby,
big one.
Yeah,
the Chelsea Spurs game.
Is that Chelsea's biggest?
Is that Chelsea?
There's always a
Arsenal's a big one.
Tottenham as well. Tottenham. I always
Chelsea,
thought
Liverpool.
A big one. We hate. When I was there, we wanted to win, mate. Tottenham.
That's the one I hear Chelsea talk about the most.
Yeah, I'd say so. When I was there, I think so. You definitely didn't want to lose to Tottenham.
What would Coley say right now?
Oh, he hates
3 points laid.
Yeah, 3 points laid. Do you know what they better do? Because to stay there. Is it like they should get it? In my opinion,
but Chelsea are home obviously in this game. So
you got Newcastle with a game in hand. Yeah. They go above them, and then it's so tight. That's a must-win game.
I think Cole's back now. I think Cole's fit again.
Yeah.
He can be a game changer.
Yeah, he could be the catalyst for them because he's a top talent in it. Like when I think. Are Man City regretting that decision, letting him go now? No. They've got so many players.
Like they never got anyone. And he wouldn't have been able to produce that. He would have broke in because he wouldn't have been
week in, week out.
And he wouldn't have been a 10. He would have been a winger for Man City. He wouldn't it's the same as Phil when Phil first come through and people saying he's got to play. He's like, why? David Silva's playing. Like Kevin De Bruyne was playing. Cole Palmer's not going to play. Do you know what I mean?
He's probably one of my favourite players in that England setup because I feel like when I look at him, I feel like he's the only one who plays like he's still playing on the park. Oh, yeah. And like he has no care and he just plays.
That's his style. He has a fearless thing that I don't know if you can create that in players.
You just got to have that up there.
Nonchalant.
That's why for me that's one of the most important things.
Well, let's look at the Spurs team. Let's look at the Spurs team. Like for me, what's going on down there? Because we look at it, right?
They've had so much airtime on this podcast.
So Ange is over there. Obviously, is he going to last? Is he? You know what I mean? Like this is a big game. This is a big game, yeah. Because this can give you 5 games at least to
No, I don't. I still believe they
I still think he's there next season.
Depends how they do in Europe.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think if they go out.
Well, who do they get in then?
That's
that's
a different thing. That's a different question.
I just feel like if he's lasted this long, why let him get?
They get the Brighton manager in. That's what they're gonna get.
Because I feel Levy might have learnt from Mourinho, like he was close to winning something. Mourinho in the final.
Oh, come on.
You got a chance.
Yeah, that was.
I don't care who you're playing.
I
You got a
can't
chance.
believe
So
he done that.
I think he might be thinking, do I disrupt it now? And he's doing well in Europe, isn't he? They're doing well in Europe.
Yeah.
So it's
It is an
silverware.
interesting thing that he's got. He has to come up trumps, because I think even the last game.
I think he leaves. I think they part ways in the summer,
Yeah,
regardless.
I
though.
think he can't deal with that stress no
I
more.
don't. I just think both of them. Like,
You know what? It looked like to me, because he was saying some things in the media that was making me think, does he want to get sacked or something? Like the way he was. The
It's
way
new
he
for him
was
though, innit? It's new for
wording the words were.
Yeah,
like,
I think he says how it is sometimes.
Yeah,
But that's
and he was fine when you're winning.
Yeah,
and it's refreshing. But when it's the first time he's ever experienced what he's experiencing,
mate,
them answers aren't as enjoyable. all them questions aren't as enjoyable.
To be fair, the other week we said he needs a night out with us.
He don't need to wind down a bit,
out.
does he? He looks stressed, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. But yeah, so those are like the three main games, and I'm thinking, I'm just gonna go say it now. I'm going Liverpool win, against Everton. I'm going Villa win against Brighton. I know they're away. I know. But I'm going Chelsea win over Spurs because they're at home.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's just the way it is for me.
I don't know, but I think Liverpool. I don't know about Brighton. I don't know. I'll
No?
say draw. I'll
You
say
say the
draw,
draw,
and
yeah?
then I'll say Chelsea.
Okay, because I'm thinking Villa, especially off the back of the game the other day. I'm thinking definitely they're purring. They're purring.
But they might have to just rest a few because they got Champions League, man. Next week.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, yeah, that's
PSG.
true.
It's PSG next week. So, yeah, some of me might like.
By the way, are you gonna rest? Doesn't matter if you
Not
rest
rest.
anyone. Like, I don't think you need to rest anyone, but they need to think about the
they
next
might need.
game.
They definitely need to consider because
that's
some of
a
the positions. I
massive
don't think they've got replacement in every position.
Are you gonna be at that game? You gonna be?
Nah, I'm watching it though. 100%
Oh,
watching
mate,
it.
do you know what? That's going to be an interesting game.
They're a good team, man. PSG. I've seen them a few times.
PSG are purring at the moment.
They're the best. They're the best they've been
exciting,
for
aren't they?
years. Them.
Do you know
Best
Joe
team.
picked him out
I know he did.
before the game? He was getting battered.
Before Liverpool.
Yeah,
I know.
getting
I heard it. I was
battered.
like, Joe, yeah. And I was like, okay. I had to
Yeah.
give him some props. We did
Yeah.
a show the other week, and I was like, to be fair, Joe, you're the first person I heard.
Yeah, you're the only
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
All right, listen. Let's move on, right? Because whilst I was away, I saw this. Right, I couldn't believe my eyes. Yeah? Couldn't believe it. The Toons, the Toon Army had something to cheer about for once, right? They get to the final. They beat the big dogs in the final, and they actually get to lift the trophy for the first time, I think, in 70 years.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Like, really and truly, like for me, Newcastle, because I've always admired Newcastle and their fan base and the players that they've had. I thought they'd won loads of stuff, but they obviously ain't. And I'm thinking, this is the first time. How many people were there? 300,000. 300,000 people turned up for the parade, And I know, it's only League Cup.
Nah.
But wait. People try to pee on my parade, a lot of people when West Ham lift up the Conference League, and I had the privilege to, like, obviously me and Joe had the privilege to do the BT Sport coverage, and for me, my proper first season doing punditry on TV, I'm getting to go to a final.
Yeah, man.
That's what dreams are made of, right?
100%.
I remember, and then after we came and saw you guys over in
Istanbul.
It was unbelievable, man. So I just love to see what Newcastle. Do you know what it is? Newcastle, the fans, they appreciate it. They've actually revived the love for that League Cup. And I've said kudos to them. What do you think about the game?
I'm here for it.
Did you watch the game?
Oh, mate, I'm buzzing. I'm like, I don't like appearing in your parade. I'm like, you've won something, mate.
Yeah.
The jealousy, you ain't won it.
Do you know how many people poo on people's like parade and say they poo it and say, listen, it's only a League Cup.
Nah, man.
But
Mate,
bro,
you'd all take
silverware.
Every team would take it.
Every year. I'll take it every year. I'll lay.
It's great to see that enjoyment, that many people out. That's what football's all about.
Yeah.
And when you look at, like, you saw the celebrations, and I'm seeing Isaac trying to speak Toon. It was so funny, but it's brilliant. That's what you want to see.
Man.
You want to see characters. And man, good luck to them. So well done, Newcastle, on your feats and everything that you've done for the club. Like, Isaac, is he gonna last there? Is he gonna stay? Because he's such a baller. Do you know what I mean? Like,
there's only a few teams that can afford it.
Yeah.
Like there's not many teams that can afford it.
Arsenal?
No.
No, Harry Kane's going Arsenal.
I've just heard Arsenal got a massive kitty for the summer.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Like Arsenal, he ain't going to Arsenal.
No.
That would be surprised.
Would he go abroad?
I think Liverpool come in.
Liverpool, you reckon? Yeah.
I think Liverpool come for him. If I was Liverpool, I would try and sign him.
That's a big shot.
They need someone that's going to share that load, man. Like Salah isn't going to score 30 goals every season. Like, there's going to be a time when you need someone to just take a little 15.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah,
someone to share that.
Yeah, you're right.
A little 15.
You're
little,
right.
Little 20 piece.
Yeah. But is Salah there at the end of the season? I don't think so.
You think he goes?
I think he goes. I think Salah leaves. So yeah, you're right. I think they're going to need an Isak.
I don't know if he. I don't know, man.
That's another one.
I think it's too hard to call.
What would you do if you? What do you like? What do you think?
If I was him?
No, not him. If you just a betting man, you're going to say does he?
He goes, man.
I don't know.
Trent.
I don't like. It's that
me,
Saudi money, mate.
The thing for me,
Saudi money, but it's.
That isn't even Saudi money. It's different money. That he's saying you're giving him the Neymar contract, like 800 million.
Come on, man. You're taking it. You gotta go. Like you'll be silly not to. Like I'd frown upon you if you didn't take it. You know, and I think. Look,
800 million's a lot.
It's a lot,
it's a lot, bro.
It's a lot. Under a billy, man.
No one. To be fair, do you remember when that it all started and Southgate was talking about? I think he did it TalkSport, and they said, "Listen, everyone can say they wouldn't do it. No one can say they wouldn't do it until you're offered that money. Until you see that contract, and you'll say there's 800 million tax free."
I'll tell you what, if he stays though, Liverpool fans are going to absolutely.
He's lauded.
Mate.
He's lauded. Yeah. He goes down as
already.
No, but more so.
Even more though.
He could be like Stevie.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, massively.
Yeah. I think.
Massively.
Yeah, I think they see that if he does that, he's on par with Stevie and maybe like the players before that. Maybe, I don't really know the levels like Dalglish and them.
Yeah, Dalglish. Yeah,
them guys.
Ian Rush.
Them guys, mate.
Yeah, different.
He's going to be seen different.
Yeah, so like obviously you got that, but the thing about me, so let's go back to Liverpool. When I look at Liverpool now, I think Salah goes. I think obviously we already know about Trent. Trent's gone. The most important cog in that wheel over there is Van Dijk. It's Van Dijk. Don't you think? You're not having that shot. Van Dijk stays though.
No. Listen, I think it's important that he stays. But if they don't have Van Dijk or they don't have Salah this season.
Oh yeah, of course.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it can't be Van Dijk.
No,
if you take one of them players out for the whole season.
No, Van Dijk stays. For me.
But just say you took out Van Dijk now.
Yeah.
So you took him out.
That would.
But you kept Salah. You're still winning games. They're not scoring.
Yeah,
no one in their team is scoring.
Yeah,
20 goals.
You're stopping goals go in. So yeah, you've got a chance to win the game. Yeah, but Van Dijk's I think is the most important.
Well, I don't.
You don't
because Salah guarantees you 20 goals.
I think you could get an Isak, as you just said. He can come in 20 goals. Man.
Isak ain't a Salah.
No,
he's not.
No, I'm not saying that.
He might be a Salah he might be with Salah.
Yeah, but he ain't.
Yeah, but I think he gets you 20 goals.
Wears a cape.
I think he gets you 20 goals.
I'm not saying he doesn't, but if they sell, but they're not selling Salah, are they? If they don't keep Salah and
I think he does get you goals, but you're slotting into a team which then doesn't have Trent and Salah.
I'm just saying, I think they lose too. I think Salah goes, and I think Trent. Obviously, Trent's
if they can get Isak and keep Van Dijk, then
it's all right.
You've done all right. You've done all right.
Okay,
you're maintaining it. But if you losing
Salah
if you're losing Van Dijk and keeping Salah, I think there's set of halves you can get because Konate. I think he's unreal. I think he's
Konate.
Yeah, I think he's unreal.
No, I think he's got potential.
No, I don't think he's. I think it's quality. I think he's the main man because Van Dijk's the main man. But listen, I think he's way better than what he's being credited for. Yeah, he's way better.
Okay, fair enough.
And
listen, do you want to talk about your DJing? Can we talk about?
Talk about it, yeah.
So listen,
you've been up to a lot since you retired, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm trying a lot. Trying a lot of stuff.
So we have a DJ on our hands here. Yeah, listen, I tried my hands on DJ, and I was an MC back in the day. They used to call me Juvenile C.
Juvenile C.
They used to call. Listen, mate,
because you were childish.
Yeah,
go on,
Juvenile.
Give us something quick.
Enter, put the wicked chat.
Garage MC.
Garage, man.
Times.
That was my days, man. Garage.
Yeah, mate.
And then I got into like the DJing part because obviously I can't be doing the MCing thing, and I actually DJ'd in central London with guess who? Just guess.
Is it a known DJ?
No, he's a footballer.
A footballer. Oh,
yes.
Darren Bent.
No, I was going to say a big DJ.
He's not big, but he's a DJ.
Oh, he's actually a DJ?
No, he's a footballer.
But he's a DJ.
He DJs.
Jubel Cece or...
No. No, who?
You know Stuart Downing's a big DJ? You didn't know
Stuart Downing?
Bro.
I'm not having that.
Is he?
Stuart Downing is a DJ.
Stuart Downing?
No way. Eh?
Bruce Dyer.
No.
Yeah, Sean Newton and Bruce Dyer.
Hold on, wait, Stuart Downing. What music does he play?
House, yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, Does he?
I'm going to have to check that out.
That's why he's always in Ibiza.
Yeah.
No wonder.
I'll tell you
It's
else.
all adding up.
Massive DJs, random name. Steve Davis, the snooker player.
What? What am I hearing?
This is what
Mate,
I'm saying.
how hard is it? How
To learn.
hard is it to learn?
To learn, it's kind of tough, yeah. It depends on what you want to do, what your skill set is, but like, I want to be good, so I'm respected. Like, not just get gigs because I'm an ex-footballer.
Yeah.
So, learning, it's like you just got to put that. Like anything, you just put the hours in. But
Put the hours in.
producing.
Oh, you're doing that as well. You're doing.
I'm just trying to learn now.
What type of music are we doing?
Like house and that.
House. When you're comfortable,
funky house,
we want to come up and make a tune.
Yeah.
Funky house, tech. What?
Yeah.
Tech.
Funky house is not a thing. Like we used to call it.
Funky house.
Yeah, it's not
what's
really,
it called now? It's like soulful house or tech house. Tech house.
Minimal and all that.
I don't even know what I like. I just like going and listening, saying I like it.
I'll send you some mixes that I've done, but yeah, it's like the closest to like the garage feeling.
Yeah,
the vibes and like the
that's what I want.
kind of.
Yeah.
I'm well interested to see what you come up with. I'd love to.
So you still
make a tune.
You ain't guessed to the footballer yet, though.
No.
Okay.
Sure, right, Phillips.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
is it? Yeah,
right.
I remember when I was playing, actually, the end, he was always into it.
We went back to back in central London, bro.
Yeah, Righty. I forgot about Righty.
Back to back.
Yeah. Righty does it, yeah.
We went Aura. Remember Aura? Yeah, we went back to back in Aura.
He went to house music, didn't he?
Yeah. And he was producing.
Yeah.
He was actually making songs. He went for a stage where he was just making tunes.
On PlayStation back in the day, remember them times?
Who is your favourite DJ? Not that I know those DJs.
DJ EZ.
Oh my God, he's like...
Yeah.
I went to
his technical abilities like...
Oh, it's mad.
Like Messi.
Yeah.
When now I know what they're capable of, and I hear him and I see him.
Yeah.
And like my friend went to a thing in Birmingham a few weeks ago and he sent me the video and he sent me the clip and he was like playing garage. It was unreal. I said, but you have no clue what he's actually doing.
He's
like,
mad.
He's not just playing songs like everyone else would play songs. He's playing the decks and that.
I'm like, I'm doing it. It's a mixing it.
My favourite is Fortet. Like his music's very different to going to see him live.
Fortet.
Oh, mate, Fortet. Every time I've gone, I've loved it. I've seen him like 6-7 times.
Yeah,
mate, it's just different for me. It's different to anything else I've been to.
Yeah,
you know what? Like when you think about it, like, I'm a funky house man, garage man. That's what I want. Yeah, that's if I could.
I've seen you happy listening to most things we go to.
No, but that's my bag.
That's your main
if I could make a song or one tune. That's me done. So please start the process so I can get on it.
Come on, just please let us have a little go. You learn everything, and then we just come along.
Ad-lib some vocals.
I just have a little.
I'd love to throw some beats together and come up with a tune.
Yeah. And that would be like that's history.
Makes people feel good.
Literally that. So it just makes me feel like the feeling I get from doing it and DJing is like so close to the feeling I got when playing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
I know. I was saying the other day to Matt, I said, why does everyone go and watch sport? You know, someone always goes away miserable, doesn't they? Someone happy.
Yeah.
Goes to a little
happy.
Goes to a little music festival, everyone goes away happy.
Yeah. But I feel like there'll be nothing rewarded if I could make one song.
Oh,
just
maybe
leave
the best
leave
thing
it
ever.
there.
And to see people just...
Play at my funeral. Oh, perfect.
Funky house at his funeral. This guy,
I don't want no one crying. I want everyone to be happy, and I've made a song, and I've left it for the future. That's brilliant. But yeah, listen, I think we could wrap it up there then, boys. And listen, it's great to have you on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on, and it's been brilliant. Great insight as usual. And I knew that we should have you on. Remember, I actually I messaged you. I said, when you coming on, bruv? And then, look, we're here.
You know?
Straight away, 1 week later.
Manifested
it, man. And you're here now. So, yeah. Anyway, this was the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. Goodbye. See you next week.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Thank you very much, Adam, for this interview. With so many things to catch up with since your last interview with us. I want to start with the situation in Gaza. There is so much pressure from the hostage families on the Netanyahu government to do something. With the collapse of the ceasefire, what is the fate of the U.S. hostage now?
I mean, it's as you know, my primary focus is to bring people home. And I think it's what everybody wants, save a few. And those few are the people that we all fight against. They're extremists that want to hurt and kill people. That's Hamas, that's ISIS, that's Al-Qaeda. It's all different names. But I know what Israel wants, I know what the United States wants, and I know what our Arab allies want. And that's an end to this. And we've been working very closely with Israel, but beyond Israel, with Saudi, with UAE. I'm in Doha all the time, Qatar-wise, with Egypt, to bring an end to this, because we need to clamp this down. And the reality here is it all goes down to one country, Iran. And Iran, who attacked Saudi, who, this extremism that threatens things, that's the source, and that's what we're all fighting against.
I'm going to ask you about the role of the Arab allies and on Iran, but I just want to focus on Gaza now. Do you think there is a chance with demonstrations now from against Hamas in Gaza that we've seen in the last 2 days and the pressure from the hostage families that something will happen? Do you think we can resume the talks soon?
I do. I want to say that the people that went out and protested against Hamas took great personal risk. And I think that there's a massive opportunity to end this and bring people home. It has to be done the right way, but I think seeing people on the street recognizing that Hamas has done them a huge disservice, that's very powerful.
So do you still want to negotiate with them regarding Aidan Alexander, which is the only living American hostage in Gaza?
We will stop at nothing if it means getting Americans home, including Aidan. There are 4 bodies of American citizens there. But I will say President Trump has given a very specific charge, which is to bring Aidan and those 4 bodies home, and also to bring all home from a hostage perspective. So they're connected. This isn't an in and out from our perspective. And it's the way we're going to bring stability to the region. And that's what Steve Witkoff's working on. We work very closely on these things. But I will tell you something. If it means release of hostages, we're always open to having a dialogue. But it's got to be the right circumstances, and it's got to mean the end of terror.
All right. You're the one yourself who did have face-to-face talks with Hamas. And you said the purpose was in order to facilitate releasing the hostages. Are you willing to do it again if that means releasing U.S. hostages?
I think President Trump is always willing to have dialogue. It doesn't mean we're accepting any deal. And I want to be very clear. I walked away from those talks. I walked away, and then Steve Witkoff had to walk away. So there were some messages given if Hamas is serious about ending this, and I think they know. And so if Hamas is serious about ending this, if people are serious, then they can move on the hostage side, they can disarm and move things forward. And so they know it. And so the dialogue can be had any time, but it's got to be under the right terms. And President Trump always reserves the right to talk to people, but it doesn't mean we're weak.
What is the right terms?
The right terms is full release of all hostages, disarmament, and the end of tyranny on folks in Gaza. Most people are families. They want to live. They worry about the price of food. They worry about their kids. We're all human. It's time to end this. But if we end it, and then it happens again in a few years, we haven't ended anything. So it needs to be taken away writ large so that people can go on with their lives.
Since the collapse of the ceasefire, almost 860 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. Almost 200 are women and children. People, when they see the U.S. weapons being used to kill civilians in Gaza, and they don't see the U.S. equally condemning the Israeli for what they're doing in Gaza now, they somehow, the support for Hamas increases, despite that we have seen in the street yesterday. Don't you see this equation?
I think that right now we have, let's put blame where blame should go. Blame should go to terrorists. I don't see Israel holding Palestinian civilian hostages. Blame should go, we just were talking about Iran. They're a threat to everything that Saudi, that the U.S., that we hold dear, which is stability and people. It's never good when anyone dies. I never rejoice in that. No one ever does. And those situations when a human life is lost, any human life, that's a tragedy. And the people that threaten those people are people that are terrorists. So I will place blame where blame is, and I think it should rest there, and we've got to get rid of it because it will stop.
What's your understanding? You, as you said, you were in Doha a lot. You are in contact with the Egyptians. Where are we as we stand now? I mean, are we going to continue like this, or do you think Hamas is willing now to accept your deal that you said you and Witkoff walked away when Hamas refused to accept it?
I think that we're in a totally different, so there's a few things that are very different about this situation. First and foremost, President Trump changed the whole landscape. And it's amazing how quickly things change, because it didn't just change when he took office, it changed when he was elected. So I would say that has been a big change. The second has been the progress that Israel has been made dismantling terrorists, whether it's Hezbollah, that situation, what happened in Gaza, so what happened in Iran, a major weakening from that perspective because of those actions. Those two things make things possible that weren't possible before. And so that's what we're seeing. And so do I believe now, I think people in the region respect President Trump. They respect a man of action. And I think that he will lead us to a place that is peace. He is not a president that wants war. Look at look at what happened in our first term. We brought Abraham Accords. We came together. We want to unite, and we don't want war, but we're not going to make peace in a weak way. He's not weak, he's strong. And I believe that strong leaders are the people that bring a lasting peace.
With Iran in particular, the administration put heavy sanctions on Iran. As you said, they have been affected badly in Lebanon, in Yemen, and in Gaza. But they're still a powerful player in the region. So what exactly, how the administration is going to go ahead in the next few months to deal with the situation as it is now? The proxies are weakened, but they're there.
I think that President Trump communicated very directly to Iran and said that they had a specific time limit. And I believe, and I know, the president will act on that. And I was asked even a lot on TV. They said, well, president said it or else. When's or else? the president always ends up delivering, and you see it now. There's more action on the Hamas side. Israel's driving some of that action because they have to be dismantled. Iran should heed the president's warnings. We did this in the first administration, and the president took very specific action against al-Soleimani and Kataib Hezbollah, for that matter, too. And he is creating a situation where terror will not be accepted. So the message the president sent to Iran was enough. And you're going to end it, and you're going to work with us, or there's going to be real problems. And I believe the president of the United States.
So Iran should read it as this is a final ultimatum from the president of the United States.
I think the president reaches out, and the president likes options. He does not want to go to war. He does not want to take action because those things are never positive. No, as I said, I never rejoice. I don't think people ever rejoice in the negative, but you need to have that strength to drive lasting peace. And so the president has given fair warning to Iran. It's up to them to respond. And if they don't, then the president will take action with allies, by the way, together, with our Arab allies, with the region. We have great allies. This region has supported us so much, and we're proud of our allies, and we'll do it together.
I want to ask you specifically about this, and it's a point that you mentioned. So the Saudis has helped in the releasing of prisoners of war in Russia and Ukraine. You said the Qataris helped the release of U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan. Tell us about the dynamics in terms of your relationship with Arab allies to secure the release of whether it's U.S. citizens or others who have been held in different parts of the world.
You know, people ask me all the time whether the Abraham Accords are durable, how I feel about it. Look at how much progress we made. I mean, look at where Secretary Rubio, where Mike Waltz, our national security advisor, where did they hold those talks?
In Riyadh and Jeddah.
In Saudi. Imagine that. Look at the strength of our relationship. Look at where MBS has taken Saudi and the progress that it's made and the strength it's built. And that's because of his leadership. And having those talks there is recognition of Saudi's partnership with the United States, the durability of things like Abraham Accords building, and a commitment to ending terror together. And so, I mean, the region has been very effective. We've worked very closely with the Emiratis. You know, I just went to Afghanistan, and that was facilitated out of Doha in Qatar and with Emirati help. We worked very closely together, and it's made a difference. And so I think you're going to see a new region. This is what Steve Witkoff is working so closely on, which is how do we create a pan-Arabian strength, this strength together, with Israel, by the way, together, to make sure that terror doesn't have existence, and that will mean a lot of strength for the Middle East going forward. And Saudi, UAE, they're prime players in this. Egypt, they're prime players in this because they're allies. And I think we've all been working together to say things like Hamas, et cetera, that has to end. There's no progress happening when people are being taken hostage. It just creates destruction. Now let's focus on our strength as a region, the strength of the Middle East region with our allies. That's what's going to happen.
Was the removal of bounty on the Haqqani was part of the deal to release the U.S. hostage?
Well, I think what Secretary Rubio said, and I'll reference his tweet, which was basically, one, we're always looking at things from that perspective, but if Americans don't come home, then you could see pretty big bounties. You could see pretty big bounties. I think he said greater than Osama bin Laden. And so those bounties, they may move around, but they can come back in massive force if we don't have all Americans out.
I want to ask you about Austin Tice in Syria.
Yes.
Hostage Aid, which is an organization, has been dealing with them. They've been in Damascus many times, and they said they facilitated a meeting with the president of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, with you, if you want to go there. What's the latest in terms of negotiation to release him? Because he seems to have some information about the whereabouts of Mr. Tice?
I think that Austin Tice is a case that has been a driving force on the hostage side from an American perspective. I speak with Deborah all the time. We speak with the Tices. I think we have Americans that we need to find out where they are and bring them home. And we're committed to that. So I will say, if it means the return of an American, we will go to great lengths to do that. And if that's visiting Syria, if that makes a difference, that's fine, we'll do it. So we're looking into it right now. We're always reviewing this information. And somebody like Austin Tice, we will not forget. I will tell you, every time I go to sleep, every time I wake up in the morning, it's the first thing on my mind is every American that is still there. My job is great in some ways. It's great because you're able to take somebody and say, welcome home to the United States. I will also tell you it can be terrible too, because what haunts me is every single American waiting. And we've got to bring them all home.
Do you have any proof of life that he's actually somewhere, held somewhere? There were so many rumors, he's in Iraq, he's in Iran, but it seems that the Syrian president have some indication to where he is.
Well, I think the Syrian president, we've been reviewing information, and I won't comment on things that are, very closely held. But
you're willing to go to Syria if that means you will.
I'll go anywhere in the world. I'd fly a rocket that Elon Musk could supply me to Mars if there's an American there.
Right. Okay. I want to ask you about also the scholar who's been held in Iraq. And last time you talked about her with my colleague, Elizabeth Tsekov.
Yes.
What happened to her? The Iraqi Prime Minister said that he knew the militia was holding her. Any development in her case?
I think Kataib Hezbollah has her, or I know that. And just similar to what President Trump has said to Iran, because they're all related. Extremism won't be tolerated. And I will tell you right now that if she is not released, there are going to be problems. And so I think that message has been delivered, and I expect movement very soon.
Okay, great. See if there's anything else that I haven't asked you about. There is still, as you said, we mentioned Russia. We said there is still American hostages or prisoners that are held there. With this new rapprochement with Russia, do you think that things might ease up to the degree that they might release Paul Wheeler?
I think that we have Americans in Russia, and that has to be discussed and a part of anything that we do with them. It is. Obviously, you see the movement when our envoy, Steve Witkoff, was on a plane, and the difference that made. The president made, obviously, a commitment, actually, in that case, and delivered on that. And that's step one. I mean, look, the nice thing here is we're 60 some odd days in the administration, and I think at this point we're at 37 Americans. At this point in the Biden administration, we were at 0. And so it's just the start. And Russia's a great example of that. There's a lot going on back and forth there, as you may imagine. But it's first and foremost in the president's mind. This is very important. Americans are pretty important to us.
Absolutely. I want to ask you finally about the Abraham Accord.
Yes.
You played a role in the previous one. Mr. Witkoff said that he can envisage Lebanon and Syria being part of it. Do you agree with that? Do you see them being part of it?
I think that if they embrace moderates, because that's what, I mean, look, this is the reality here, and we know this. Your viewers, they're not extremists. The Arab world is not made up of extremists. You have a very small percentage of folks that need to be marginalized, and that needs to be marginalized. But everybody that wants to work for strength in the region and security. So is there a probability or possibility if Syria or Lebanon want to commit to that? I think it's possible. It's always possible. It has to be a real commitment. And I think Steve Witkoff, if that's his judgment and that's the president's judgment, it will be a judgment. Nobody needs to be excluded from this, but they need to have a serious commitment to it also. And it's a commitment against extremism. That's all it is.
But some say that the previous countries who joined the Abraham Accord We're never at war with Israel. While the Palestinian issue is the heart of the matter. So as long as there is no solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, on a just solution, whether it's two-state or whatever solution that is agreeable to the main party, which is the Palestinians, you're always going to have extremists in the region. You're always going to have people who will be against Israel as an occupier and against the United States who support Israel. How do you see that?
Well, I think President Trump has made very clear that no people should live in horrible conditions. And he's been very clear that the situation in Gaza cannot continue as it does. When people don't have homes, people don't, and as I said, the president has been very committed to rebuilding. We've got to get a situation where Hamas is out. Okay, we've got to, because again, I think from the protests that we see, people in Gaza know that, and then there's a lot that's possible. Again, the president is a peacemaker, but he's a peacemaker through strength and action, and so I think folks all over should know. I know him well, that he means what he says, and that he's committed to action to do things. But a lot's possible there.
I agree with you on all what you said, but the word justice is missing. So it has to be peace through strength, but also justice for all parties, especially the Palestinians.
I think, listen, like I said, nobody likes, there's no situation where innocent people dying, anywhere, is okay. Anywhere. And there's no situation where we want people not to have the freedom to live one way or the other. And so terror needs to be removed. It needs to be strong. But we are looking for, and the president has said, his suggestions, maybe they're controversial. People didn't like shifting, these kind of things. But what is at the heart of what President Trump said? What is at the heart of what President Trump said is he knows that people don't want to live where there's no homes, where it's, so that is, I know him, that's the heart of it, and he's providing solutions. If there's better solutions, he's open to it. But people should know that the president is committed to that, because that's what drives security over time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs. I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers,